listen to this. Bad boy. Time.
Come on. ค All right, everybody, it's that time again for ESL Pro League. We're back here, Season 5, Match Day number 14. I'm Stunna. This is Vendetta. How are you doing today, Vendetta?
I'm doing great, man. Like, we actually have some rain in LA, a bit of a, rare thing to see. So I'm pretty much getting the full California experience, really.
A little bit of a strange thing, I'm sure, especially like right now. I'm sure you'd be bundled up at home, just freezing to death would be the sentiment.
Yeah, no, cozy in minus 10 degrees, pitch dark outside at about, 12. So, definitely a better change.
Well, in case you guys are just joining us, this is the ESL Pro League where 28 teams are battling it out for their share of $1 million. And as the story is told, we're going to take a look now at the ESL Pro League North American standings. At the top, you're going to see SK, Liquid, Energy, Cloud9, Optic, and Misfits in those spots that are so sought after by anyone not in them currently. And as we do go through the middle of the pack there, Luminosity, Mortal CLG, and then towards the lower end of the pack, Renegades, Complexity, and at the very, very, very bottom is going to be Winter Fox and Selfless.
Yeah, a bit of a tag team duo there at the bottom, not having too much of a good time, but still a lot to be fought for here, really, for all the teams involved, especially that middle of the pack that you mentioned with Immortals, CLG, and so on. They have, they're not far out of that qualifying spot for Dallas.
Oh, absolutely not. They're very close. But in case you don't even know what he's talking about, head over to proleague.com right now. And then make sure you hit the slash there on your, your whole little trek all the way to the website to getting your tickets to the Pro League Finals in Dallas at the Verizon Theater. Make sure you get your tickets. Yes, proleague.com/Dallas. Get your tickets there. Shaping up to be a good season so far. We've got some good matches today. In all reality, let's take a look at those now and kind of decipher which ones are the more exciting ones here, right? So we got CLG Liquid, and we've got Complexity and Cloud9.
I think both matchups actually are pretty exciting for different reasons, obviously. With CLG Liquid, I think it's obviously the main story there is CLG doing better and better, qualifying for Star Ladder, getting into the groove of things with that new lineup. Liquid on their end, still, a bit of rumors going on. And this is actually going to be the fight that they go further with. And in addition to that, you also have the fact that, Ska's finally coming back to the lineup for C9 after being away last week. So it's going to be cool to see how C9, if they can get back on that horse, because they were having a pretty good streak of things in Pro League so far.
Now, Cloud9 had a really good season. Last season, we saw them go 25-1. They go on to win the whole pot there in Brazil. This season, we're seeing them sit with 3 losses already, 2 of which in an interesting circumvent there. Let's take a look at the roster right now for Cloud9. Nothing, Shroud, Stewie, and Automatic. And back in the lineup for tonight,
Ska.
Skadoodle. He was in the hospital. He wasn't doing so hot. He's obviously back now on the front line. How big of an impact is this for Cloud9?
I think it's going to be massive for many reasons. Obviously, you get your Opper back in the lineup. You don't have to force Stewie into playing at a position that he's not necessarily that used to, being the main Opper throughout the entire game. And in addition to that, Skadoodle has just been playing really well so far in Pro League. So I think that's going to be a massive game for Cloud9, and obviously, given the season they had last time, they want to try to repeat that as best as possible, and that's only going to be possible if you play with your full 5.
Of course. I mean, you can't sit there and expect, while having that coach addition being huge,
he's not that huge when he's playing.
Right, the sword is not that huge in his hand as it would be in Skadoodle's hand.
Exactly.
And, Skadoodle having that high impact when he's firing all cylinders, he's almost unstoppable.
Yeah, it really is. And then you add to the fact that you guys like Automatic, like we see here, just constantly finding multi-frags in pretty much every round he's in. Just able to do so much for your team, right? And that's invaluable. So when you just add Scott to the already existing strength and firepower that you have on Cloud9, that team becomes extremely scary.
No, 100%. And to even go further in depth here, Automatic being that key portion of the dynamic duo, which has become Stewie and Automatic.
Yeah.
Automatic, one of those players that will take the fight to the opponent.
Yeah,
we've seen just how beneficial that is with Cloud9.
He's absolutely no fear in that guy whatsoever, and that's kind of what makes him similar to Stewie in that sense. Even though they play different types of CS, in the sense that Stewie will probably be more likely to be the first guy in, Automatic a bit more, in the back, they still manage to get the same kind of response and the same kind of result for their team, which is really important. They never really let their opponent get comfortable, and that's a really big thing when you're playing Pro CS.
Oh, 100%. I mean, when we saw these guys come in the door there at Cloud9, which, even, bringing Stewie on is just a totally different mindset. The guy totally immerses himself in the game. He wants to be there. He wants to learn. He's a student of the game. He's really thorough about what he does. Him transferring that to his teammates is great. And then when you add a player like Automatic into the fold, it's almost a perfect combination between the two.
It really is, and I think it gave Cloud9 just an added punch that they didn't really have in the past. For the longest time, you'd expect Cloud9's with their, I guess, older lineups to be a bit more timid, didn't really have that kind of firepower punch that you see today, and you can already tell what kind of results they're gaining from it. I don't think the old lineup would have been able to do what Cloud9 did in Sao Paulo, for instance.
Well, there's another lineup that they're playing against tonight known as Complexity, and they're not having a grand time. Let's take a look at the roster now. Surreal Depp, Android, Desi, and we do see Jason R stepping into the fold tonight.
Yep.
Is it going to be an impactful addition?
Well, Jason R does have some pedigree. It's not like they're bringing him off the street, right? He's played with Splice at a major, so he's definitely been around the top in that sense. Gotten the matching that you'd want in a player that you bring onto a team. Obviously, it's going to be an issue because they do have limited time as to how much they could have prepared with Jason. And I think for the better part, what Complexity needs more than anything is just stability around that roster. They want to have something they can build on. So I'm not sure how much we can expect from them. So far, not really any, stars really on that side shining for them so far in the season. Android, as we see here on the screen, has been doing the best out of all of them, but it's not really amounted to a whole lot.
Well, the interesting part is this, right? We look at this Complexity lineup, and we don't see a core. Like, where's the core in this lineup?
It's kind of weird in a sense that the core you're looking at is probably, starting to be the two UK guys, the two imports, right? And that's probably not how you want to go about it, but hopefully, they can find a permanent fifth. If Jason R is going to be that guy, we don't know. Time will tell, but I think that's going to be the biggest thing to see any sort of improvement out of them as the season goes along.
Well, the interesting part about this is, up until yesterday, these guys were in the one-win club.
Yeah, which is
until yesterday.
Terrible club to be in.
It's a terrible club you do not want to find yourself in at the end of the season, or dare I say it, at any point during the season. You don't want to be in the one-win club.
Yeah.
They're able to grab 2 wins last night over Winter Fox. We just saw some of that footage. Is Complexity on the up and up now? Are they going to have this new team feel, or they just have a monumental task in front of them tonight?
I think they're going to need like a kind of a whole new level to the honeymoon phase if they're going to be able to topple Cloud9. I don't think you could have asked pretty much for a worse opponent to go up against in that sense, especially because Cloud9 has a history of being extremely good versus domestic teams. So in that sense, I think they're going to have a bit of a reality check today, but that doesn't mean they can't go, work with this going further.
Well, we're going to see them tonight on Train and Nuke, and that's only going to be after we get into our first matchup. It's going to be CLG and Liquid, which, CLG is on the up and up, Liquid's on the up and up, so this could turn out to be a pretty good bout.
Yeah, barring what we saw yesterday from CLG, they have been playing better and better. I think what happened yesterday was a bit of an anomaly because we saw a lot of personal errors that you don't normally see from that experienced players.
Well, let's talk about these players right now. Let's load up this roster right in front of you guys. On the CLG side, Cutler, Ethan, Kusta, Ricky, and FNS. Cutler and FNS, not strangers to the CLG brand. And
pretty much like founding fathers,
basically,
in that sense.
I think they were part of the initial jump over a long time ago from that Mouse Baz era.
That's correct.
Many, many moons ago. Most of you probably weren't around then. But we do see Ethan, Kusta, and the recent addition in Ricky there. Picking up that AWP alongside Kusta, we see a lot of,
double op setups.
Yeah, a lot of double op setups across CT sides. Is this team poised to grow and develop into a better team?
I definitely think they'll have a time of instability in the near future, but I think for the long term, they're going to be better with this lineup change. I think Ricky is a better player than Sabrosa. I think he adds more to them as well. And it's like you mentioned, the fact that they can actually pull out that double op setup from time to time on CT sides is actually very beneficial. I think it's much better to have Ricky being the secondary operator than Cutler, for instance. Right. Cutler is much more efficient when he's on a rifle, and I think just the team flows better as because of this.
Well, I think Days talked about this yesterday. He spoke about how Kusta approaches the game. Kusta is more of a
safety.
Yeah, he's a slower, not slower, but he takes his time. He's more methodical with it. If he's going to fire a shot, he's going to make sure he's hitting the shot.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think this is a good approach to go about it. It's not going to create as many highlights as you probably would see from different types of players. Henny was that kind of a player when he initially started playing international tournaments. You'd see absolutely crazy highlights, but that would be all those frags for the game, right? And what Kusta's approach right now is, it's not going to be as flashy, but it's going to be more consistent. And I think that's that's a really important part. And Kusta himself has just been playing really well so far this season. Kind of gotten over that terrible stint he had in Team Liquid where everything was going wrong for him, and everybody had high hopes for him as well. So the fact that he's able to find some sort of a rhythm now, getting back into CLG and feeling comfortable, I think that's a massive gain for CLG.
Well, a terrible stint in Team Liquid. Obviously, that time has passed. So let's take a look now at the current Liquid roster. We're going to see Nitro, Elige, JDM Pimp, and Stanislaw driving the bus. Is this team going to have any trouble tonight with CLG?
You would imagine that Team Liquid obviously are favorites. Well, they are favorites going into this match, but I think on both maps, honestly, the one problem that obviously we can't really know for sure about is the fact that you have rumors about lineups being changed and supposedly active roster changes are happening, in the upcoming week, etc., according to sources, right? And that if there's any truth to that, that's obviously not going to leave you with a good feeling within the team, but as it is right now, I still think this Team Liquid team should be able to do perfectly well versus CLG.
Well, we're going to pull up highlights right now from Elige. We know Elige as being sort of
he's a monster.
Very much a monster, very much a brute force when it comes to, entries and whatnot. This guy can get out there and he can put work down. Yeah,
and in a similar fashion to what we talk about Stewie being for Cloud9, Elige is very much that driving force for Liquid. And the cool part about him is that normally when a team takes a dip in performance, you expect that to just go across all the players, but Elige has been able to maintain an extremely high level of play, even when Liquid as a team necessarily haven't been doing that good of a job. So, and that makes it all the more impressive considering the fact that he's oftentimes one of the two first guys in towards the bomb site and that kind of thing. So he's just been, just an extremely pleasant surprise really over the course of the last year really for me.
And we spoke about this yesterday. We spoke about it on the tune of coLZera. Being that for his team, and I think it's safe to say that Elige is definitely that for Liquid.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And whatever you do, whatever might happen with Liquid's roster, there's no way you're touching Elige. Like he's staying put, you're locking him in. He's not going anywhere.
Well, that's an interesting talking point right there. So let's talk about
going places.
The changes here amongst this Liquid lineup. Right?
Yeah.
So we can see kind of a timeline here. It's not really painted perfectly clear, but it is definitely there for you to pick up the pieces. Obviously, the most recent would be Stanislaw for Hiko. We saw people come in and out of this lineup. We saw them come back to this lineup. It's been turbulent. It's been a little bit of turmoil over there.
It's been messy. I think that's
at this point, in the roster changes within this team, the current lineup. What can they be hoping to achieve?
Honestly, I think this lineup on paper looks really good. A lot of people, have criticism towards Nitro and Pimp, especially as of late. And I do think Nitro's level of play has dipped quite a bit since what we saw, Liquid having during their heyday at Columbus and so on. But I don't think there's any reason to be very concerned by anything like that. And I also think the critique against Pimp is, not necessarily warranted anyway. So with the current lineup they have, I still think they could be a team that, fights for top fours at majors and whatnot. But obviously, if they want to, if they have a planned roster change, that might be because their thought is that they want to be major champions. But what kind of roster move can you, make that a guarantee? That's the issue.
Well, tonight we're going to see them battle it out on Inferno and Overpass. So let's dive a little bit into Inferno here. How are you feeling about either side of this equation going into Inferno?
I mean, I'm just in general, I like Inferno as a map. I think it's extremely exciting to see it being played more and more in the Pro League. If we go back to last week, I think we saw it once in total. So the fact that it's coming more and more into play is going to allow us to see what teams actually, what kind of an approach they have to the map, whether or not they want to innovate, whether or not they want to stick with what they did on the old version. And I think that's going to, create some interesting results to start things off. But going into this right now, from the little I've seen of Liquid play Inferno, I like what I see, and I think that's going to be good for them going into this matchup.
All right, well, we do have Eric DeBear Stromberg standing by to give us the Stromboli strategy segment on Liquid on Inferno. Take it away, Stromboli.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at Elige from Team Liquid on Inferno. Now, this guy, he is good. What do you do, Elige, to get this good? Is he a gamer? I think he's a gamer. As right now, his spacing is pretty nice. Gets the exchange kill area, holding the middle. Now, him and Pimp's going to be rapping really quickly. Nice smoke arch and library to obviously make them maneuver around. They're coming to bomb site. Good rap. It's 3-on-3 situation. They know that possibly one's towards the Halls pit area. Semphis picks off Nitro and Pimp, so it gives away the positions. He knows where at least two of them at. Now it's a one-on-one. Problem with Splice, it was a 3-on-1 at that point. Wait for your teammates a little bit, and then attack them together, not 3 one-on-ones. Elige will pick you apart every time, as you see right there. This round, another mid-take, but more from the window side. He waits for his team flash. He's coming through. They get a kill exchange, so he's going to be the entry killer. Nice pick on Semphis. He didn't see that one coming. And now it's a 3-on-2. Elige playing it safe. He's trying to... He smokes off the small pit area just, so his teammates can cross the site, plant the bomb. Arya, though, he spams him from the porch area. Nice teamwork. He peeks when Nitro peeks. They don't peek one after another. They peek at the same time to always exchange the kill. And now Elige sits back. He's going to watch for pretty much bait Nitro. And nice flick shot by Elige. I just want to know what he does. I want to know his routine, how many hours he practices, because this guy, he's something else. Back to you, Stunner.
Thank you, Eric. That guy himself is also something else.
Yeah,
if you don't mind me saying.
Speaking of hours put in, I think DeBear still probably has more hours in CS than, well, just about anyone in the world.
Across lifetime,
yeah.
There's a really good chance. Now, before we throw it over to the commentators, give me a quick prediction here on Inferno.
Well, I've liked Liquid on Inferno. I liked what Stanislav did with Optic on Inferno back in the day, so I'm going to side with Liquid going into this one.
Well, you're probably not wrong. Standing by are Blue and Days. How you guys doing over there?
We're doing pretty good. How about you guys?
Chasing the dream.
Chasing the dream,
life.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll take it from here. And as usual, it is going to be myself and Dazed bringing you the action. We have our first match. The players jumping into the server now. They're getting ready to go. So when we do come back from the break, we'll be having that first map, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to stick around. And in just a few minutes, we'll start the night off right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, PaySafeCard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is going to be Team Liquid taking on CLG as we get ready to head into the first map here. Days, really quick, let's kind of talk about how Stanislav has renewed Team Liquid. They're looking incredibly strong, and especially with CLG, having all those little tiny, kind of funny mistakes last night. Are they really going to have any chance going into this matchup now?
Well, CLG, we watched them play NRG last night. And just like you said, a lot of little mistakes, just very small mental errors across their entire team. Losing rounds that they're positionally playing very well in and have a great chance to win, but because of those tiny errors, just blowing it, right? Just really simple things that kind of stop them from taking a map off of NRG. Now, Liquid, I think, is a different beast than NRG. I think they're a better team. I think they're more well-drilled. I think they're better against just overall competition. But I don't think it's like too far of a difference. Having said that, I think this is going to be a tough road for CLG to climb right now. It's Liquid's tough. They're a very difficult opponent, and this will give us a good idea of where CLG is at this point with their starting five.
Yeah, and Liquid's sort of coming up now as sort of the cream of the crop of a lot of these NA teams. Like we said, with Stanislav now bringing into it, I think you had some pretty good points last night about how smart he tends to be and how just how well drilled Liquid are looking now, bringing him back into the roster. How much has that improved them over the previous iteration of the Liquid roster?
Well, I think Stan, to me, is the best in-game leader in North America. I think Liquid shows a lot of signs of adaptation, pre-adaptation, mid-round calling on CT/NT. And the thing about Stanislav is he's very clever. He plays 3v3s, 2v2s, 4v4s in a lot of unconventional ways at times. That's going to make it very difficult for the other team to read because he's going to do something that you might not have seen before. So it's going to be difficult to react to. Now, if CLG wants to start improving and they want to start getting better, just based off last night alone, those mental errors, those things are tough to teach, right? That's tough to talk about and be like, hey, don't do that. How are you going to do that, right? Like we saw in bathrooms, right? The guy was running party the whole time, and right when he comes into bathroom's entrance, for whatever reason, Cutler looked towards long at A on overpass. And it's like, wait, what? You heard him the entire time. Just small mental errors, right? How do you fix that? How do you say, hey, look the right way next time? It's not something that you could drill, in order for like improvement. When FNS took off his silencer while he was going sewers and had a free flank on Marky for like 5 seconds, Marky wasn't looking at him. As soon as he was about to shoot at Marky, he unsilenced his M4. Then Marky turned around and killed him. And it's like, how do you, those small mental errors are something that you can't coach, you can't teach. You can't just get over those, and it seems like it's constant with CLG. We've, even since last season, casting them last season. Now, they have improved this season, but if they want to continue with that improvement, they need to figure out a way to fix that, but I just don't know how. Not only that, Ricky really needs to come into fold, and I think he needs to be one of their better players. We saw him really struggle on Inferno last time. I think he's still getting used to that role. Coming from a dedicated opping role in Renegades to now being a solo site B player, I talked about it last night. That is absolute opposites. From going from a dedicated opper, where generally when you're a dedicated opper, it revolves around you. Everything revolves around you. When you're a solo site player, you're just like, you're an anchor. You're completely reactionary. You play off your other 4 teammates. It's such a different role. So it's going to be tough for him to get used to that. And I think that's one of the things that's going to be, something that CLG is probably going to be battling with all season, is getting Ricky comfortable and performing to the level that we know he can perform at.
And that seems to be like, it's a really common thing now with CLG, where they just kind of continue to bring in players that are not really suited for the roles that they're in, and they kind of make them form around the team. Where previously, right, it was like JDM and everybody that had to come into the team had to play around him, and now they've lost him. They're trying to go back to a more normal structure, but they can never seem to find the full 5 core they have. They always tend to bring someone new into the team that has to do some sort of adjustments. Why do we always sort of see that? Is it just a lack of players they can get that actually fit the role they need, or is it just not any choices out there for them at the moment?
Well, their roster has changed considerably in the past year. I mean, FNS leaving, FNS rejoining. Hayes now leaving, but was playing stand-in matches earlier. He's out of the team. Kusta joining the team in a trade for JDM, who knows if Kusta even wanted to be in this team when he got traded? You know, it was just one of those things. He got traded. You know, it's like we're the NBA now. You know, he just got traded, so he's going to play on the team, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like this. It's just a group of people that are kind of put together, and the CLG organization is just like, hey, just make it work. You know, figure it out. And, you know, when you take all of that into account, their record this season is pretty decent because of that. I mean, they're 500 right now, I believe, like maybe 5-5 or so. So they're not doing terribly. But yeah, we are live blue, so take it away.
Yeah, and immediately Liquid's just going to rush up Banana here to try to get some control of the initial staging area. They're already past old car spot. Finesse is trying to battle out a little bit. In fact, he does sneak off a headshot onto Nitro there, so losing one of them. Problem is, he's got a bit of a long rotate to get around and assist with Ricky's. He's stuck back in New Box, and they know he's there. Able to peek out a little bit here as we see some more damage being done. In fact, Liquid really not finding the impact they need. They're getting the control, but they're not finding enough kills to actually clear out the site. Ricky still holds. In fact, he sneaks in a second frag right there. Now Pimp trying to hold up the flank, but no, is destroyed by coL, and all of a sudden, the tables turn a little bit, and it's just a Liege holding New Box. He gets destroyed by Ethan, and with a beautiful hold there on the B site, CLG pick up the pistol.
Wow, very, very nice pistol round by Ricky and FNS. FNS got a kill. He stayed alive that whole round. Ricky staying alive in the try box makes everybody look at him. It makes the rotate easier. And Liquid basically opting for a B rush. It was a little bit, you know, they threw flashes middle, they smoked spindle, and they smoked spawn, but it was B rush nonetheless. And FNS's pistols have actually been very, very impressive the past few matches we've casted.
Yeah, and now we can see the guys from Liquid splitting up a little bit more here, but still pretty decisively trying to lurk their way over into the apartments. Unfortunately, when they work their way up those T steps, as you saw a moment ago, they do run into a nade thrown from Boiler there, which is going to bring Stan and Nitro down just a little bit. Nothing huge. 40 HP is pretty decent against Stan, but only like 15 off of Nitro. And for the rest of the squad here, again, still lined up to it, but they do end up evacuating outside of the apartments. And this goes into the slow style of play that we often see here with Inferno, where they do kind of have to wait up the smokes and run down the timer. They've done really zero work to try and keep control of Banana, though. So as you can see, Ricky's pushed all the way up right now behind the wall. He should be able to hear these guys rushing towards him in a moment, and that'll lead to the deployment of the Molotov. Once again, holding Team Liquid back as they did want a little bit of control here, but so far, nothing really working out for them as they've been unable to successfully move in and take control of really anything significant across the map.
Yeah, very passive setup from CLG right now. Great shot by Kusta at Arch. Now we can kind of fall back. That makes this round really difficult for Liquid, playing 4v5, being spread out like this. But if Kusta re-aggresses, he might get caught by a Tech 9.
Kusta just going to be falling back here, assuming that they'll chase him, and he's right about that. In fact, doing some massive damage here. Picks up a second kill, finally knocked out by Nitro there as they do end up chasing him, and now they're going to go for a bit of a B split. Ricky, unfortunately, swung a bit wide, so he gets taken down, and Finesse is not really there with his spray, so he, as well, is going to get knocked out by a Liege. That's site control for them. They do have a man advantage, but it's only a slight one here. Liege at 1 HP. Probably not going to be super active here in the post-plant situation. For Ethan and coL, though, both of them are already routing their way up Banana, trying to sneak back in, and they're going directly at it, too. No time to strategize about that with that extra smoke they had sitting on coL. They're just going directly back into the site. The Liege, he was the easy one. Now it's the remaining two that are going to be the real problem as they hide both in church and over there towards the New Box. And Pimp had done a great job of keeping himself quiet up to that point. coL basically just gone on a wild goose chase for either of these frags if he can find them. And he's being taken around the church. Ring around the rosy here for him. It's just not looking like it's going to work out unless he can somehow clutch these 2 kills out. Nope, won't be happening. Pimp closes it out, and on the eco upset, Liquid are going to bring this up to 1-1.
I mean, it was looking great after Kusta made it 4v5 with that shot. I'm not sure why he re-aggresses there. I know he gets that kill, and he actually was pretty fortunate to get that kill and get that second kill before he went down. At the end of the day, though, Ricky and FNS, Ricky started moving his position at a very bad time, and that's just another one of those mental errors. That's a small mistake. If Ricky just stays in his spot and just waits where he just knows he's going to get 1 kill, they win that round. FNS, over-peaking a headshot angle, just these very, very small mistakes costing CLG these games. So we saw them win countless anti-ecos, or you know, on their own ecos rather, last night. So we'll see if they can continue with that.
And Kusta is going to be sneaking up closer to try to play it. He is spotted first off. Thankfully, gets some assistance from Finesse, but still quickly traded out in the open regardless by a Legion. Now Finesse trying to hide back in the open. He was hoping they got a little bit closer in that situation, but no. Nitro's going to keep it at range to be able to take him down without losing any more of their own players. That's a pretty clean take with the exception of the loss of Pimp. And unfortunately, it happens so quickly that Even with CLG trying to wrap back around here, I doubt they'll be able to do much besides post up frags. It's more than likely you are going to be looking at a second round for Team Liquid in a moment here.
Yeah, but that was actually well played by Kusta. He spotted, he threw the smoke, he got behind the smoke, killed JDM. Had FNS maybe played more towards first oranges and maybe gotten 1 or 2 more when they came through the smoke. And if Liquid doesn't spam Kusta after he kills Pimp jumping through the smoke, I mean, that could be a completely different round. So that was a nice way to play B. It was very clever. As soon as he sees him, he smokes it off, gets in front of the smoke, and I like what he did there. Obviously, they still lose the round, but that was a chance where they could have won the round. That could have been a hold. And I like the way they played that.
And coming off of that force now, CLG are going to be just transitioning into more than likely a full save here. Obviously, Ethan has the P250 armor pickup from the previous round, so he's still going to be working with that. But for the rest of them, they need to save up for the first gun round here. So it is going to be Liquid that do end up taking a bit of an early advantage here at the beginning of the map. Small one, of course, is the first gun round is really going to determine the way that things will fly, especially now that the economy's gone all sorts of crazy here. But at the very least, Liquid do get a few rounds to work with. And for Ricky, well, his luck, his unlucky streak from last night is going to continue back over here by the car position. He gets naded out right from the start. Kusta has a nice position, though, to take down Leash from pretty long range, actually. He was over there in alt mid, I think, and he took him down over on top of the bridge further down. So eliminates him, brings it to a 4v4. Unfortunately, no one was here to defend the B bomb site, so in the process of that kill happening, Liquid just walked right up. They've got the plan, and that should be the round for them.
Yeah, FNS will probably do his best just to save this AK. He's all the way in T-spawn already, so he's just on a mission to save that. Kusta, just a USP'er across the map, takes out another one. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so 2 super long-range USP kills. I think down to 4 HP, though, he's pretty much going to be out of the mix if he's not low on ammo already. But for the rest of the team, they still have positions if they want to try to bait Team Liquid into pursuing them. They could overwhelm at least 1 or 2 more guys possibly here as they just slowly try to whittle down. There's still that back left corner there from Cutler where he's going to try to swing back out. It seems like they've got it under control, maybe. Oh, they do sneak in another one at the hands of Cutler here. But Nitro moving out, taking down Cutler. And I mean, considering that was a full save.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic eco round by CLG. Even with the USPs, it seems they're able to get a considerable amount of damage done on every eco round that they play.
Shots from Kusta really didn't even have great vision looking back there either. So a great spot from him. And FNS is even going to be able to save himself a little bit of cash going into the gun round now, so he gets himself a full utility buy. He will also, just as a side note there too, he's going to have the only kit right now for CLG, so this is going to limit their ability on retakes a little bit as well if they don't play this smart positionally speaking. But immediately into the next gun round, we can see more aggressive positioning being taken up by CLG. Team Liquid not trying to do anything crazy at the start for themselves, just moving into the apartments pretty much as we expect and putting some pressure on the banana, but for the most part, looking like they're going to shape up to take some sort of A control pretty quickly as they're already all the way up the long haul here, looking for a path back out. There's that new flash that goes out over there to blind the players in pit and partially on the site too. It's Cutler holding the first frag here. They try to line it for more. Ethan gets not 1 but 2 on a Nitro and Pimp. There's 1 more T still hanging out in the balcony. He is going to use this smoke to give him a little bit more breathing room in the situation, but at the moment it is CLG basically in full control. All the T's have is going to be the pit area, and it's not even the entire pit either. It's just this little tiny crevice over here, along with JDM back over here at the porch, and on his peak, he immediately goes down. Alicia's stuck here, and all the CTs know it, so it's just a matter of eliminating him. They'll obviously take it a little bit slowly here, just so they can make sure they take as few losses as possible, but in the end, it's their round once again, as they shoot up to 2.
Yeah, a double site setup from CLG there, so a lot of focus is going to be put on the pit when they're coming out of the halls. Nobody being there, they're able to, you know, I think they got 2 kills, and Ethan was also stayed alive, maybe even 3 kills if Cutler got one, I'm not sure. So a really nice hold by CLG, and they were ready for that. They weren't playing mid very aggressively. They were already back in sight. They didn't have anybody stuck at porch or anything. And had they had somebody porch, that porch guy definitely could have died because they jumped out halls towards porch. He would probably be looking at middle. So the double site setup was a good read by them.
And Pinball was getting clipped off here if he tries to jump past Crossroads over here. As there's still the op presence from Kusta over at long. It'll then be tested, but there's a pretty deep smoke getting in the way of things now, so I doubt he'll be able to hit anything else unless he somehow gets a read onto these players here. But the connection on the Pimp early on is good. Unfortunately, Team Liquid not really going to be playing into that until the smoke fades away. It does look like JDM is looking into it right now to possibly challenge things in a second. He's got to be very careful about it, but we'll see how Kusta fares against this. He is going to be challenged in a moment. He tries to go for the timing shot after being flashed, but misses it. And he's really up in the open there. I think it was jumped up So it's actually a pretty easy frag for JDM to get on the repeak there. Now that's essentially the entire site too. This needs to be fast rotations. The Molotov works there to eliminate Stanislaw, and Finesse gets himself to a very quick position over here in the garden. He picks up a second, so I'm surprised actually they are able to hold this off, at least temporarily. The remaining Ts are still going to be able to flush back in, and the guys from CLG aren't going to be stupid about things. They don't hold the same position. They fall back a little bit, change up the game, and in fact, Ricky getting boosted up on top of the flower pot. He catches a Liege with a grenade in hand. Now it's a quick trade from JDM, so still a 3v2, but both of these Ts have already been hit on the Team Liquid side here. They have no further utility to try and smoke off towards CT, molly things off, but oh no, Pimp just shoots his own teammate right in the back of the head, and now he's alone, so Cutler's gonna waltz right in, and there you go. It's the retake from CLG as they'll tie this matchup.
Wrecked. JDM deserved it. How dare you entry Kusta like that?
Just teaching him a lesson right there.
Yep.
But yeah.
So that rotate comes from the so quickly taking construction control. That was like a perfect rotate. You saw Ricky throws the Molotov, he spams through the smoke, gets a kill. FNS immediately runs to construction. He kind of just plays an angle. They're not going to expect him there when that guy's already spamming and mollying from spawn, right? And it just works out very, very nicely for him. So now Liquid going to be on a save, just Glocks and P250s. They have the double op set up onto CLG. So this is like a must-win round. This is when you cannot have one of those mental mistakes. If you win this round, you win it clean, you're going to be very well set up to have a successful CT side.
Early nades, once again, from the CT side are actually pretty well placed here. It's not only one that connects over here onto Pimp, knocking off 30 of his health, but an upshot through the floor and into the mini pit outside of Mexico. It connects onto Nitro there, bringing him down to 36 after everything is said and done. So once again, CLG getting some nice damage numbers in that'll make holding off the actual take a little bit easier. Team Liquid still going very directly, though, into these sites. Not want to try and switch things up a bit, and play separately. They are basically just going to all push in through the mid choke point and try to split around the wraps right here. As we can see Ricky getting ready for it. He certainly knows something's in the way, but the smoke obviously not letting him see a whole lot. He knows they got close, however, so he goes to the pistol, holds one, holds two. He's got an angle on a third, but his teammate's going to swing in to try and finish things off, and they succeed. So all that's left is JDM. He takes Ethan a second there, but he does get the kill on the JDM, spinning around as well. As now CLG will take the lead here.
Yeah, and that's what they needed, man. Just win that round clean, get your economy going. Inferno's one of the maps where the utility that you use is so important, like smokes and Molotovs, especially going back to the old Inferno, but it still is true on this Inferno as well. Like, you know, even a banana, you could do a well-placed molly and completely stop any type of an execute, right? As long as you get it in the middle there. So utility is so important on this map. So winning rounds clean, making sure you have smoke, double flash, mollies is just of utmost importance.
And for Ricky here now, he is going to wait to see if he can find, since Team Liquid have been no strangers to going in for early control of the apartments here, smoking it back off. Repicking it would be a little bit dangerous, so he's going to try to pop flash out. I think Vision's going to be a tad bit of a problem, though, as when he does swing around, he doesn't catch Nitro. When Nitro sees him, knocking him out, JDM, I think he realizes they are trying to go for a bit of a boost up here to look for him as Kusta sits on top. But again, no real connection onto these CTs, so the upper from the T side, he does just resolve to fall back over towards the crossroads.
This is a good play by him.
Kusta, though, now sitting up on top of the wall and looking to see if he can catch him on a repeak. Or just outright go for it. It doesn't look like anything's going to happen, though. Liquid fall away from that completely. And they're now grouped up in mid to try and regress through A once again.
Yeah, but they're set up well now. FNS full rotated. They still have two in the site. They have two Molotovs and a smoke as well.
And as they move themselves back over here now, Finesse will be the first one to get challenged or have to change his position. But there's nowhere for him really to go until one of those smokes fades away. He's also smoked out towards arches here, so he may just actually have to go directly through it. You can see him trying to sneak back in. This is all going to come down to timing in reality here. Molotov on the other side kind of screws him over. He gets knocked out, and overall it's all Liquid here right now. Kusta already down to just him as the last man standing, and there's not much that he can do as there was no hold at all from the CTs on the site itself. All they dispatched of was Nitro. So for Kusta, he's going to have no choice but to fall back and save and let Liquid tie the game up again.
Yeah, and it might be a good idea to try to get some exits, unless he's anticipating that they're going to chase him, because Liquid's money isn't great, and CLG will be able to buy next round, regardless of whether he dies or not. Having said that, CLG, what they did at B was they gave themselves a chance to win the round. Kusta got aggressive. He was the only one there. FNS rotated. Unfortunately, the smokes were on point for Liquid. The take was very well done, and the site hold, you know, just was not anything to brag about, right? They pretty much only killed Nitro, like we saw. But that play at B was very smart by them. They gave themselves a chance to win the round. Kusta got aggressive. He took ground. He took information. Allowed FNS to go back to A. That very well could have been a CLG round win.
But off of that, still, Liquid battle back. Now it has taken us into a forced-in investment for CLG as they empty things out. Still leads them into a full buy, though. In fact, they are even able to go for the double op setup here. Kusta and Ricky, once again, being the two oppers to play that on CLG, as you would generally expect. Decent utility across the board, too. A little bit limited in some respects, but nothing huge. Just missing a couple flashbangs here and there. They still have a lot of Molotovs and smokes to play with. Meanwhile, on the T side, as mentioned previously, Team Liquid pretty much in the same exact boat here, as both teams are sitting on the edge of an economy break, and it would allow for finally one of these two teams to take a slight edge if they should be able to completely wipe the board on this gun round.
Yeah, we see CLG going back to the double op setup, and they're taking a risk. They're playing retake B. Ricky's there by himself. They have 4 towards A, and essentially a triple porch setup. FNS is kind of responsible for the hulls, and he could just watch it and then swing porch if action starts, going down over there.
So, Liquid again starting their round off by trying to sneak through the choke point here, which in past rounds has been relatively easy, but this time they are going to be challenged on the porch itself. Cutler waiting, sitting there to see. Hiding out of sight right now, but he does have teammates that can also swing back out and work as a distraction for him to multi-frag if the positioning ends up working out here. But it's all very silent up until this point when Cutler finally decides he's had enough of the waiting, and FNS joins in the fun. 3 fast kills for CLG. Elise tried to swing out to Boiler to trade, but they're not having any of that. The entire hit just gets completely wrecked over at the mid choke point, and Stan is still smoked out at long haul, so he can't do anything to respond to this. He's alone, and with 25 seconds left, we'll have to see what he'll attempt to do, but winning the round is probably not going to be one of those things. Able to, at the very least, taking out 1 or 2 players here, as he just hopes the nade will connect onto enough damage, but nope. And his attempt to swing out towards Boiler. It's an easy frag for one of those 3 players from CLG to pick up, and now take serious advantage over Team Liquid.
Perfectly played by CLG. You saw, I believe it was Cutler, underneath the porch. As soon as he makes contact, you swing. You're going to get trade kills all day like that, especially if they don't Molotov it and they're not really ready for it, which they really weren't. They really were not in position to contest that triple porch setup. Now COG, they're force buying 3 AKs, a couple Tech 9s going quick towards B with 1 in alt mid.
And we can see them trying to go all the way up towards Car right from the start of this one. Stan had been hit. Finesse is going to finish the job there. The rest will get mollied off. That molly may still leave a little bit of room for them to try and sneak through. And, oh, excuse me, it was still positioned in a good enough spot, so it is going to block them off there for the extra seconds. Allow for the fallback on CLG. No rotations from CLG on the A site, however. They're all still sticking around until up to this point when I think Kusta is going to get called over through arches. So they may group up. However, the possibility of them now falling back and going to A is going to come alive here for Team Liquid.
I don't think Kusta should over-rotate here because FNS has a molly. But the way they should play it is that Ricky should spot and FNS should just have the molly out. And if he sees anything, you just throw it. They cannot take the site, and then Kusta could still have 10 seconds or so to rotate. And you'll know how many are there generally in that type of a situation.
Kusta, though, after not really hearing anything else at B, seems to be swinging back, although a little bit slowly. He's not going to get anything from the library position anyway, so it still falls to the pit players to hold things back off. They will be overwhelmed, though, as all the remaining 4 from Liquid are moving in, but they still manage to hold it. Beautiful sprinting control from Cutler as he gets 3 in 1 clip, and Kusta arrives just in time to finish off the last one.
Yeah, and COG showing great positioning on Inferno so far. That was the first round that we saw Ethan not play on the top left box in sight there. Well, he was on porch. He was boosted above when they did the triple porch. It was actually like a quad porch setup, or no, triple porch. Sorry. And then I think Kusta was arch when they did that. But he's been playing that spot almost every single time. That time moved towards the backup pit. Wasn't able to get a kill, but still, you got to switch it up. Liquid's gonna realize what you're doing pretty quickly when they see you there like every single round.
And speaking of Liquid, they will be completely broken here, so all they carry in terms of a buy into the 11th round is going to be P250s, and they've already lost 1 player due to the aggressive push from Ethan out through the mid choke. The rest of them kind of falling back through Mexico and alt mid, trying to get their way over here towards B and make some attempt to overwhelm that site, since there's more than likely going to be less players waiting there for them. They're correct in that assumption, but still, it's just P250s and a Glock sitting on JDM. The hopes are still not looking great. Good timing on the flashbang there. It does blind the first initial volley of players is moving in, and it's basically just turning into a shooting gallery for the B-side players. Already down to JDM. The most damage they've done is 10 to Kusta, so it's looking like another clean one for CLG to establish some sort of an economy as they pick up yet another round.
Yeah, and COG putting together a nice CT side here. I mean, they're playing good. This is what you expect to see with the way they play. They're giving themselves chances to win rounds. They play well positionally, and they're just not making these ridiculous mental errors that we kind of saw last night. And when you don't make those errors, look what happens. You're 7-4 with a nicely built economy against one of the best teams in North America.
And for Team Liquid, really struggling here to actually get something done on their T side. So 4 rounds, relative success being found here or there. Keep in mind, most of their rounds is due to the fact that they upset it against Team Liquid in the second round where they forced up there and were able to upset, breaking CLG directly after that when they attempted to reforce and then took a few rounds off of them. I think beyond that, we've really only seen 1 or 2 gun rounds that they've managed to actually pick up here against CLG. So it still has been the CTs controlling the situation for the majority of this half, and there's not a lot of time left to make up for that. As once again, they put a lot of players in the halls initially here in the apartments, but no real movement in the early round to try and take some serious control.
Yeah, and this is what CLG is doing really well. Look at their utility. They have 4 Molotovs. If Liquid does any type of a take and they just spot and throw any type of a Molotov, it should be a round over, right? Any type of like group up type take. So what do you do if you're Liquid? You have 50 seconds left. You haven't taken any map control. They still have all their utility. What's the game plan here for Liquid? Because this all signs point to a CLG round win.
And immediately there is going to be those Molotovs when we could see Nitro and some of the other guys trying to press forward a little bit here. Time getting very low. What is Liquid going to do? They're still kind of stuck over here in mid trying to form some sort of a plan as they have players messing around at the exit to Boiler and Long Halls. No actual sense of any sort of execute coming in here anytime soon. It would be hilarious if they attempted to do that, but it does look like they're going to make a last-ditched attempt to roll in towards A here. Granted, CLG haven't got this intel up to this point either, but well, they have nothing to cover off Library, so Ricky, he's free to peek back out. Good timing on the flashbang, completely blind Stanislaw. Pip trying to move in. He does kind of mind game him a little bit there to be able to pick up the kill, and Nitro finds another kill, but now, do they have enough time to get the bomb onto the site? Yeah. They do, just barely. Somehow it works out for Liquid, and now we go to a 3v2 retake where the guys from CLG on the B site, they're just arriving here right now. They had no clue, so this super delayed take has actually worked out right here for Team Liquid. Now it's going to be 2 ops trying to retake here onto the site, but actually no, they're not even going to go for that. They're just going to give it up, and they're going to let Liquid have the round.
That should never happen. One of the key mistakes that was made there was that they double mollied halls as soon as that smoke came out, and that's the second time I saw them do that. They double mollied porch, and they double mollied halls. Do you remember when Liquid came up porch and Cutler got like a 3K in the pit? They double mollied porch in that situation. You don't need to do that. Just one of you needs to molly. If just one of them, that's one of those mental errors that we're talking about. That small mistake lost them the round. I don't care how the kills went down. The kills are going to be the easiest thing in the world if you timed your mollies properly. If there was 1 molly halls, and then you saved your molly and you maybe threw a porch or arch or halls while they were wrapping. It's just how the game works, right? Those small mistakes, CLG just can't escape them.
And so that has brought down the money a little bit here for CLG, but granted, most of them were sitting somewhere between 7 and 10K. Ricky missed what should have been actually a fairly easy shot there out in mid. And unfortunately, has to fall back with no connection to his name. The rest of Liquid, well, they have choke point control. They've been really fond of trying to push this in the early round, but that is after the missed shot from Ricky going to cause a Molotov to be tossed back out here. And they use that to try and delay things on the Team Liquid side for a few seconds. They'll succeed in that, but still, the early round, once again, it's pretty much business as usual for Team Liquid currently.
Yeah, very unfortunate miss by Ricky because it doesn't punish that fast play. It actually hurts COG a lot because they used like 3 Molotovs to stop anything quick and used all their utility. So that advantage that they had the round before, where they had all those nades late round, it's not going to be the same this round. They already used almost every smoke except for 1. They already used almost every Molotov besides 2, and that's a very big deal when you play Inferno.
Yeah, Ricky is going to be more than likely challenged again here as Team Liquid do get prepared to try and go for another wrap play here to sort of overwhelm the A site. He's over here towards the library side, though, might be somewhat limited. Thankfully, CLG did still have a few Molotovs, so they can wait it out for a few more seconds, but Ricky again challenged. He hits the connection this time, but it is going to be just a leg shot onto Stan, only bringing him down to 15 HP, so he stays alive. Now Ethan prepares for the hit play. Good shot from Nitro there to find Cutler, but he does get dinked in the process, and now Ethan's still alive on the site, but they also took out Ricky on the other side of this, so Ethan's stuck in a corner with really nowhere to go. They knew he was going to have to try and retreat from that top box somewhere, so Elige just goes for the full-on spray down, and Ethan walks right into it, giving them the connection and putting us into another 4v2, where I don't think CLG are going to go for it again. They're more than likely just going to line up for, in Finesse's case, they might try to find a couple exits, but Kust is saving the op 100%.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a full A exec. CLG wasting their utility, they're wasting their nades, and those nades are they're gonna give them rounds if they just use them properly and they use their utility properly. Instead, they're being very wasteful for it, and they're getting heavily punished because of it.
And Finesse will be challenged here in a second as Stan walks out, finding at least the first kill there. He was already low, though, so not the biggest deal in the world. Trying to change up his position a bit here as he goes into the T apps now. Look for a few more pickups, but Liquid, they've pretty much made it outside of the site. Nitro just barely surviving the bomb's explosion there with only 3 HP. I think that's it. Everybody else has their own little safe space, and after that, we won't see any more deaths. So 6-7 going into the 14th round. Still an extremely close game.
Look at FNS's scoreline. Only 3 deaths in these past 13 rounds, and B has been pretty solid for CLG. I mean, the one round that I believe it was Kusta died and they took the site, but they weren't able to even get the bomb down because FNS and Ricky had such a good rotate. I mean, it's just been this A. This A has been very problematic for him, and so Kusta goes down to 7 HP. That's not a good start for this round.
Yeah, huge molly damage going on to him right from the beginning of it. And yeah, I mean, this sort of explains why Liquid considerably have been going for just these mid choke point control along with long hauls control in almost every single round here, since B has been so well defended on almost every single round so far. So they've been very hesitant to even attempt to go for some sort of a B play, which has left players like Finesse out of the action for a majority of these rounds here. This time, though, I think CLG may be catching on to that as, once again, they just leave Ricky over there to defend B, and they've rotated some of the other guys onto A as they just foreplay here. Kusta has found his first shot.
Like a Molotov like that is just, there's no reason to do that. Why are you just Molotoving ports there? You have 4 people at A. They haven't even thrown any nades yet. Why do you do that? It makes no sense.
At the very least, it is going to draw some attention over there towards Boiler as he comes out, so we're lost for Cutler to get the free peek on the other side. Ricky unscopes at just the wrong moment, though, so it is going to allow them to shuffle into B for free. And finally, they make it attempt at it, and they do it at a perfect round when there is essentially no one home to defend it. As Ricky backs up there, gets a little bit unlucky with his timing, and because of that, that gives the guys from Team Liquid the free plant. They're still working with a 3-on-5 scenario, though, so they're not out of the woods just yet. As everyone from CLG is already alive, Kusa's going to be hanging back towards CT. They're to try to take some long-range shots if anybody does peek out onto the site. But the rest, 3 of them, in fact, are in the church trying to wrap back in, whereas the other one is still working his way from CT. There's Ricky already finding one of the 3 Ts. Stanislaw gets flashed up on top of that corner boost. Nowhere for him to go, and Pimp, he's going to get mollied out of emo corner. So while a Pimp does pick up 1 frag against Ethan, that's all they'll get. And again, it's CLG retaking control as they go up to 8.
Great retake by CLG, and they had the Molotovs, they had the nades, so that retake could be pretty routine. It's pretty easy when you have construction control. You have a couple mollies, you know where they could be, right? They can't be in construction, so they have to just be in just a few places. So pretty easy retake for them, and Ricky did a good job of just kind of staying alive. I think that unscope, although unfortunate, I think the best thing to do there is actually to play an even more passive angle and just kill them when they go near the spindle, and they just have no idea that you're there, because you do have the op, right?
Yeah.
It's usually just a free kill. But
good nade early on. Again, pretty significant damage. It's about 75, I think, across
triple
both
op
the
setup
players.
for CLG.
And they're playing 2 of them, if I read that correctly. Yeah, 2 of them over there are going to be on B. So they only have ops currently to defend the B bomb site with. A lot of utility, of course, and I think we mentioned that at a few points on the half, that they've been pretty good at controlling the utility, with the exception of a couple rounds where the ops missed their initial shots, and that did lead to Team Liquid getting control. But now they are going to start to shift their way in. They haven't been able to detect them going across this smoke just yet, as Finesse just sits here and patiently waits for the impending hit. No signs of a fallback really from Team Liquid. And meanwhile, in terms of the utility, well, they've pretty much already used everything for the 2 guys that are sitting here from CLG. Kusta's 1 more smoke to utilize, and that may get tossed out right now, but Finesse is going to sink his first shot. Kusta, no sign of the smoke, but he does connect a kill onto the bomb carrier, which means reinforcements should start working their way over here. Still pretty slow and delayed, though, and the smokes are just going to cover off the backside here. What's even worse is, oh, beautiful shot from Pimp as he just catches Kusta on a whim check to his left side. He even hit Finesse down to 22 HP, so he's got nothing to do with trying to hold off this plant right now. They still have a man advantage. And CLG are going to wrap their way back in. Pimp, though, finding another shot, evens it out, and Nitro gives them back the advantage as they take him out. So Cutler and Ricky somehow going to try to force their way back in. Initial flashbang, not too good, but Ricky hits the shot against Nitro here. Church control also being there, so in a moment, Cutler's going to be able to contribute a little bit more from the garden over here. As Ricky tries to move back in, it's a little bit too brash, and oh! Pimp hits not only the shot onto Ricky, but also swings out after being mollied out to finish off the round as well. So beautiful stuff from Pimp there on that final round. Guys, stick around here as we have ourselves a close match, and the second half is coming up right after the break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Team Liquid taking on CLG, and it's actually a relatively close match after CLG's somewhat poor performance versus Energy yesterday. One might have expected going into this one that Team Liquid would have really wiped the floor here with CLG on all these mistakes. And while we are still seeing a few of those mistakes, they've actually come out rather strong, and I think for the majority of the half, they were looking to be in control of the situation. Few mess-ups here and there, though, and it has left the scoreline basically head-to-head still going into the second half.
Yeah, I think if CLG just had a little bit better utility usage, it's a big improvement on what I saw yesterday, actually. I think they played better today. But a little bit better utility usage and communication on when to use your nades and why you use your nades, and actually have a thought process behind it instead of just burning it for no reason when they're just sitting there, Liquid's not doing anything, and you just toss something while they're still setting up into something. And I think CLG probably wins that half like 11-4. Just that small difference, because at this level, those small differences are huge differences. You know, there's those tiny little things.
Well, for CLG here, we will see most of their players shaping up to try and push up into some kind of an A lineup early on. We've already got 3 guys going in towards T-Halls here. And actually, they've done something I've never seen this before attempted. Stan and Pimp are boosted on top of each other at the edge of the long haul. So let's see if this works. They get one. There's more on the way, though, and it's immediately traded back out on one of them. Stan runs out of ammo.
I think there's a reason why we haven't seen that before, Blue.
Yeah.
I think there's a reason.
Seems like it's a bit too chaotic for Team Liquid to control there, and they do end up losing that battle. But rotations are coming in pretty quickly. It's interesting, though, is all the rotations are coming in on the flank side, as they just rush down Banana from the B-bomb side and all push their way back in from the other end of it. But regardless, CLG seem ready for it. Great nade going into the back here. Knocks off a good, 70 to 80 HP off of 2 players. And for Liege, he's hunting to see if he can find the headshot off of Finesse or someone else here. They're sneaking back in, but Finesse holds the line, knocks out Liege up on top of the balcony there. Ethan just super wide peek, but he doesn't care as he takes out JDM, and Finesse once again from the pit, finishing the job against Nitro to allow CLG to control the lead going into the second half.
Again, man, FNS's pistols. He's just showing up every pistol round that we cast this guy. He's multi-fragging. He's doing his job. He's making plays. I think he ended the round with 2 there, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, there's a reason we don't see that very often, because it's not good.
It didn't go so well.
No, it's just not very good.
Well, after wiping that off, Team Liquid do go into the usual second round here. It's actually still relatively light on quite a few players. It's kind of back and forth here. Let me take a look at who is invested into who, and Ethan just goes right in. Great transfer as he's assisted from the backside a little bit there by Ricky. And while JDM does sneak in a trade frag onto Cutler, it's of little consequences. They still control a 4v1 post plant, and all Nitro has is a CZ coming in on the rotate from Library.
Well played, though, by CLG. Quick, easy anti-eco for them. Liquid had a good positioning, though, but obviously the kills just didn't go their way. When you see the HP on CLG, right, that could have gone differently. But good on them for winning that very clean. The thing that they need to notice right now, and they hopefully do, is that JDM had a USB. All that means is that he's going to have an op next round. Like, certainly. He will 100% have an op right now. He just had a USB, and that's something you got to keep in the back of your head. So whenever you're playing in those anti-eco scenarios, that's one of the things you want to look out for on that second round. Does that guy have pistol armor? Does he have a deagle? What type of gun does he have? Because then you can predict what type of weapon you're going to go up against the following round. Or not the following round, but the round after.
Yeah, the gun round.
Yeah.
So CLG, again, just really Molly and Nade the hell out of the old car position there. Good initial peek as they all just try to push their way out over here, and they actually end up getting the better trade out of it, leaving that into a 4v3. Still, though, the situation, I would think that CLG would have just fallen back and immediately rushed this onto B, but at the same time, Liquid also expected that too. So as we can see, they've all kind of rotated in pretty quickly, but CLG still biting into the B play there. So they're going to be going up against this big stack from Team Liquid, -1 player, of course, over here on B if they do decide to go for the switch. They're moving into it now. They have spotted the one player towards CT, and they'll challenge him, but they've also got more challenge coming from the garden up close here, and I'm not sure if they 100% realize it. Thankfully for them, Team Liquid are not going to push out against it currently as there's a smoke in their way, and that's just adding too much risk to the situation. What they did do, though, is they boosted up a leash to get another spot onto CLG. Finesse brought down to 20. Let's see if this nade does any serious damage. It does take down one. Eliege and Stan are both also at like the same HP. They're 13 and 11 on the two of them, and while Pimp is rotated in, and CLG having good post-plant positions here. Molotov being utilized to just waste even more time as well. There's no kit sitting on any one of the three remaining Liquid players. Yeah, as they try to just hold them in. They pick up one frag, but the trades there should allow for CLG. Again, they're going to win the round, but as you said, if they can at the very least take them all out, which they're going to succeed in doing. Pimpman's up with a 3 kill on the round. Everybody dies, but it's very expensive at the end of it.
That was so smart by Liquid. They recognized very quickly that they can't win that round. As soon as that Molotov happened and that nade, they were like, okay, we can't win this round. Let's try to make them blow up. And they get all 5 of them dead. Now look at CLG's money. All of a sudden, normally, you have to win 2 gun rounds in a row, but they're going to have to win like 1.5 gun rounds, kind of, in order to break CLG's money. So that was fantastic by Liquid.
But it's good, too, as CLG's round share here was getting a little bit one-sided in their favor. So assuming Team Liquid can close out this gun round and follow through, if we see a force after this from CLG, then they're still going to be in a pretty good position around a fairly fast comeback, because they're only 4 rounds behind right now. The opener here on CLG, as you take a look again, it's still fairly standard in terms of the T-sides on this new Inferno. Not seeing them really take any map control, just waiting out the initial CT smokes and trying to see if they do anything hyper-aggressive that they can punish. Ethan, though, in Banana does actually get mollied out as they used both Molotovs that are over here on the B-bomb site to try and flush him out. It works, obviously. And then they have the deep smoke to prevent him from moving back in for an extra 20 seconds or so. Meanwhile, over here on the A-bomb site, CLG's not going to be waiting out that smoke. They do decide to flash directly through and take control past the choke point. They succeed in that, but it's only this one player. I think Cutler is the one that pushed in. Everybody else falls back and was looking like they were going to shift into Banana, but again, the deep smoke is reapplied over here at the arches, the entrance to Banana. So they may have to go back towards Plan A over here and try to execute towards this site instead, depending on how the timing works out for them. As they still got into, they haven't met any aggression or anything like that towards A. Team Liquid is playing it really far back on that site, whereas Nitro is basically just trying to contest and get the intel as early as possible there. Pushed out to Car, and he did spot those 1 or 2 players that were pushing into Banana a moment ago. Get prepped for it now. They were doing the boost, but they canceled it at the last second, so they're just going to play this out. Poof, and JDM unfortunately just gets destroyed on the way in. Eliege gets a nice double kill, but again, after all the trades and whatnot happen, and Cutler still holds this flank position, it's not going to leave a whole lot of room for Liquid to win the round, so the 2K from Eliege doesn't end up meaning much beyond economy damage, and for Pimp, he knows he doesn't have a chance at it, so he's already just playing into the A site to look to save.
Liquid should not have lost that round. Under no circumstances should they have lost that round. They had 3B. JDM misses an easy shot. Sight guy doesn't get any kills. Spindle guy gets 2, yeah, but he dies. I mean, that was a 4v3. Cutler was lurking. That was a 4v3 at the B site with no smoke CT spawn and upper CT spawn. Should never happen. Liquid had no business losing that round, but that puts him in a pretty bad spot. And COG, I mean, Stan not playing well at all. JDM not hitting his shots. You know, you got 3 and 17 on Stan, JDM 6 and 13. I mean, he's had an op like every round too. You know, almost every gun round he's opping. So just not playing well at all. And COG positionally so far this game has like crushed Liquid, just positionally speaking.
And so, as you can see there from Liquid's money, not going to be seeing much in the way of investment here. Just not even really armor buys coming up behind a majority of the pistol upgrades. CZs and P250s are really all we are going to see this time. And for CLG, sending most of their players just directly up through mid. Again, pretty standard default opener. Probably going to sit back since Team Liquid is broken here just to make sure that they don't do anything crazy. Oh, like they did on, I think it was the second or third round there. Yeah, but they all try to push out towards mid. And after they wait down the timer a bit, following through with the execute pretty quickly afterwards, as we're seeing now. 4 stack here. The Team Liquid at the very least do have the numbers playing in their advantage over here on this site. But Pimp just looking the complete other direction, and there's nobody watching for anyone that would be hugging this close right wall. Nitro goes off at least and finds Finesse, but again, that's pretty much it. Everybody on the site gets knocked out. Stan tries to peek into Kusta. He picks up a nice second kill on the round. Delige completely detached from the action, so it's an easy 13th there as CLG continue to walk through these anti-ecos without too much trouble.
Yeah, and I know it looks like CLG has this huge commanding lead being 13-7, but if Liquid continues to play the CT side like that, I don't think they're going to lose another round like that where they should really easily win it, you know, where JDM's in spawn, there's no smoke, they have 2 more, you know, 1 site, 1 spindle at B. Liquid did a really nice, like, just aggro B mid-round aggression kind of. They waited until the Molotov came out, they smoked deep, they double mollied, you know, logs and around that area. The only thing they have to ever clear in that situation is behind the, you know, the short wall, right? And if they could do that and they can make things uncomfortable for CLG, and we'll see this round, if Liquid is able to put that B pressure and kind of dictate the rotates like that, it's still going to be a very, very difficult game.
CLG still have continued to control the situation, though, for this entire T side, as I don't think Liquid has gotten a single round up on the board yet here in this half. But, again, it's only our second real gun round as we're going into it, so there's still plenty of time for that comeback to happen. But, obviously, if it doesn't happen here right now, then it may be a pretty short amount of time, as they are running thin rounds to lose out here and mistakes to make against CLG. On the opener, though, things go pretty much as you'd expect. It's a little bit heavy on the banana pressure for this early on from CLG as they are trying to go.
Be a botch smoke, right? They threw a smoke from like spawn, and that's where it landed. That's a CT smoke right there.
Yeah.
That's got to be a botch smoke, right?
I would assume so, since it's not really covering anything.
Yeah, I'm almost positive it is.
And what's even worse, too, is that nade goes really deep and ends up connecting onto Nitro, bringing him down to 40 HP. And I think he's going to get tagged by something there, too. So he's going to be pretty low right from the beginning of the round. They are starting to expect it as they actually haven't rotated anyone over from A, actually, to my surprise, despite this. So Smoke moves in, but they already have control of the staging ground, so if they push against this could prove to be a big mistake. However, Kusa just randomly seems to swing out on his own with the Molotov, I think, blocking them over there. So some weird communication issues or something from CLG, or the Molotov just getting in the way too well, and that leads to Kusa just dying all on his lonesome. Now Moore trying to push back in, and once again, they find Ethan out in the open, so they're smoked out on the platform itself. FNS is to try and push back through that. Nitro still trying to redeploy this smoke, but again, Nitro from the backside picks up another kill that is whittling them off one by one. Finally, there's a frag for CLG, but it's going to be of very little consequence. Nitro finds the trade. He's at 7 HP now, but Cutler's just alone in a 1v4. There's not even really any reason for Nitro to swing out against that and hunt for the kill, as they have him restricted to the corner here. And really Cutler just hoping to get any frags that he can to try and limit the economy of Team Liquid going into some of these next rounds here. He'll find one. He knows he still has Nitro somewhere in the backside here, but currently looking away for it as he hugs the wall. Positionally, still playing it very well, but with the time now below 10 seconds, he does have to burn him out. No. With 5 HP coming out of the molly, Nitro just takes him down, and Team Liquid finally get one up on the board in this half.
That was really
messy.
bad. That was really bad by COG. I mean, that's something that Hellraisers kind of made, you know, I don't want to say famous, but they were kind of the ones that started that, where you kind of mid-round retake car control. And COG should know what's happening. I mean, that's been around forever on Inferno, that they kind of let you take car control, and they smoke it out, then they molly, and they retake it, right? And then Kusa, they just had no plan for it. That's what it was. They had no plan for that. They wanted a full B exec where they probably pushed spawn side like we saw before. And they just had no plan for what they were going to do against that mid-round aggression. Kusa's plan was to take out the Tech 9, run through a molly, and fight 2-on-1 full speed. Not the best plan.
Yeah.
And everybody else's plan was to just run back and forth like chickens with their heads cut off. So that was very sloppy.
Yeah, this is going to pretty... Oh, nice shot from Stanislaw there, catching Ricky just halfway up the long haul. immediately again knocking out one of the players from CLG. And this is a forced investment for them too. You can see the Tech 9 on Ethan. The rest, I'm pretty sure all 5 of them were able to get AKs, or all the 4 of them, excuse me, were able to get AKs beyond that, but they don't have a whole lot of smokes or Molotovs to try and work their way into the site. And Team Liquid, again, they're kind of in the same boat here, but at least they have a decent amount of Molotovs and wanted to utilize to try and hold off just a direct play like this, and we can see that coming into effect right now. Pimp spotted Finesse, but he got hit by a flashbang, so he's restricted to the corner. Still holds on, though, and he finds his first kill with 36 HP remaining. Finally, a trade and a second one from Cutler. He may even be able to get a third. In fact, he does. So he's saving this round single-handedly, but now he needs to ace this, and he's only got 35 seconds left. He knows JDM's sitting back somewhere. He just can't find this second guy yet. As he looks for him on the porch, he's creeping so far, but in fact, I don't even think he knows JDM's up here. He runs out of ammo on the AK, though, pulls out the Glock, somehow still gets the frag, and now he's got even time to reload. Nitro still trying to push in against him here. Time's getting low, though, so if Cutler wants this frag, he's got to go for it. The flashbang out doesn't connect. He's low at 18 HP, and Nitro will just barely save the round for Liquid.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, CLG had no business even being that close and winning the round. That's just phenomenal effort and individual play by Cutler. I mean, this is a 1v5, I believe.
Yeah.
And brings it down to a 1v1 where actually I thought he was going to win it. I mean, he had that flash, he had that Molotov, he knew exactly where he was. Just kind of panics a little bit, gets a little bit too over-aggressive. The flash didn't do much to Nitro. It was very easy to dodge. Pimp making it 4v5 right off the bat. But CLG there, I mean, did you see how as soon as XU came, the Molotov porch came at like the perfect time to just stop anything? If CLG would have timed their Molotovs like that, they would have already won this game.
Fortunately, that hasn't been the case, and much like Team Liquid was rather uninspiring with their own ecos back on T side, the same is probably going to hold true here for CLG. Again, Finesse, sneaking in 1 kill here, not going to be the biggest deal in the world. Cutler, the last man alive, goes down pretty easily, and it is a pretty casual round win there for Team Liquid. I believe we'll see a tactical pause coming in now for CLG, as they're getting close to losing the lead. Liquid on the kind of a comeback streak, so they need to find some way to dampen it and restore order to allow themselves to push forward and close out this map.
Yeah, is this a COG timeout?
I believe so, yeah.
Assuming.
I would assume so, considering the situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough to get 3 more rounds against Liquid. Liquid's going to be fully bought out. But, I think Liquid's going to win this, despite the score. Even when it was like 13-7 or so, I was thinking, the way they played that last gun round, where they made things for COG uncomfortable, because Inferno, it really does play very similar, it seems like, than the old, to the old Inferno. Just a little bit different because the time's longer. Now, I mean, so just trying to delay with nades isn't really an option anymore, and people need to get that out of their heads. Like, oh, I'm just going to use my nade to delay. Because that's how it used to be on the old Inferno. You used to just throw an extra smoke B, and you'd have 2 more smokes, and then you'd have 2 mollies, and it was like the entire round. If you wanted to hit B, you'd have like 15 seconds left to do it. But once people get rid of that idea that, hey, we can't really do that much anymore, then it plays very similar, where it's like, oh, you could just Molotov when they start doing stuff and things like that, and it becomes pretty CT-sided. So we'll see. Fully bought round by COG. No off onto Ricky or Kusta, though. Kusta just loves taking damage. Have you noticed that?
Takes him a little bit longer than
So does
necessary.
JDM.
JDM, though, oh my god, he almost didn't make it out of there.
What are we watching?
What? Pimp pushed out T steps, and he got one. Thankfully, FNS is there, and he figures that out pretty quickly, so he trades it, but the first 30 seconds of this round has been basically utter chaos.
Both these teams just love living in fire.
On the edge, man.
Yep.
So, yeah, after that happens, it does leave itself down to a 4v4. Ricky got knocked out somewhere there, too. I didn't really catch where that happened, unfortunately, but...
Yeah, and JDM only on 12 HP due to that other molly, so he's... I actually think that on Inferno on CT side, I don't think 4v4 is that much of a problem. Like, you still have a lot of options.
Mm-hmm.
You could still cover the whole map and everything. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue for Liquid. They have a nice setup here. Double pit setup with 1 at Moto and a retake B. So they're set up very well to win this round.
And now Stan is going to be sitting on top. He knows there's going to be pressure moving in. Oh, he actually grabs Finesse, gets the Minner headshot onto him while jumping down himself. Elige knocking out the second player here, and it's going to be pretty quickly in the favor of Team Liquid after that. So they close it out. Pimp's early aggression really seems to screw up CLGs. They even had things smoked over there past the mid choke point around Arch Wrap to be able to try and go in pretty quickly, but all that chaos really threw them off there. And now when they made their second attempt, it got controlled pretty quickly. So Team Liquid now just 2 rounds away from tying this.
Yeah, and again, for the viewers at home that are watching, another greatly timed Molotov. The smokes come, he Molotov torch, I believe, and it just allows them to double up on halls. Like, it becomes very easy to hold that A site if you use your utility properly.
And JDM gets a double and then follows it up with a third as well, just re-peeking directly inside. Good shot from FNS to trade it, but the round is, unless he can somehow pull off a miracle here, almost already done for. As JDM just dominates a quick push from CLG, trying to go up mid. Good flashbang again from Finesse, but he just can't pick up a third or fourth kill there as he gets double push from the guys on Banana.
FNS is killing it, man. 22 and 12. Leading everybody in the server. I mean, plus 10 right now. Seems even on these pistol rounds where they just have no chance to win, really just, you know, very light investment. He got the P250 kill out of halls. He just got 2 kills there. Just really making an impact in almost every single round. So now Liquid, though, 13-12, I think they're in a good spot in this game. Even if they lose this round, they'll still probably buy. You know, they'll be able to get 2 drops down. They have a lot of money on those 3 guys.
Yeah, and again, it's fast up mid here for the guys on CLG, but JDM again finding another early shot here through the mid choke point. Takes down Ethan. I believe hearing him spray out or tap away with the AK, he's able to trace him down and knock him out, so it's another 5v4 advantage right at the start of the round for Team Liquid.
So Kusta probably going to try to look for a pick here, I would assume, but what do you do right now? Ricky challenges 2 players at B, and just like that, like, the dominoes fall very quickly when people just start taking gun battles that they shouldn't in 4v5s to try to even it up, but the gun battles they're taking are not advantaged at all. They're not looking for opportunistic kills, they're trying to force the issue, and anytime you're going to force a peak against a Liquid, and, you know, players like Nitro and the Liege, like, they're generally going to punish you.
And we can see, though, that CLG, after being delayed for about 5 to 10 seconds there by Molotovs, do still resolve to push through mid and try to wrap back around here. Pimp is waiting inside of the library. Again, great timing on the flashbang around the wrap side there, as it does blind them and delay them even more. No peek from Pimp, though, to challenges. He just wants to take them on in the A corner here as he waits for it, and it's perfectly timed, too, due to the fact that he remained a mystery up until that point. Nobody even knew he was sitting in there, so Finesse just walks right into his own death. Kusta catching JDM from the back, so a bit of confusion there about the situation in terms of player positioning, as now Color's also going to push him from porch, but he fails to check the broken wall portion of the pit, and that's going to allow for Stan to pick up frag. There's only going to be one more on the site itself, so Kusta may at the very least be able to guarantee a plant. We'll have to see as he goes for it over here in the A-side emo corner. He's going to get pushed back out, and again, really just hunting for frags, as Stan does just jump right up there, taking him down. It is before the timer expires, so he's still going to get the losing bonus money, but now the game is tied at 13-13.
Yeah, it is. So pistol armor going to come out for CLG. They do have a good amount of money bonus. I'm not sure if they're maxed or not right now. But again, you know, CT side Inferno, you get full nades. You have all these clever things that Liquid's doing. Yeah, so they do have max money bonus. You have all these clever things Liquid's doing at B. You see the boost over the smoke. And it's just, yeah, CLG just has no answer for any of these things that Liquid's doing, especially at B. You know, the retake B mid-round, the push mid-round at B, all these things are really making CLG struggle.
And it is leading to the downfall, as we're seeing now CLG falling behind here to now possibly lose the lead, as again, Liquid's kind of had the same problem, but we're not really seeing anything special on these half-buy and eco rounds, as they have tried to sort of force the issue directly onto the site. Haven't seen any really sort of special takes overall throughout the course of this half from CLG. They've been playing it extremely straightforward after just weighing down the timer. They had an opportunity to catch Nitro out there, but he falls back too quickly, and with the Molotov, that's going to kill their fast attempt to take control. Moving away from the staging ground now, it does look like they are going to try to reapply some utility and still go back in, but they're aware of this. Stan should be quick on the rotate when he sees these Molotovs and HE and all, you know, everything being tossed back in here, but still, it's Kusta into the first one. Beautiful spray out of the second player from Nitro, but he does remain in the open, and that will give the site over to CLG. It's left even into a 3v3. Ethan being the only one to pick up an upgrade at 19 HP as well, so still working mainly with Tech 9 and a P250 sitting over on Ricky. Pretty slow rotate will be working its way in from Pimp as he takes his time to watch out for this sort of a flank, but Stan walks himself right into a kill against Cutler. Molly from the CTs does get wasted, so Ethan will still remain safe in emo corner, but it's going to be pretty obvious that one should be playing back to there, and I'm sure they'll check it when they do move back in towards the platform here. Ricky with that P250, though, lines up a kill, and then Ethan swings out of perfect timing, so now it's on Stan in a 1v2, and Ethan just playing with him here at the pole. He knows Ricky's sitting back over there on B, switching his focus all over the place. He doesn't know which one to go for here, and he knows he's been outmatched. So while he may, and he won't even get this, I was about to say, well, he may be able to kill Ethan, the round is going to go into CLG's favor, and they do pull it off on the half-by round.
Such a good job by CLG there. I mean, Nitro, even those 2 kills were like insane. That spray chance on that second guy was incredible. If that doesn't happen, that round probably goes CLG's way a lot easier. Is this a Liquid pause or CLG?
CLG pause.
Okay. But what you notice that they did is they feigned the B pressure. You know, guy like peeked in, they threw a smoke or a flash or whatever, and then they got him to use their Molotovs. Then all of a sudden they don't have this utility. They don't have these nades to hold. I don't even think they had a flashbang even. I think they were just both doubled sight kind of with no nades. So CLG could just run up on them with Tech 9s. They mollied the triple. And all of a sudden you have like a round win. But when you give Liquid the opportunity to hold their mollies, to hold their smokes, and then whenever you show your card, whenever you play your hand out, then they just bomb you with utility. It's so difficult to win the round, and that's one of the problems on Inferno when you play like that. When you just kind of just group up, you throw your smokes, you do your execute, and then bam, counter mollies come out. It's just so hard to win.
Yeah. So CLG with the good play there and actually delaying that full execute until after they had baited out Team Liquid's own utility. It gives them back their lead just when they were about to lose it, and now they go back into another fully invested round. Interesting to note, though, that after they still don't seem to have enough cash flow to still be able to invest into an op, so we're not going to be seeing that going back on either Kusta or Ricky just yet. For JDM, though, he's still working with it as Team Liquid have their own buy. And now Team Liquid, a lot more aggressive from them. Look at Nitro, how deep he went to take control of Banana here and make sure that no one worked their way out, along with the deep smoke to just secure it here. They should have, I think, one more to utilize here as well. Try and reapply that if they want to. Actually, no, they won't, because Nitro and JDM have both either utilized theirs or just didn't have a second one. And it's going to be left all to JDM over there. Molotov's going over. I think that one just fizzled out, though. So the one on Porch is going to have very little effect anyway, since Team Liquid are playing back on the site. But in terms of actually moving in, right now CLG aren't making any big moves as they still have a minute left on the clock, and most are actually falling back to re-aggress into B.
This is good for CLG. JDM needs to make a play here, and he does. He's posted up with an op. They just straight peek him. I mean, you're in a good position if you're CLG there. No utility on Liquid. Yeah, they do have that B control, but you could circumvent that. You could figure out a way to push him back to make it more of an even battle. Instead, they just walk into JDM's op. Now Liquid playing a retake with 4A. JDM posted.
And they make him miss his first shot behind the crypts. He gets a second one, actually, but it's only a leg against Finesse when it looked like it was going to be a headshot on one of those players. So misses out on an opportunity for a frag and then goes down to Kusta when they do flood the site. Also important to note here, too, is that CLG still had a decent amount of utility going into it, so they immediately apply their own smokes. I think there's one blocking off the church, so Cutler's good here unless they push past that. They still have another Molotov sitting on Ricky, too, if they want to try to block off church when this expires. So right now, Liquid really having no choice but to try and wait a few extra seconds here. They will start to move out now as Cutler, again, actually great positioning there to try and go for that peak. Finesse swinging in, even finds Stanislaw looking at the stars there, but Nitro swinging out. They get back the control over here towards Garden, but they're not really getting anything else. Kusta gets a double frag, Pip trading out 2 more, but then Kusta finds his 3rd and finishes off the round, and that is going to send CLG swinging up to round number 15.
Yeah, and again, that was Liquid not playing well positionally. Like, it's 4v5. They still only left JDM alone at B. But JDM, he should have killed Kusta. He should have had another kill, actually. At the very least, he should have stayed alive, you know? But, you know, CLG did take B, and they had a lot of utility when they took B. They kind of just straight peeked when they took it, and JDM didn't punish them at all. So, I don't know. Liquid they messed up that round. Liquid had that round. It's 4v5. They have, you know, good weaponry. They just don't make the right rotations. Now, CLG 15-13, they're playing against no op, 2 umps, 2 pistols, and M4. Bad utility. You know, CLG, if they don't win this game and Liquid, you know, wins this round and maybe forces it to overtime, like, they only have themselves to blame. They put themselves in a fantastic situation.
And it does appear as though they are going to try and, again, just weight this down a little bit, as they're in the same sort of group up that we saw from the last round. Kusta with the bomb, however, now sneaking his way over here up towards B, but it's a much more passive smoke this time from Team Liquid, just covering off the wall as they do not have the op anymore to play towards the car peak. They just have a 5-7 and a UMP sitting on this site, playing together though, and if they don't expect the pressure to be this close up, as this is actually one of the first times Team Liquid have actually taken an active role on holding this part of the map, and there you go, they don't even check the other side of the wall. 2 quick kills for Liquid. They try to go for more, but unfortunately, both of those defenders do swing out. Thankfully, the Team Liquid players from the A side had already half rotated in the meantime, so both JDM along with Stanislaw are going to be here, but that doesn't mean they can impact. Stan's the only one that can find it. He does get 2 big kills, and that leaves the fate of this match down to a 1v1 here now. Ricky getting the plant as Pimp arrives. He should be safe to plant here. I don't think Pimp's even going to go for giving away his position that early anyway. All he has to get back in is a flashbang. Meanwhile, Ricky, he's got everything in the world to hold this back up. He's got a smoke. He's got a Molotov. He did kind of restrict himself positionally, though, as he's playing back in the emo corner instead of another one of the spots he could have chosen to play from. Pimp moving back in. He's going to have to play close up, and Ricky slowly just edging back out. He's got the perfect angle to close it out, and he will indeed finish the job for CLG as they take this first map here on Inferno with a final score of 16-13. It's going to be Counter Logic Gaming that claim this first map.
Wow. I wouldn't have expected that going into it. CLG kind of had a lot of troubles last night. Liquid has been looking great. So, I mean, this is a bit of an upset, but CLG played really, really well. I mean, we didn't see those just mental errors, those complete blunders that we saw last night. We saw some, little mistakes with like non-proper communication as far as like when to use your Molotovs and utilities and whatnot, but overall played very well. And Liquid, on the other hand, just kind of dug themselves in a hole, and CLG capitalized on it. So commend CLG for how they played.
All right, so there's a lot to discuss, of course, on this first map, and in order to do that, we're going to send it back over to our analysis desk. Stunna and Vendetta, let's get your guys' take on that first map.
Thank you, guys. Do appreciate you, like usual, killing it over there, having a good old time doing it, too. Just like it looked like CLG did. They're really bringing in some work here, showing a lot of promise.
I mean, they're bringing it here right now, and we talked about it as well. They're a team on the up and up, barring what we saw really last night, which it was a bit of an anomaly. They play great, and it was the same recipe for success as they did have yesterday. This time, it's just like Sam said, didn't have those mental hiccups really, or just performance issues in terms of like players messing up and making uncanny mistakes, right? So again, positional play being kind of the forte of CLG. You see it all through their CT sides. They position themselves extremely well to where they're set up for crossfires and just good positions at any given time to deal with whatever execute Liquid wanted to throw at them. So that was really impressive from the CLG squad.
Let's take a look at the Liquid side of things now. We've got round number 8 loaded up for you guys at home. Vendetta, walk us through this one.
Well, okay, so this is a round where Team Liquid already has gotten the first frag, and this is one of the few rounds where they actually have some success with their executes. And CLG, even in this scenario, actually make the right decision by putting Kusta up all by himself towards that B bomb set, which allows you to stack heavily towards A. Luckily, though, for Liquid, they actually have a really well thought out execute. You can see here smokes going out, which is going to block out FNS. They wrap around Arch Corner and end up, getting favorable trades in that kind of a scenario. And this is one of the few things that actually work for Liquid, but they struggled to actually find that initial kill a lot of the times on the T side, which didn't allow them to have the room to actually do this kind of a round. In addition to that, even with CLG playing from a disadvantage, they still play it out pretty well in terms of their decision making as to how they want to set up. So that was, pretty cool from actually both teams.
We saw a lot of cool stuff come from Liquid across the board. I mean, we even saw situations over on the B side of the map where they played more to the economical game. We saw them elect to not go for the defuse in a situation and then, elect to wait for them to explode with the bomb.
Yeah.
Setting themselves up for future rounds.
Exactly. And you want to think long-term in CS, and that's the cool part. Even though it's round by round, and yeah, potentially you can win every single round, you have to be realistic about your chances in any sort of opportunity. And, making that kind of a decision, sure, it's not the most fun pill to swallow at that point, but, sometimes you just have to jump on the grenade and take one and do something like that. And it's just very level-headed of them to actually come up with that way of going about it.
No, absolutely. Let's take a look at round number 12 now. Just absolute chaos over on the Liquid side. And it really a last-second plant, the way we saw this one kind of break down. I think, in all reality, this one got down to what? The bare of 3-4 seconds, and then they got the plant in?
Well, yeah, no, again, this is one of the rounds where we don't really see Liquid actually finding anything early. CLG did a good job of adapting to the fact that, well, the one time that Liquid was successful with an execute, it was off of the back that they gave away an early pick, right? So them, adapting accordingly, not giving any chances for Liquid to find early frags puts Liquid in a spot where they have to blindly execute into CLG, and that's never really fun. The only thing that really saves Liquid in that kind of a scenario is the fact that Pimp finds 2 frags almost immediately as they wrap around Arch corner, and it's just down to individual performances more than the fact that their strategy and setup for the round was solid.
Well, let's talk about a weird setup here. Let's talk about, we expected to see the double op setup from CLG. I think at one point we even saw a triple op
with
setup.
FNS.
So it's strange across the board, but obviously played out in the long run for them in some fashion.
It definitely did, and actually, if we go back to their Inferno game yesterday, we actually didn't get to see Ricky play that op, secondary op all that often. We primarily saw Kusta, having the reins of that, but it feels like Ricky gets much more into his own groove when he's allowed to actually have some freedom and showcase what kind of skill he has as an opper as well, and that worked out really well for CLG in this game.
CLG starting that first half very much with a little bit of progression there, with like a little bit of work, a little bit of groundwork. We see them coming in at 8-7 at CT half. Is that a strong half for considering the CT and T balance on this map?
I think it's tough to tell. I want to say, like, given how it started out, because obviously the one pistol then lost the following round, right? Then the fact that you're able to win the half after that's pretty decent. But it's hard to tell, actually, whether or not this is going to be the way going forward, if it's going to be an 8-7 map or if it's going to be wildly CT favored or not. So, it's still too early days, really, to really, like, nail the head down on what kind of a map this is and where it's favored.
You got to be careful about nailing the head down, no matter where it is or when you're doing it.
Words of wisdom.
But we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we've got these two teams battling it out on Overpass, so stay tuned right here.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL shots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a low. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back, and it's almost time for the second matchup of the night here between Liquid and CLG. We're going to go into Overpass. What can we expect?
Honestly, a pretty tightly contested game, I think, especially with the way CLG are playing. Last night, we didn't see them execute well enough, but their ideas of how they wanted to play the map was really solid. And today, we saw them execute on Inferno, doing both, both aspects of it. So I'm expecting a similar thing to come out from CLG, and that's going to make life tough for Liquid.
It absolutely will, and I do believe that Liquid are, they got to bounce back from that last map. Maybe it was just a warm-up. Maybe it was just one-off.
Especially JDM and Stanislaw, they had very, very slow starts to the game, and obviously you can't just play one half of CS in this kind of scenario. You have to be there the entire time. And, if they can't do that, if it ends up in another scenario where some of the players on Liquid actually just mess up completely and just go missing, then I think CLG are going to take it. But obviously that's a big if from these kind of players.
Well, standing by is Mr. Stromboli with a little bit of CLG on Overpass. Give us some of that counter logic gaming.
Welcome back to Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at CLG. We're going to see their teamwork on Overpass. They've been putting in the work. They put in the time. These guys are showing that they are not here by pure luck. These guys put in the hard work. You just see Hayes. He gets spotted early. Ethan comes right back from Cat. Nice exchange, back and forth. Look at them go. And as you can see, puts pick on a weird spot. He has to back off. Now, in a slower motion, you see Showtime. He knows Hayes is there. He looks. Boom, Ethan swings by. Yell was originally going to kill Hayes, but he swung back to Ethan. That allowed Hayes to peek. Great job, Ethan, taking one for the team. You're a team player right there. Now, another crossfire in the bathroom between FNS and Cutler, as you see right there. Baiting's not bad, guys. Baiting is not bad. This is great baiting. He takes a shot. He doesn't get the insta-kill, so he falls back, guys. Just fall back. Cutler peeks from behind, gets the kill behind him, and the FNS cleans it up. And right here, Kusta, you don't need teamwork to win all the time. Sometimes you just got to shoot one person or two people with one bullet. There you go. Kusta showing why he alps, because his bullet somehow connects with two people. Back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric. Now, real quickly, because I know these guys are ready to get in there and they're ready to get fragging, give me a quick prediction on this one.
I'm going to go with the favorites, Team Liquid, to bounce back after losing Inferno. So that's who I'm going with.
Absolutely. Well, that's the prediction. Could that be the way it is? Blue and Dazed will be delivering you this one.
All right, yeah, thank you again. Thank you once again, Stunna. The match should be starting here at any moment, guys. So, Days, really quick, let's just talk about, we didn't go into too much about, what was going wrong with Liquid. Was it really just the absence of Stanislaw and JDM until the very end there, or was there some bigger team-wide issue that we were seeing on that last map that led to their loss?
I think JDM, he did not play well. We saw numerous instances where the lack of kills alone, right? But a lot of his kills, on that anti-eco, for instance, he had that 3K, right?
Yeah.
Those big impact frags and stuff that you expect your operator to kind of come away with. He wasn't performing well. He had his chances at B when CLG took B that one round, in the 3v4 when coL was lurking. He had a free kill. Didn't capitalize. He got that kill at B, and then they came B again, and he was Spindle. He had 2 opportunities to get a shot off. Didn't hit him. FNS or Kusta straight peeked him. He died, right, instead of staying alive in construction. Those are round losses that you can attribute to JDM. So he did not play great there. He was not his usual self. You expect him to hit those shots and have that type of impact. Now, I don't think the loss is all on him or anything like that, but it's a combination of things. It's that, it's on T side, maybe just little things here and there. Stanislaw not playing his best as well. And, you got to give credit to CLG. They played very, very well.
Well, we are getting into the second map here now. CLG is going to start themselves off on the T side. It's a very quick pistol round for them on this T side as they'll swing directly into the B bomb side, even smoking off so that Nitro really is not going to have any impact. He even misses, he might have heard it, but he misses the fact that Ethan kind of dives into pit really early on there. Kusta holding a close angle with the Tech 9. He is going to be able to pick up one, but then it's a quick trade-off as he kind of gets overwhelmed by 3 different players. So 1 down, 2 to trade him back out. Now leaving this into a 4-on-4. There's actually pressure from all avenues here, so Finesse is going to try to swing around. Keep in mind, this has been a big pistol player for CLG, and he just went down without a single frag to his name. JDM just walks into another kill here against coL, but fails to check behind him, so Ricky's going to sneak an additional one, and unfortunately, he's alone, though. And Pimp will finish the job off to take down Ricky. Plenty of time left for that defuse, so it's Team Liquid grabbing the pistol here.
Yeah, and a much-needed pistol for Liquid. CLG does get the bomb down, but Liquid, I think they're going to come out kind of fired up. They know, these are the matches you need to win when you're Liquid, because it's really going to dictate your seeding, right? Do you just expect to be Cloud9, SK, Immortals, right? These are all going to be these really tough matchups. So you really want to, win these teams that you're supposed to beat to make sure, you have a good seed coming into playoffs. But yeah, so CLG just basically hoping for the bomb plant here. 4 Glocks and a P250 smoke grenade. That's really it. They're just grouped up towards Monster.
Yeah, and they are going to attempt to just overwhelm the site at the very least to get themselves another plant.
They should be able to get one, though. I mean, they're playing very passive on Liquid.
Most of them just hiding out over here, but they do dispatch them pretty quickly, and this actually may stop them from getting it. Stan took a lot of time to get that kill, and I think that's what's going to allow them to get that plant. And Kusta, not a lot of room to...
Easy round.
Yeah, not a lot of room to
really got to win those, Kusta. Come on.
So it is going to be still a pretty straightforward round, pretty much as we expected, though, since the guys from Team Liquid are playing it passively on the site. CLG was still able to just flood in, get that plant, because the pit guy from Team Liquid wasted too much time swinging back up and taking them back down. So they find the plant, and now they're going to go early into their first gun round here, since they still have full utility and everything like that. It's not really a forced investment by any means. So they are going to be able to get that full buy going, whereas meanwhile on the Team Liquid side, obviously, again, they still carry the excess cash, but they're also still working, with 2 SMGs here, along with the 3 rifles and a whole boatload of utility. So that could prove problematic if they're not going to be able to play those SMGs to proper positions here. But I mean, CLG really haven't even tried to experiment with the top half of the map at all here so far. It's all been downstairs, splitting over either towards Construction or Monster. They've been very direct so far and very, very fond of B plays. As once again, they're going to try to line up early for some sort of control around here.
Yeah, fast map control coming out from CLG, and they can go into a B take if they want. They don't have any presence on the other side of the map at all, so they're going to have to worry about the flank. But it looks like it's going to be something quick, mollies, sometimes an execute maybe. No, just a straight peek, and Liquid was probably going to re-exec onto the sewers and just gets caught out.
Well, Nitro will be able to hold off for 2, so the chance for winning out the round may not be gone just yet. A lot of it did depend on if Elige was going to be able to make his kill while coming down from the connector, though, when he failed at that. So it's just on JDM at the moment, still moving into the site. I imagine, though, that he's probably just going to try to swing out and peek to see if he can find 1 or 2 kills, and then after that, probably have to fall back, dink through the paneling, but again, it's only for like 20 damage or whatever. Not a huge deal. Oh, the second he swings out after tossing out that smoke, Kusa doesn't waste any time in getting the headshot onto him. So there you go, CLG, their first gun round, right up on the board from the get-go of things.
Yeah, Liquid's still going to be able to buy. Pretty decent buy at that. But CLG, nice round for them. Since they took the site so clean as well, Liquid did definitely want to do some type of a retake on the sewers after it was taking control of them. While they were walking there, Ethan just gives them a straight peek, takes out 2. They're just going to kind of flash over and try to, take the battles there.
And again, a lot of heavy presence for downstairs here for the CLG guys, lining up 3 outside of Monster. A few more just sitting back and waiting for Team Liquid to throw any aggression over there towards the fountain area, but they won't be spotting it. It's smoked off and sectioned off pretty well to not allow for either team to get any sort of an advantage here. But nice shots coming in from the B bomb site from the CTs there. Does some great damage. Nitro's even going to be able to move back in and take down Ethan too. So they also, again, as I mentioned before, through the paneling, were able to knock off about a quarter of Ricky's HP. So early on here, obviously, I mean, they've been playing very straightforward so far as Team Liquid really just catching on to this now and starting to punish CLG much better early on in the round, which is probably going to allow for a much easier shutdown, even if Molotov presence coming back in here around, similar timings that we were seeing CLG execute into the bomb site on some of these past rounds. So just looking to hold them off if they try and go for that same sort of B execute once again here.
Yeah, and with no A presence again, they can just have 3 players towards B and just kind of chill out. I mean, they're making a lot of noise. Here comes the execute.
Yeah, and Team Liquid actually are basically out of utility, but this is after they, like 5 seconds ago had re-smoked over towards construction there. So they're still looking pretty good unless the guy over here coming in through Monster is able to sneak back in. 3 in the pit from the CT side. There's no one playing Toxic or up on the platform at all, so this is actually somewhat risky. That's a lot of site control for free. 2 for 1 so far in the favor of Team Liquid, but still with all that pit control, it is going to let them walk right up and find the plant. After everything is said and done, it was going to be left in an advantage for CLG, but thankfully Lige arrived just in time to even it out once more. Now Lige is sitting back waiting for JDM to get into a good position, but the T's themselves had saved a lot of their utility. Lige to make a last-ditch move here to try and swing back out as he's lost his teammate. Also dodged FNS, but I don't think he realized that he was spotted by FNS as he's hiding safely just behind the safe plant boxes right now. But again, the timing on these pushes are working out to where up until that point, at least neither one had been able to spot each other. But because FNS got the first spot, he's able to play that a lot smarter and he's able to get a fairly easy clutch in the 1v1 to tie this game up.
Yeah, and I mean, again, CLG is just kind of brute forcing that B site. They have everybody there. They're not showing any A presence or anything like that. And Liquid, I mean, they even have 3 people there. But CLG is just kind of taking these duels and winning them. Thought that was going to be a 1 round for Liquid when Nitro, kind of got that entry. But CLG just showing up to play today, man.
And they're going to try to continue it here now. And
completely different team than we saw last night, right?
I mean, we saw the kind of makings though yesterday as they were formed up. The strategies and whatnot seem to be there, and their positioning was there. But I think just on the individualistics, they were really having a bad night yesterday. So they've definitely corrected a lot of that, and they've come back to play big time today against a much bigger challenger as well. It was showing up flat in quite a few regards on the opposite end of the spectrum there. Stan already being found out here down below, though, and the long player is going to try to make this push now. It's actually not so bad. Pimp picking up 2 frags for himself. Problem is he's going to be getting more than this, though. But any frag that they are able to get is going to be great. They even got the bomb out through long, so they really have no choice on the CLG side but to contest those remaining 2 players. But after Pimp picked up the frags against Kusta and Finesse, they did clean it up without too much extra conflict. And indeed, the round still very much so goes into the favor of CLG. Now we're going to see the reinvestment from Team Liquid once more. They get 5 rifles back up onto the board here. CLG still no sign of an op working its way back in here either. They are still working just with the 5 AKs this time. It does still seem like they're sending almost all of their presence again, like right outside of Monster here. They're not even really sending anybody early over here towards the sewers and construction area. They're all just kind of hanging out at the moment outside of Monster like they've done on almost every single gun round so far.
I mean, hey, if it's working, why stop? We'll see if JDM looks like he's getting a little bit aggressive over there around the bathrooms. But I mean, again, if Elise and JDM are able to just kind of hold off A by themselves and not see anything, they should be able to hold it with 3 people.
And I think in a second here, we should see as soon as they move over and get the water control outside of construction, And then they are going to be able to execute right around that 50 second to 1 minute mark that we've been seeing over the past few rounds. They still only have 3 playing to this B site, though, even though the 2 on A were able to push fully back out and realize that there is 0 presence on short A. But this time it's a little bit better for Team Liquid, but they are letting coSta get away. He's traded out those kills, Stan finding 1 more, and also has the opportunity to pick up additional frags here, too. The flashbang against him, but it goes too far and doesn't really blind him, so Ricky's left alone, and he won't be able to get anything else done. Beautifully played by Stanislaw. And finally, Team Liquid winning out the gun round there to retie this game again.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to do that, though. They didn't use any nades. They just straight peeked. And, I mean, they have like 5 Molotovs, 4 smokes, like 8 flashbangs, and they just opt to just run through short and long at the same time. I think if they would have utilized those nades, obviously, if they just even had a barrel Molotov, just kills Nitro probably outright. So, questionable decision-making, I think, by CLG. And now they're kind of doing something different. They have 3 in the connector, they have 2 outside B, and I think this is where they're going to throw the 2 bathrooms, the bathroom smoke and the right side smoke when they're coming out of connector, and then they kind of flash for them, and they could kind of take control that way instead of going through Fountain and Party.
And we are going to see CLG pushing forward into that connector here momentarily, as this time they're holding back a bit more since the investment is...
So look where the smokes are going to land. They're going to land bathroom's entrance and on that other side when they come out. And they throw that from T-spawn.
Yeah, very long range, as it is going to restrict Team Liquid quite a bit. Thankfully, they had already retreated out of there, so no huge risk to the lives of anyone, but the faster play we're seeing from coSta and some of the others could be as he attempts to find a Liege back by Semi, but actually ends up finding JDM and just barely dodges that HE grenade too. Thankfully, Liege is able to spot coSta as he does duck back down, gets him through the paneling there to be able to eliminate him, and this is holding off the rest of the entire hit as they did just double molly back over here outside towards the right side of the flower pot there. So 1 extra molly that may have not needed to have been used. CLG weren't committing to that yet. We'll see if this affects them later on in the round, but also, again, Pim thinking about the future, if they do end up going back in, he's going to try to play creatively over here towards the bathroom connector, but little does he know is that CLG had pushed aggressively out here. Brings Ricky down to 6 HP, but still ends up losing the fight, giving the advantage back to the guys on CLG, as there's 2 here trying to defend the site, but Elise just gets destroyed by a flashbang. The same by Nitro, as Ethan and Cutler both find entry frags, leaving this all onto Stanislaw on a 1v4.
All these just bad timings coming out from Liquid. They want to reaggress short. Ethan's there, gets a 2K before he dies. Pimp trying to reaggress long in bathrooms, just runs right into Ricky, waiting for it. Just Liquid, just a little bit off, just a little bit 1 step too slow. And CLG capitalizing on all these mistakes. And it's 4-3. Liquid's going to save this, or probably buy this round actually, and then go into a save since they are in double save territory. So they're going to buy here, then they're going to save. JDM's just going to keep a Deagle half armor, so he's still going to be able to op when they actually have a full gun round if they lose this round. So CLG, again, in a good position.
And we are going to see CLG again just spreading their wings early on, but again very restrictedly doing that, as most of their players head back downstairs over here to the outside of Monster, and they have 2 more just waiting to block out any extra aggression that Team Liquid may have sent out towards the fountain there or through A long by playing in the playground. We won't see those guys find any action though, as has been the case for this entire half so far. It's actually only really Stanislaw investigating out towards water here, checking through the pipe to see if they can find those monster players, and it's with a P250, so you're not really expecting him to get anything huge done from here. But Elige, in the meantime, may have his own opportunities. He's going all the way through the lower tunnels and got his way up the ladder. But again, timing doesn't really work out for him, as he did have the backs of quite a few CLG members turned away from a moment ago, but when he finally wraps the corner, he finds himself a coSta bullet right to the face. And it's not just him either. It's also Stanislaw that gets eliminated, leaving really only Nitro to defend B right now. I think JDM is in the process of moving downstairs, but with just a CZ and a Deagle, it's not going to be the greatest hold in the world if CLG go right through with their go-to plan, which has been just these direct B hits.
Yeah, after making a 5v3, CLG just kind of slows it down. Ricky, he wants to be careful because he does have the bomb. Aggression comes out from Nitro on short. He's running around though. Just easy kill for Ethan. Now they're going to take B. No contest whatsoever. Easy plant. Nice shot from Ethan onto Heaven. And now Liquid's going to be on a full eco this next time. Or this next up.
JDM just taking some pot shots here to see if he can get anybody off with it, but
what is going on? They're all just sitting there spamming.
Maisie doesn't really hit anyone out. There's a huge bulk of players, and timing again as FNS gets JDM as he's looking away. So CLG up to a pretty good 5 rounds to work with against Team Liquid's 3, and as you were mentioning, there's nowhere near enough cash flow to force here for Team Liquid, so they're going to be on a full save, which pretty good confidence now in CLG to be able to pick up a 6 there.
Yeah, full eco now though. So this should be very easy for CLG. Looks like they're gonna do more of a default 3 towards fountain. No, 2 connector, 2 fountain, 1 outside of B. A lot of these rounds like this, we usually see people go long A and just kind of use that range, throw their smokes, mollies, and win these rounds pretty clean, generally speaking. But COG just kind of slowing it down. They're playing like it's a gun round. To be honest, they might not know that it's a full eco yet.
Yeah, and even to take control across the map here too, they're taking it pretty slowly. Whereas Team Liquid have just gone for a full-on 5-man gamble stack down towards B, which isn't the worst idea in the world considering how CLG have been playing their gun rounds up to this point. But moving in to clear it out, they are going to find out in a moment that besides Ricky, there's no presence sitting back over here inside of Monster, and he even gets 2 before being traded up by Pimp there. So that will clear that out. And again, Team Liquid should be able to move 1 or 2 of their players back upstairs here towards the A-bomb site now. But even with that, just finding the 2-for-1 trade is still a good trade overall for CLG, as now it's going to be even easier to clean things up once they waltz onto the A-bomb site for free here in a moment and get that plant.
Yeah, JDM will just save that gun. Looks like Sam's going to actually kind of help him out there. See if he could, kill anybody creeping through Monster to try to chase. But all in all, 6-3 for CLG, and I mean, I did not see this coming at all. I did not see CLG putting up. I didn't think CLG would take a map off of Liquid based off what we saw throughout the season. To me, this is like not just an upset; it's a pretty big upset so far. Just being up 6-3, obviously CLG hasn't won the map or anything yet, but winning Inferno and being up in a pretty good fashion on Overpass right now, just did not expect it. Stanislaw looks like he lagged out or something like that, so. Probably going to see a pause here.
Yeah, Finesse is even going to find Pimp there too. Thankfully, the player with the AK didn't disconnect, so they still will save that. So nothing. I think the last guy only had. I think Stan only had like a USP. Anyway,
no, he only had a USP. Yeah, so absolutely.
Doesn't lose anything out of that. So we will get him reconnected in a moment, guys. And as soon as he's back in, we'll unpause the game. But yeah, I mean, upset here being a huge understatement considering what happened with CLG yesterday and that the fact that they were a complete mess. We're even still seeing, like you were saying, some of those smaller mistakes going into that first map before, but it was in much smaller degree. Just communication issues when they were faced with some orthodox pushes from the CTs, and then, just a little bit poor utility usage in certain situations. But beyond that, they've been looking really strong right now, both in individual skill along with just tactics that they're employing against Team Liquid right now. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they're showing up with a lot of blanks here. JDM having very little performance in the first map, as was Stan, and just making a lot of mistakes overall.
No, absolutely. And, JDM having those struggles really hurt them on Inferno, like we talked about earlier. And they're not even giving Elige a chance to really, be that star player, because he's the A player, and they have hit B almost every single round, right? They're consistently hitting B. So Elige is just kind of taken out of the play. They're like, hey, maybe we'll just avoid this guy. He just owns everyone. Let's just not go to a site.
I think the last round was literally the only time they've gone A so far.
Yeah.
Just as a result of the fact that it was on an eco round, they might as well try to switch it up a bit. So that worked out well for them.
They went the round where they were double truck. Elige was there, and then they ended up double truck. But I mean, in general, it's just been, vast majority of the time going towards B.
It hasn't even been like complex plays where they start off towards short A and then go down.
It's just, yeah, absolutely. It's like one guy watches the flank very passively. They don't show any fountain presence, nothing like that. And it's not like Liquid's even set up poorly. A lot of the time they have 3 there. Just, not getting the kills, not having the proper setups. I don't like really the direction that they play it, though. They keep playing in the water area, like almost every single time. I think the best player that I see it be in North America is Rush. I really do. Remember when we were watching them against, who was it last night?
It was Rush. Rush against Rush, yeah.
Yeah. We saw who the real Rush was. No, and he just, and I mean, it's not just because of that match. I've seen him on Overpass so many times. He just plays around the spindle, and he is so good at it. he just destroys everyone. I mean, I think that's the best way to play it, is usually having somebody in the pit or monster, somebody around the pit spindle, and then if you want, you could have somebody around the water that rotates, right? Instead of having like Liquid sometimes just has all 3 players around the water area, you know, not even like Graffiti, like I've seen him with 3 water. So, strange setups to me.
Yeah, so once again, as we were just working on getting Stan reconnected, it should just be another moment or 2 here, and then we'll go live again with the game. But yeah, Liquid just playing those really weird setups on B. I think there was, you know, one of the first gun rounds there where they played like 3 in water, and it basically panned it over the site because they only had like 1 player trying to peek up on the little mini mound there on the bottom right to actually challenge that, and he just gets destroyed right from the get-go. So they're already at a disadvantage there. They give up a good 30 to 40% of the site without even having the capability to challenge it there. So Liquid is not even leaving themselves a whole lot of options. What is this? How do you want to play?
Top left. How do I play?
He said top left.
Yeah. DJ, the communication.
Wait, are we playing against the observers, or is it us 2 playing? Okay, I'll take middle.
Bottom right. Oh wait, am I doing it right? I might be doing it
right.
wrong.
For middle right.
Well, I gotta block it, so yeah. I think it just ends in a draw every time,
More than likely,
right?
yeah. Bottom left.
Oh man, top right.
It's gonna end in a draw.
What a exciting.
Oh, okay. Now we don't know what happened.
Yeah, who won?
I had a secret move up my sleeve. He didn't let me use it.
No, not this again. Who is the observer? We need Heather back.
Yeah, she's on vacation this week.
Need Sapphire back. DJ gets out of hand.
It's just too many shenanigans.
Yeah.
He just runs up over here to the caster desk all the time too. He just
kind of the bad boy of the broadcast.
Doesn't know his
DJ.
place.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes he's just walking on camera.
Well, we're live again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back into it. It's CLG that seems to control, you know, get 90% of these situations back over here now as we get into the second map, and it does look like Liquid, though, are going to get a lot more aggressive this time, and it starts right off with JDM going back down inside of the connector, and he finds Finesse to start off the round. Takes about a third of his health pool away. Cutler looking for a trade there, as was Ricky. They go 1 for 1, but it's still advantage to Team Liquid, and those reinforcements are going to flow down here onto the site. Stan wasn't ready in the pit, though, so this is site control again, as he was the only one here because they had to aggress outside. Ricky just waits, and he lines up a perfect shot against Pip to take him down, and the molly comes out from heaven. He's safe in the pit so long as we don't
Made too.
Yeah, as long as we don't see a super wide peak. And it does seem like, although Liquid had a good start to this round, CLG just kicked it into high gear directly after that. And they're now the ones looking great. But oh no! Ethan backs himself into an up, and then JDM gets a second one too. Ricky able to trade, and oh my goodness, it did look like JDM was going to find that final shot, but no, Ricky too quick on the trigger, and he ends up with a massive 4K, playing all around the pit in the B site.
Just huge round by Ricky, and COG goes down 4v5, but they immediately go out B. Just attack B. Trade kill, get the site. They get deep positioning. Ricky gets into Graffiti, for goodness sakes. Kills Pimp and runs back into deep underwater. Like, I mean, they're just playing very, very well. One thing I'm surprised Liquid hasn't done is that, I mean, they're taking B control every round. Why don't they just boost here in blue and look towards that B tunnel, the short B tunnel, and they'll just get like a free kill on one of these gun rounds, I feel like.
I think they are going to try to aggress out over here towards the connector again, but once more, it doesn't really go very well. They're also trying to aggress at Fountain. Cutler handling that pretty well currently as he's still battling out. He actually did get dropped down to 15 HP. In the meantime, though, as you can see, this main bulk of players, as they're really just playing around with Cutler up here. Finally, they take him down, but now they're on the opposite side of the site as CLG got site control, and all they're really going to get out of this is, you know, a couple players dropped on the CLG side, and then an AK to run away with into the next round.
Yeah, where's the other death at? Where's the other AK at? Is that a B?
Yeah, that was in B, or in the general direction of B.
Yeah, so I mean, they have no kit, so I'm sure it's going to just be a save here.
I think it's down here. Yeah, so there it is.
So they get 2 AKs out of it. I mean, Liquid, you know, they could be pretty happy about that if they're able to save them. Assuming they will be. We'll see. The hunt is on.
Yeah, CLG knows what happened here, so they're going to go and try to knock these guns down if they can. Their money, in theory, should be pretty good right now.
Well, if DJ wasn't too busy playing tic-tac-toe, maybe we'd know.
But JDM gets aggressive and swings out, so one of them is like, yeah, there's so much cash here on the CLG side, so they can easily afford extra losses here. But one of the AKs does make it out of the round. He was too far detached from really anyone else on the CLG side. But they do drop one of them, of course, so just making the best out of the situation there.
Yeah, a lot of money on Liquid right now. Nitro was 7. I mean, they didn't even really half buy, right? They just kind of just pistoled, and that was it, I think. So they're fully bought up. Mollies, nades, smokes, everything they need.
Meanwhile, over on the Liquid side, we're seeing the same thing from them, which does include the op from JDM once more, who's come alive a little bit more in this matchup, but not to the degree that we need to see, where he shows up with these big plays to take Team Liquid to the next level and really allow them to come back into this match. It's business as usual here for the most part on CLG. There's taking the control outside of Monster and the connector here. It does seem like they are going to add a lot more pressure leading over here towards short A, however, as those smokes you talked about a couple rounds back are being deployed again to cover off the bathroom, and it's enough pressure to force Elige back. He does see the two players out of the connector itself, but is not actually going to be able to, actually stop them or take a battle there. He just falls back to the edge of the bathroom, and we'll wait to see if they follow through onto that A site, which, again, is not really going to happen. CLG, big fans of the B site, and it looks like they're going to go back down and execute here yet again.
Yep, so they just do a little bit of A presence, and look where they end up back at. Just end up back at B, and this time they have a different setup. They have somebody around the Spindle, they have somebody around Graffiti, and they have somebody around Monster.
Ricky moving up, but actually, had great timing, but Stan was able to recover just in time himself. However, now FNS swinging back in, and they even catch another player just in the open here. Nitro is repositioning. Ethan getting such good positioning here against the Liquid players. They're not playing to counter him back out at all. Still, trades enough to allow for Liquid to possibly attempt for this, as they are lining up to try and push their way back down to the site now. Both working their way out through CT main and trying to swing back out to see if they can forge any kills to even this into another 2v2. But they wasted a lot of time to pit. Molly there is going to send, I believe that is Kusta, a little bit further back, but it's not into a position where he's going to be vulnerable. In fact, the distraction from back over there towards Monster is going to lead to the first death from Liquid, one trade from Elige, but then he goes down to him with the money. Surviving the round with 2 players is going to be a big deal at all for CLG, especially this late into the half.
I mean, what is the setup, though? Like, Stan is fighting at Monster. If Nitro was around the Spindle, he should have been able to come peek with him. Instead of running on that side of the Spindle, he should have been on the opposite side. Then Pimp kind of in no man's land, basically open to everything. I mean, that should not have happened. Like, the setup is just so fundamentally wrong for Liquid at that B site. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, and I mean, it justifies and why CLG continue to go for it on almost every single round so far.
Why not?
As Team Liquid just continue to kind of be a mess there. So we have 2 boost stacks from Team Liquid to start off the round here, as they try to do one in the, and I think they're going to redo it again here, just boosting Elige up this time, of course, but they redo it back over here to give Elige a bit of a spot if they try to push towards short A. And they also did it back on B, but they're not going to spawn anything B, because I think for the first time in this entire half, CLG have sent nobody downstairs to start off the round. They're all up here pushing for short A and long control. And they even see that little boost up position from Elige there. He doesn't get anything done at all. And they're about to just walk right onto an open A site because of that.
Yeah, very common anti-eco, like I said, is to kind of abuse these long ranges at A. And then, you could just take off all the, all the choke points, just a one smoke, or Kusta just headshotting.
He takes down Pimp, and I think Cutler's going to have an easy flank on Nitro here in a moment, as there's a Molotov preventing him from completely falling back, and even if he did, they would have had great positioning. This Molly forces Stan out into the open. They're just beating them into killing themselves one by one. At the very least, JDM may find a bit of a souvenir to go home with, but nope, he won't even be able to go scavenge that AK, as there comes Ricky from the backside to finish him off.
I think I know the problem with Liquid, though.
What's up?
So every other time we're casting them, Zeus is playing, Pimp sometimes has like 180 ping, they're using like a stand-in or whatever. This time they're all, I'm pretty sure Pimp is in America right now. He has good ping, everybody's good, they got everything ready to go. They've practiced for a few weeks. And that's the problem, man. They don't have like a handicap.
They don't have lag compensation working in their favor.
Yeah.
Let's confirm that. Open up the tab real quick to see. Yeah, he's definitely there with them. So, yeah, it's you might be onto something there, Dazed. But Team Liquid back onto another gun round here as Pimp just sits back and waits. Finally, we'll see Liquid getting themselves an advantage to start off with, but there's still aggression coming out from Long here behind the rock, and there's going to be way more than just Ricky, as he's got 2 more players working behind him here. And in addition to this, Ethan holds in the party. They're not going to move really anywhere beyond the rock just yet, though. They want to wait for these CTs to clear out, which they do, so they'll now have clearance to go back in. But also, oh no, and Ethan flashing himself. But Ali's not taking advantage upon that, just hugs a safe corner. And this is going to allow for Ricky to recover, take down Ali, granted with 9 HP after it, but he still gets the kill, and now evening it back out into another 4-on-4.
4-on-4, but Nitro has a lot of information, and Stan's actually watching the monster tunnel, so Nitro doesn't have to worry about his left. Or not Stan, I believe that is JDM actually. So he's opping the tunnel to go to the sewers, so that way Nitro could just keep looking at the door, so they could just play a 2-2 setup like this. And if they go towards B, which it looks like they are, they're gonna have a very early call and should have, you know, really good rotates. This was so well played by Nitro.
The smoke timing perfect, just as CLG were rotating back down outside of the connector. JDM, though, low at 20 HP. He's got to be careful hugging around this pole and also trying to assist his teammate over there, too. But sinks the first shot against Ethan, sinks the second one as he pinks to the left side. Kusta, though, being able to trade him back out and finding another kill here. But Nitro, perfect timing on his own push. It's left it all onto Kusta as he's going for a last-ditch plant, at the very least guaranteeing that extra money going into the 15th round, which they don't really need, but it certainly helps. And he even gets tagged falling back down. He spots Stanislaw, was hoping to find his upping opponent peeking back out from sandbags, but not the case. And now a nade. He's just getting destroyed here. And as he finally peeks out from the pit, Nitro is going to finish the job. He saves Liquid here in this round and finally puts a 4th round up on the board for them.
That was, I'm telling you, that was so smart by Nitro and JDM. So JDM's watching the long tunnel. Nitro doesn't have to worry about to his left. All he has to look for is that door, and then he saves the smoke, right? They come out that door. He sees they're coming. He puts down the smoke. He just sits behind it. They have to either execute through a smoke, or like they did, they all went back to Monster except for one person. JDM holds it down very, very nicely with like 5 health. But still, like, the rotate was going to come. Nitro here's where they're all going. Extremely well played by Nitro.
Yeah, so going into the 15th round, we are going to have full buys from both sides here. Slightly limited utility, I think, on like 1 player on the Liquid side, but it's not a huge deal. Everybody else is back into it. And we finally see another op coming out for CLG too, as Ricky is going to pick his up from the T side. CLG back to their old games, though, as they do push down through the lower tunnel early on. We won't be seeing any resistance in here from Team Liquid this time, as they put most of their players that are pushing in this route to go towards Party instead, to watch out for any pressure that would swing over towards the fountain. So that's early connector control going by the way of CLG. They will have to worry about rather early flanks in their direction, though, if they're not careful. Mauling it back out to Liege. Great positioning there. Just waiting his time out there towards Party until Kusta got far enough forward. Is able to punish him, but re-aggresses onto Ethan as he goes up the steps, and they will trade that back out, as it seems like right now CLG are going to try to line up going back to the old standard of just going for the execute into B.
Yeah, now we'll see how, you know, Nitro and Stan want to play it. They just keep, and this is one of the things that happens. If you're playing too passive, right, then you start losing rounds, but you lose your confidence, so you don't play aggressive, and you just end up playing like more passive, when the problem is that you're just giving too much ground and you're playing too passive, you know, and it's just like a bad cycle, right? But I mean, it's understandable, right? You're getting owned, so you're like, hey, I'm just gonna play even deeper back.
As they do start to move back in. It's pretty Liquid-sided right now, but there's still room for CLG to bounce back into it.
The smokes are down. They're going to be able to plant the bomb and play a post plant in a 2v2, and Cutler has full nades. Like, this is COG-sided right now.
They didn't even see. I don't think they would have been able to turn the X-ray off, but the op is peeking out from JDM over here in heaven right now. This wasn't going to be spottable from that far back. Now the T's playing behind their smokes and behind the pole here. Unless they swing out wide on that right side there, it is going to be difficult for JDM to do anything from up in heaven. Pimp, though, walks right up, but at the same time, JDM did go out, and Ricky was able to punish that. So he's got a 1v1 already on a double kill here. Can he make it a triple? And oh, he actually misses that shot, but he's able to recover on the Tech 9 just in the nick of time to finish off on Pimp. So it is going to be CLG finishing off the last round. They hold an 11-4 advantage against Team Liquid of all teams at the end of this first half. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. The second half here on Overpass is coming up in just a minute, right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back again here as CLG continues to upset against Team Liquid with a massive advantage here now. It was close on the first map, but this time it's pretty much all CLG as it's 11-4 coming off over there at T side here on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, CLG played very, very well. Liquid, just the troubles at that B site continued throughout that half. And like I said, it's very difficult to change your setup to be more aggressive, which is really what they needed to do when you're continually getting owned, right? I mean, you have to have like a lot of confidence to do that, you know, and a lot of the time you have to have someone who's just like, hey, just play this way or something like that. And instead they just got into that habit where they're like giving up more and more ground and not changing what really was wrong with it.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now the match is live once again. Team Liquid pretty much really having no choice but to start this half off with pistol round victory and the follow-ups, not get eco directly after that too. Let's take a look and see if they have something better to use on their T side for this map than we saw over on the T side with a very weak B hold. Ethan is going to see that big shuffle of players working their way over to the playground early on and will immediately just fall completely back to the edge of bathrooms and even going up to the site to defend over there towards long, calling for rotations. They did have actually a pretty heavy stack down towards B, but a lot of it was in the tunnels watching from heaven, so he reconfirms that yes, they are pushing in from long, so everybody get the heck up here because we're going to need to defend this site. Unfortunately, he's out too far when the battle does come to him, and he's immediately taken down by Ethan while only trading out about 20 to 30 damage overall here. They follow it up with a second frag onto FNS, and it's Stan, the player that was really hurting before, that's actually finding both of these kills to go back in. So while they're waiting for the flank from Kusta to line itself up, Cutler is going to sneak one in from the bank, but it's only that one, and now Kusta, he's alive again. We'll have to see if these two can battle it back. Ricky starts his career off here as well, back from the steps, and Kusta getting so much done, so much damage, and pulling them both away from the site, but they do work together, and in the meantime, Ricky's going to be able to jump onto him. He does have the kid as well. He may be outside of the smoke, though, so he's got to be careful, but no, he's going on. I don't even think Team Liquid know he went for it, and he just completely ninjas it and gets a one-tap directly afterwards. Nitro's going to have nothing to say about that, as CLG just steal the round right into Liquid's hands.
Wow. Just like we said.
So I don't even think they saw him go on the bomb.
That was awesome. That was a 2v4 retake.
They pull it off. They completely bait them to go off of the site, fully back to bathrooms to take down Kusta. And then Ricky...
Liquid isn't playing around, though. They're saying, hey, we're going to buy here and we're going to win this round. We're going to come back to this game. And this is like, in my opinion, this is like their last chance. You know, if they lose this round, their chances of winning this game are like in the single digits percentage-wise.
And now with Liquid again, the full UMP investments and Tech 9s as well. They do have utility on Stan, JDM, and Pimp, but the others, unfortunately, because they went for the UMP investments and didn't have kills, they were not able to go for it here. So we will take a look and see if they have any attempt to try and win out this one. CLG actually on the B side. It may work out for them to at the very least get the plant here pretty securely, since there's a pretty passive hold from CLG. But we're kind of going to have to wait and see what Team Liquid decide to do, as more than likely without them being challenged, they're still going to follow through with a hit onto that site. But they did get spotted earlier on in water when I think it was Finesse that went for a jump up there.
Yeah, it's a B retake. FNS is going to try to stop the plant with the molly. Uses it actually on short very early on. And now the rotate's coming. That was perfectly placed.
So now Smokes and want to try and block up towards Pit. The T's have pretty good smokes controlling both Heaven and the CT main area here too, and even fall back to watch out for a flank and connector. So CLG aren't really going to have the capability to stop the plant from coming back in. And this is going to be a full.
But look, Stan's boosted into Heaven.
And this is going to cause some serious problems, even if they are able to get themselves out from CT main early on here. Pimp holding again. Kills continue to roll back in here for the Liquid roster as Elige finally comes alive. Ethan sprays back in, and after everything is said and done, it's left to Ricky in a 1v2. Elige even hears him coming out of the pit there and lines it up perfectly with a 3K to keep Liquid in this match.
So smart to get him boosted in Heaven. That happened so quickly. That was very nicely played by Liquid. No flank coming out from CLG. They had nobody short or anything like that. Everybody just coming graffiti and Heaven. Just kind of funneled into the same area, and Liquid just with those crossfires are just too much. Just too strong.
Well, regardless, CLG, they're not going to take that one lightly either. They want to crush Team Liquid here if they have any chance to do it. So they've also gone into a pretty aggressive buy. coL having a little bit of trouble getting on the jump up there, but thankfully for him, Team Liquid wasn't really trying to do anything fast out through A long, so not going to meet them there. And Team Liquid really just posted up to counter out aggression early on in the round right now. They'll wait down the timer for another 10 to 15 seconds, and then we'll probably get a much better picture of where they're actually going to try to take this round.
That's a full B retake. Ethan's playing there, and he has a quick rotate towards A. So they need to just get a lot of kills in these bathrooms areas, and that's where the round's going to be either won or lost.
So Liquid sneaking their way up here. Again, smokes inside of the initial bathrooms area. Most are going to just funnel back down into the connector here as they clear that out too. But back upstairs, so they've got to be careful as this is where the stack is positioned, specifically in that first initial doorway. If they go into that, that's the trap that's been set upon them here. And Elige slows it down just in time as that's when Kusta was peeking back out. First target goes down, 4 more to go, and 3 of them are going to be hanging out in this area right here. However, they don't pay attention to Ricky, who does move back in. Elige and Stan, though, picked up 2 more kills to counter out Ricky's frag against Elige. And now with just 2 alive, it is looking dire for them to have massive impact. Although, granted, coL hasn't been spotted yet. He is now, though, when his time comes to frag out. He misses the opportunity, and Ethan falls over on the A site pretty quickly after that.
Yeah, it was a nice stack, but Kusa not really in a good position there, I don't think. I don't think he's very favored to get those kills, peeking out like that, just jiggle peeking. Which becomes very problematic. Like when you miss that first kill, a lot of the time the round snowballs very quickly. And now CLG just on a full USP save. Zeus on Ricky, so let's see where he ends up going. Looks like they're just going to be in the connector, forward connector, and here comes the long A push from Liquid.
CLG again are probably going to miss the node on that stack there. Since most of Liquid is bypassing this one, even Nitrid is hanging back to counter out the aggression. So just clearing out the usual angles where they were stacked up in the last round there. But for CLG, they are not really going to find any action with that 3-player stack up inside of connector. And Ethan's going to have to rotate himself up pretty quickly. I think Liquid even knows that they're all hiding somewhere downstairs there too. So the Molly goes back in to cover them off. And at the moment, Liquid are just going to have an easy walk on to probably pick up their 7th round.
Yeah, there's nothing CLG could do about this. So we'll be at 12-7, and CLG will be on a bye. This might end up a very close game. I mean, this is very similar to how Inferno started, and I actually thought Liquid was going to win Inferno. I did. I think I told you that actually. I said, I think Liquid's going to come back. It's going to be really tough for CLG. Liquid's making like these mid-round adjustments, and they still have a couple rounds to play with. But it looks like it's going to be something similar, where it's going to be 12-7. I think it was 13-7 on Inferno. And then Liquid kind of made that comeback, and then all of a sudden CLG just stomped them. Right, and they ended up winning, I think it was 16-13. So we'll see if we see something similar here.
All that waiting on Ricky there. If he waited like 2 more seconds, he actually might have gotten the Zeus kill, but he got impatient. Heard the player downstairs, I got a bit worried. So gives himself away, and he misses his chance to get a nice little fun kill there. So no one really going down significantly for Team Liquid in that round, and now it takes us into one of our first big gun rounds as we can see the investment from CLG. But because the economy got so topsy-turvy after the upset, we are now going to see very limited utility to utilize on the CLG side. They only have 1 Molotov, 4 smokes, and really no flashbangs or anything to try and hold them back. So they've got to be very, very careful with where they choose to utilize this. If they use it too early, or if they use it too early or in the wrong position here, then it's going to be easy for Team Liquid to just walk on to either one of these sites, which right now they're just taking a page out of the CLG book and choosing to go down towards B once again.
Yeah, and with this 3B play, I think they're going to hold. I mean, they're a lot more aggressive
As you can see them holding up immediately. Finesse from behind Toxic gets that first kill. Ethan's also ready on the close hugged wall there to be able to pick up at least one kill. And look at that from Finesse and Ricky. They work together so beautifully. And Team Liquid don't even get themselves past the edge of the sights.
Yeah, do you see how much better that setup is when you have... They had one player on the spindle, they had one player barrels, and they had one player close, essentially. And they could still fall back to water if they need to, but they're not starting there. They're taking those opportunistic kills. The player at barrel, he takes contact. That player at close can then get easy frags. Then when, all of a sudden when they're coming out short, they have to look to their left, in front of them at barrels, and to their right at monster. So it's just a million times better than just having 3 players in water.
So now for Liquid...
So I got a little passionate there, Blue.
You know, it's all good, man. Just take a breather. I got this one. Yeah, CLG back in control once again, but they haven't broken Team Liquid yet. They're just going to be working with AKs. They still have the full buy going into this round, of course, since they had that big advantage to start off the half with. Even the op going back over here on a JDM, but now CLG, they've got full utility, and they were pretty good, actually, as we got towards the later end of their own CT half on Inferno, trying to weigh and time this properly. They've even gone out aggressively, specifically Finesse downstairs, peeking into the monster tunnel there. Should, unless it's smoked off, be able to see that there really is no presence currently, with the exception of Pimp standing way back. And I don't think you could see him from that spot anyway. So at the moment, it's just Liquid moving in. Again, they got short A control for free, so they have that path open to them. And that may be the one that they go for it. Since, again, the bomb still sits way back. They've got to recover that and work it with them here. But time's getting low for them still to be this far spread out. So we have to hope that they form into something here in the next 5 to 10 seconds. Otherwise, this is going to be really iffy to try and do this in the last moment. Even the B guys start to move out now to restrict it if they wanted to go for a dive downstairs and try to play it into that site. And that Finesse, he sees the peek early from Nitro, but he doesn't initiate upon it. Still's able to get good positioning, though, and he gets some support from Ethan to be able to finish off on that kill. Both of those guys go down, and the bomb, again, with 20 seconds left, is just now crossing the steps into the entryway towards short A. So they still have so much work to do, and they do not have the time to do it at all. Molotov's going in to restrict the presence over there towards Banka behind the APC, but Kusta actually messes up big time on that spray, and that could give them the path back in. In fact, there's 3 back-to-back-to-back kills.
How do you win this round, Liquid?
And they somehow got into that site when it looked like they weren't even going to have the time to do it now. The round is by no means over yet. Finesse is coming in from the back flank, and Elijah is sitting back here with 34
How did you lose
HP.
this round, Liquid? What is going on, Blue? They had the most perfect crossfire. They had the player sight. Like, Cutler should have just had freebies there. I'm so surprised he died to a Liege. 20 seconds left. They're still in the back of bathrooms when they're taking the site. They even stopped to throw Molotovs. But look at FNS, man. Like, he is showing up to play. He is playing fantastic in this series. I mean, on Inferno, he was amazing. And now, you know, with those 2 big kills, like, that's a gun round that he's making a 3v5.
Yeah.
Like, full map control. He made it 3v5.
So now,
FNS.
Yeah, FNS of all people. he got back onto the team. They really needed the pancake cook, and he showed up to frag this time too.
He's a pancake cook?
Yeah, you seen the Mo clip?
No.
They told him he should just walk back into the team house and just say, guys, I'm back. Back to party.
Hey, I make pancakes. I'm a good addition.
Found out how to frag in the meantime too, so he's back into this one now and really showing up big time. And even Kusta having himself some good rounds here as he moves out early this time, finds himself the initial frag as he pushes outside of short A, taking down Elise right from the beginning of the round. And keep in mind, this is really Liquid's last gambit to try and keep them in this match. They've gone full in on the Force this time just to try and stay in this game, as they've been doubled out in terms of the scoreline here. They still got to win 7 more rounds to try and just tie this up. And an additional 2 just to win it here in regulation if they don't want to play for OT. But CLG now back playing super passive after Kusta got that kill, just playing into the sites, and they're going to let Liquid come to them, as they have no utility to really force the issue here right now.
It's looking bleak for Liquid. Looking very bleak.
CLG going for little peeks here and there. They've also used quite a bit of theirs, but with 2 Molotovs still to utilize, there's not really going to be reason to worry just yet. It does come down to where these are positioned, though, and unfortunately, one of them is only going to be sitting up here on the A side. Also, an early missed shot from Kusta, and he gets mollied back out, so he's got to change up his position to be behind the smoke. Cutler again from long, and nobody's checking it on the way in, so he gets a double before being traded by Nitro. Thankfully, Nitro goes off and also finds Kusta through that smoke. So they got site control, but they're outmanned. The only thing they have really going for them right now is that they're not going to have a flank work against them. It's all straightforward from the CLG side. They're certainly paying attention for one, though, after what happened in the previous round, and FNS just walked right up and dominated them from Connector. But we have to see. CLG are keeping it all quiet here. They got one flash on Ricky to try and use to pop back in here. And Ethan, he's going to swing up first and looking for some intel. They've also already gone up towards Bank. There's Pimp to start it off. Nitro getting another one here. Oh, and Ricky tries to hold it together, but he's not able to swing over quickly enough to get that third kill for himself. So Liquid do hold on to it. And they go 14-8. Still a long climb to go, but they should be able to put CLG in at least a bit of an awkward spot here.
Yeah, we'll see if CLG wants to buy right now. Again, those 2 kills on coL. He's over-peaked after that, though. If he stays alive after those 2 kills, the round's over. Like, they're not going to win in that situation. You know, if he's alive and he just goes back to long a little bit and maybe waits for someone to push him, like, that extra 5 seconds is usually all you need, especially because you're going to know where both players are by then. So a bit of a mistake by him over peaking after he gets that 2K. And they don't have anybody coming long A on that hit, so he's just undetected.
And now Liquid are going to sequence most of their... Everybody except for Pimp, actually. And Pimp's on his own. And he's still... Pimp just takes down 2 all in his lonesome there as well. So he's doing a great job of selling all this attention downstairs. He might even find a third in a second, too. He got himself into a battle with Kusta to take him down to 21 HP. But everybody else is cycling through A long. coL finally took down Pimp, but the distraction worked. And in a moment here, Liquid are going to walk on and find the free punt. That'll be the round. There's like a 99% chance that they're going to close this out without any other conflict and get up to a 9th.
Oh, absolutely. They've won this round unless a ninja defuse somehow happens.
Unless the pistol round resurfaces again.
No, that wasn't a ninja, Blue.
They didn't even shoot it.
Everyone says that. When you smoke defuse that it's a ninja, and I'm like, no, it's not, man.
Yeah, but did they even know he was defusing? Because they didn't shoot at him or anything.
Point. But to me, a ninja defuse is when everyone leaves the site and you just like go on it and defuse while they're running away. Same thing with 1G. Everyone says 1G whenever anybody dies to a Molotov. But it's when you die to your own Molotov, it's a 1G.
Yeah.
You know?
You're preaching to the choir.
They always do it in my chat.
I have to sit home on weekends doing these like online qualifier casts, and you just have the Twitch chat open, another tab, and you see that all the time. So getting back into it here now.
So CLG actually double saves pretty much. Just limited by the past 2 rounds, so Liquid should be able to get double digits. They're going to go long A heavy. They're going to molly out the rocks. Kusa just here with a P250, and that's it.
Well, Elige swinging back in. He is going to find the first kill against Kusta here, and again, that opens up a quick pathway over onto the A bomb site here now. For the rest of CLG, again, trying to spread their players up the line, something up, but again, Pimp just walks himself right into an additional frag against Ethan, coL, Finesse, and Ricky. All splitting their own guys up as well. But nothing really being found here, and more than likely, Liquid are going to walk themselves into another easy round unless coL works some magic over there at the entrance to A-Long.
Finesse on the hunt.
He may be able to... He's doing it a little bit too slow, so I think Pimp is going to kind of get out of his grasp here. But coL already finding himself in the battle, and Ricky on the flank got found out. coL just swings out to see what he can get, and unfortunately it's not much. He brings a few players down kind of low, but other than that, FNS is now going to be left as the last man standing here. And with him being pretty far behind most of this, and Pimp, again, having lined up perfectly to execute him. It's going to be a round indeed for Team Liquid. They'll get up to 10, but hey, FNS finding that. At the very least, he may be able to escape with a free gun to try and use the next round here now.
Yeah, I think they're going to hunt. But he does have a smoke to kind of keep himself safe for a little bit. Here comes Elige.
Still hiding over there towards the upper tunnels, though, not peeking back out. But as you mentioned here, they're moving in to hunt him down here. As he just sits back and waits in the corner for this sign of a peek, and he looks away, but goes back in time. Doesn't matter, though. Stan's going to casually just walk right up and take him down. And there you have it. Team Liquid up to 10 now on the comeback path, but CLG, another gun right in front of them where they could just try and shut this down right here, right now. It's no longer an easy victory where they're going to immediately put Liquid onto an eco, however, as now they have enough money to sustain for at least one more buy afterwards.
Yeah, they do get the double op setup onto Ricky and Kusta, and Ricky's been playing very well, and you know, yesterday did not play his best, didn't seem comfortable, and now today just playing very nice. This is the spot he likes to play when he plays B, usually just ops around this spindle, does a really good job of it, and they have 3A this round, so they have triple, you know, around bathrooms and long area. They can all kind of play off each other. We'll see, I think Kusta is opping long A, coL, and who was that? FNS around the bathrooms area.
Yeah, we can see here, again, And they're going to go back into just straight forward towards B. No one really messing around upstairs either, which means you're going to have a lot of pressure falling onto Ethan and Ricky, as they did not put a third player downstairs this time. They've all decided to play it together over here towards the B bomb site, but look what they actually need to make the entry power work out here. As smokes go back in. They're all focused on the backside, though. It's not really going to restrict a whole lot to these players trying to defend for construction. And there's Ricky with one. He has support from Ethan, but he's missing his shot. So again, it's all Ricky. But this smoke is now going to help him. He can go inside of it, picks up the AK, but he's not ready for it when he is going to be challenged up front by Stan. 30v3, though, and all of the remaining members of Liquid, with the exception of Pimp, have been heavily injured. And you've got this big flight coming in from Cutler. Pimp holds it, though, after we see Cutler finding one pickup, but also Finesse is here, too. He's going to surprise and take down Pimp. Stan's the last man standing now in a 1v2. He's looking towards heaven, I think
Kusta saw him.
So he's going to be just basically biding his time. Stanislaw is, and Kusta slowly creeping up, looking for the headshot angle to use against him. Finesse trying to sneak back in too, as they're still looking around for him here, but Stanislaw lines up one of the 2 kills. Time is low here as Kusta's going to move back up, but Stan picking out in the open. Kusta somehow did not see that, but walks up, gets the 1 tap. Now the remaining question is, he has a kit, so he is going to have enough time here. He should just have enough. And I believe it is going to go to 15-10.
Oh my goodness, that was like down.
0.2 seconds.
Wow. 0.2 milliseconds. Wait, is it 0.2 milliseconds?
Well, I think they're both correct, right?
I don't know.
I think milliseconds would be the first.
Not smart enough.
The first decimal denomination. 2/10 of a second. So, yeah. I don't know. We're in America. We don't use. We don't use the.
We just say whatever.
System.
We just say whatever we want, and if people question us, we just say we're American. So deal with it.
Sorry, not part of the culture. Just have to excuse us. Anyway, going into another gun run here, as we said before, Liquid did still have enough firepower here, or enough money specifically, to be able to buy back in after they lost their next round. It's actually CLG still in a kind of a rough patch here, as they're down on the 2 FAMASs along with a UMP sitting on Finesse. So they've got to watch out here, make sure this doesn't mess them up, as Liquid are still on full AKs in and out for JDM. Where exactly is this actually going to play towards here? Is right now...
If Liquid wins this, though, it's going to be double save territory for CLG. So, like, this is still a very close game.
And Liquid moving themselves back in. They did have the boost up in CT here, but Ethan...
Perfect read, though.
Ethan is not able to find anything from it, and they immediately force them to go back down. Smoke control from Liquid has been really good here down on the B bomb site, so they also completely restrict...
Honestly,
Ricky.
I know it sounds crazy, but if I was them, I would save. I would absolutely save.
The 5v5?
Yep, I would save.
Well, we'll find out in a second here. They got Pim boosted up to heaven here, too, so even if they do find a way back out, it's going to be rough. It's looking like they are going to go for it here. Kusta finding his first opportunity to do it on a Liege. Not seeing any signs of that save coming in anytime soon, so they'll swing back out. Kusta misses that shot, moving back in. Oh, and actually they do counter back out the guy that was boosted up in heaven here, leaving it into a 3v2. They also eliminate JDM from the backside of this, so it's all on Nitro with 5 HP. He's got a great position. He should know exactly where it's planted. He sprays into it, cancels the first defuse, but they're still going to be able to go back into this here, and they'll have enough time for it with the kit. It's going to be close again, but they've got it, and it is indeed going to be CLG pulling off a 2-0 upset against Team Liquid here. 16-10 is going to be the final scoreline. And wow, what a match we had there.
Yeah, like I said, absolutely save the round, get the easy win. Save your nades is what I meant, Blue.
Save your nades?
Yeah, I didn't mean save.
Just wait till
like,
everybody's together so you can retake it. Yeah.
Yes, I meant save your nades until the smokes are gone. And then you use them and you retake like that.
Good recovery.
That's what I meant.
Good recovery. All right, guys. So incredible match right there, and I'm sure our analysts have a lot to discuss on it. So let's bring them into the conversation. How did this happen, guys? How did we see this CLG, who barely put up a fight against Energy yesterday, somehow just 2-0 Team Liquid?
Look, I think the safest thing to say here is that CLG is getting back on the horse, and they're trying to ride this one out.
Yeah, in a big way, too. And again, it comes down to the fact that yesterday we did saw theoretically well-played game from CLG, but they couldn't execute on it. Like, the individuals were lacking, and obviously it's tough to win games if you can't hit your shots. In this kind of game, in both series, really, in both maps, we saw CLG having the theory behind it and actually the execution to follow it up with. And when you do that, you know, you're in a pretty good spot to actually win games, especially when Liquid are kind of, well, this was definitely not the best performance we've seen out of Liquid. And I think we have, you know, things we could show and kind of, you know, to point that out as well. But you got to give credit to CLG for bouncing back from that performance yesterday and being able to right out the wrongs.
No, absolutely. It does look like they're putting an immense amount of work over there in their camp. I know these guys have a home not far from here, actually. And it seems like it's coming together quite nicely for them. In long term, where do we see this team sitting closer to the end of the season?
I mean, if they keep playing like this, then, sky's the limit in that sense, because I would say at least the 5 and 6 slot for the playoffs are pretty open. Because that's currently, teams like Energy, teams like Optic, Misfits, and so on. I think those are going to be the teams that battle it out for those 2 final spots. And CLG, with the way they're playing right now, they're probably in the best shape out of any one of them. Well, I guess maybe on par with Energy right now. But it's looking pretty good for them. So I hope that they can continue this good form and still play, solid CS like that and not have the slip-ups that we saw yesterday.
Well, we're going to take a look here in a second at a replay, and it's actually loaded up here. It's round number 4. CLG on a take here, but show me some more flaws on the Liquid side.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, we've praised CLG for being so good at actually setting themselves up for good counter, basically like counter angles and actually crossfires to help each other out. And in this kind of a scenario, you see 3 players on Liquid's end towards that B bomb site, which should normally give you a pretty good chance of actually holding off any bomb sites, but they end up in situations that they take challenges alone, and it's only really Pimp that's able to get any sort of a return frag in that scenario. Outside of that, they more or less take duels all by themselves, where they isolate themselves from their teammates, and they end up not winning the duels as well. So it just goes from worse to worse. If you're Team Liquid in that scenario, and that's obviously not where you want to be. And honestly, in a big way, both these halves, in many ways, Liquid played 2 poor halves of CS and 2 okay halves of CS, but they didn't, put the 2 good halves in one game. And that's when you end up losing.
The weirdest part here is thinking about CLG that lost, and kind of backtracking here to Inferno a little bit. CLG lost to B's Money Crew, 16-5 in the Starladder quals, which... to me, it's strange. Like, this B's Money Crew is either like really powerful, they know what they figured out the key, or that was just a weaker form and not the CLG that we saw tonight.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards the latter scenario. But to be fair, during a lot of Stromberg's strategy segments, we see BMC actually just taking out EPL teams,
just washing down teams like Selfless, this and that. And in case you've missed any of those, you can get those VODs over at youtube.com/ESLCS. Isn't that where you go?
That's definitely the place to go.
Huh. Okay.
100%. You can find games both from NA and EU. It's all there, one place, nice and tidy.
It's like he took the words right out of my mouth. Did you hear me say that somewhere?
I've got your notes right here. So
it's weird. They're upside down. Imagine that. All right. Well, we have another doubleheader coming up your way. When we come back, it's going to be Complexity and Cloud9. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
that was a heck of a best of 1 times 2.
Yeah.
But now we're going to get into complexity and Cloud9. Probably should, well, in my eyes, should be one of the more quicker matches of the night, rather.
Yeah, we say that because we're expecting Cloud9 to be in a position where they actually play like the Cloud9. Obviously, last week, bit of an anomaly, Skadoodle not being able to play with the lineup, but I would imagine things normalize today.
Now, we're talking about this lineup. Let's take a look at it right now as we load it up in front of you guys at home. The Cloud9 lineup it is. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Perhaps another time.
Well, perhaps now.
There it is. Nutcrowd, Skadoodle, Stewie2K, and Automatic. As we said before, the usual suspects. And with Skadoodle back in the game, maybe we see sort of a resurgence here of these guys just coming out in dominant fashion. You know, they had he was in the hospital. He was hurt. He wasn't doing so hot. He's back now.
Ready to go.
Yeah, hopefully ready to go. And these guys should have no problem, I think, with complexity.
Yeah, and you know, obviously they're sitting at 9-3 right now, but I think that's obviously in large part with them having to play with Valence last week. Otherwise, they probably could have been sitting at 11-1 instead, and you know that would have been on track to kind of repeat that last season.
Sort of, yes, exactly of last season. Yeah. But in this season, let's take a look at some highlights here of Automatic. Automatic is killing the game.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a monster, not just in Pro League, but just in general, just piecing it up. Ever since he joined Cloud9, he kind of ascended to another level that we hadn't seen from him earlier, which is really cool to see. Set it with relentless aggression when needed, and just that fearlessness that, you know, works really well when you pair it up with Stewie.
Yeah. He ascended to a whole nother dream world,
yeah.
What you're saying.
to a Cloud9, if you like.
I guess you're onto something. Yeah, as you can see the stats right there in front of you.
Yeah.
Getting these opening kills is what he's all about, and he's definitely able to do it. Definitely opens a lot of doorways for the other members of Cloud9 to get in position. And then, obviously, if we do see Scott full capacity tonight, then we are going to see, I think, a train wreck.
Yeah, well, yeah. Funnily enough, we are going to see Train as well, and that could get scary for complexity because Train has been one of the staple maps for Cloud9 for some time. It's been a very strong map for them. They're not a pro set playing at international tournaments either, and again, Skadoodle coming back into the lineup, that gives Cloud9 not just one primary operator, but the potential for double op setups, which work really nicely on Train.
Well, it's that time to take a look over there at the complexity side and see what they're working with their roster. Notable names here, you're going to see Desi, you're going to see Android, you're going to see Jason R, you're going to see Surreal and Depp. But names that stick out and should really, you know, propel this team to new heights. What are those names to you?
Oh, that's kind of the problem, though, isn't it, with complexity? There's not really anyone that comes out screaming that, you know, this is the guy who's going to take them to the next step, really. Now they've got Jason RN, obviously, as we know right now, is in form as a stand-in. Who knows, might be a permanent member with time. But we know that he has pedigree from playing at majors and playing with Splice at Columbus and so on. So he's been around the block before, and obviously that's going to be helpful for them. But the problem really has been that there hasn't been a clear star on that side. Android, as we're seeing in this highlight, has been their best performing player so far in Pro League, and he hasn't really done it that spectacularly either. I don't think he's in a positive KD ratio yet. And that's probably, you know, one of the reasons why we're seeing complexity so far down in the table.
Well, we did mention it earlier. These guys they're out of the one-win club. So they high-fived last night after getting a 2-0 victory over Winter Fox.
Yeah.
Not a monumental feat by any means, but
you take anything you can get at this point.
Yeah, at the same time, that's a start to distancing yourself from that bottom of the barrel pack.
Yeah.
So that'll put them up to 3 wins, 9 losses over on the complexity side, and then over on the Cloud9 side, we're going to see 7 wins, 3 losses. 2 of those being last week in a sort of weird sort of bout there with some technical issues.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of where we go back to normality. So complexity might have another visit with 2 Ls and Cloud9 on their end, you know, getting back into form.
Well, getting back into form, the first map we're going to see tonight is Train.
Yeah.
What can we expect from either side of the table here?
Honestly, not really sure what to expect out of complexity. They've played it a bit in the past, obviously not that too much, but it is one of their more successful maps. But in a season where you don't really get wins at all, you know, there's not really too much to grasp at. Cloud9 on the other side, even though they you know, percentage-wise wouldn't have as good of a percentage as complexity, that's because they play way higher tier teams on this map. So obviously going into this, you can expect Stewie and especially Automatic, like we saw in one of the highlights, you know, not be afraid to actually play aggressively on CT side, getting up and close towards team main or pop dog, whatever you might have it, and actually be active on the map, which is going to be really tough for complexity to deal with.
Well, we've got actually some analysis loaded up here from Eric Stromberg.
The one and only.
The one and onlys. We've got the Stromboli report. We're going to look at Cloud9's Train right now. So take it away, Eric.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to another version of Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at Cloud9, some individual play on Train against Immortals. See right here, automatic, he tosses this nice smoke in the connector, allows him to push up a little bit. As you see Hen 1, he's spamming. He knows one person's there. He probably has a good idea, guy's ladder, and knows one's pushed up bomb Train. So automatic, grows some cojones. He gets the kill. He gets another kill. And Henny, after he sees his teammates dies, instant turnaround. Nice play by automatic. That smoke there was the key of the round because it allowed him to push up. It allowed Hen 1 to play beyond the smoke, and so Hen 1 had to respect that. And now we take a look at Shroud playing Ivy. He throws a nice little pop flash. It gets FNX, but he still manages to do run and gun, spray him through the smoke. Why not? Let's get a little luck. You need a little bit of luck in this game. So he's going to continue with Ivy. His teammates are dying in the open bomb site. So Shroud, he's like, guys, I got to do something. Let's just make some plays. He's coming around here, Mr. Reddit, taking top of blue, making it look easy. One person left, so he really turned this round around, and it showcased that Shroud is still a legit player, guys. He still frags. Don't hate him in too much. Okay, right here. Now we're going to focus on the rotations from Cloud9. In the past, in the previous shows, I've been harping on people a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. I know I've been hating on people for rotating too slow, rotating too fast, but it's easier for me because I can see everything. I know what's going on. It's a little harder in game. So a lot of respect for Cloud9 as they're playing a 4 outside, pretty standard stuff, and they see Molotov. So you're going to see next to you coming a lot of nades, a lot of utility being used by Immortals. And so this prompts Stewie, who was playing inside up close, as soon as his teammates call the nades, call everything, he plays more of a fast rotator spot in Z to where as soon as they get kills, he's rotating outside of the bomb site. They have 5 people outside before Immortals can even literally get past the middle sandwich of the train. Good job by Cloud9. Good read by them. And back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric. Duly noted. So, on Train, the dominant force at this point, if you look at it from an outside perspective, it's going to be Cloud9. It has to be.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And there's no real reason to shroud some secrecy around it and try to make it more excited than it actually is going to be in that sense. Like Cloud9 are coming into this as clear favorites, just gotten their 5th man back. They should be ready to rock Complexity's world.
Well, we're not going to a funeral as far as I know, but what I will do is reintroduce the commentators who are going to be bringing it to you guys. If you're just joining us, we're joined by Blue and Dazed.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Dazed and I, once again, are getting ready to jump into this match here. But unfortunately, we are having a little bit of trouble getting the players into the map, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to send it over to a break while we work to resolve those issues. And as soon as the match is ready to go, we'll be bringing it back once again with our second match of the evening right here at the ESL Pro League.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL Pro League. 2 big shots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again. It's the ESL Pro League for North America. Unfortunately, we are still having a few issues here getting started with our second match of the evening. Server issues are causing some delays in getting the players connected. So here's what's going to happen. We are going to throw back to a break after this short message here, and we're going to wait 20 minutes. If we cannot get the match started after that, unfortunately, we will not be able to continue our coverage for the evening, as we won't be able to get the players into the server and actually start the match. So a bit unfortunate, but that's the plan we're currently rolling with, ladies and gentlemen. So once more, we do apologize for the delay.
We apologize, but it has been a great show nonetheless. I think we can all agree.
Yes, it has indeed. You had a good first match, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, just do bear with us here as we work as quickly as we can to resolve those server issues. We'll start the timer, and again, we'll have more information when we do come back for the break. Stick with us again right here at the ESL Pro League, ladies and gentlemen.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Yo, listen to this. Come on.
Alright, we're back. Good news, ladies and gentlemen. It does appear as if the match can get started here in just a few moments. We have the server up and all 10 players are connected. We should be going live momentarily. And then, of course, if you weren't with us previously, it's going to be Cloud9 taking on Complexity. Now, we saw the upset earlier, at least one would call an upset, CLG taking on Team Liquid and beating them quite convincingly, actually. Is there any room for something like that to happen here, or is it going to be much more straightforward? I think this one's pretty clear-cut.
Just when we watch Complexity, I see a group of guys who just has no leadership, no direction, and just kind of makes a lot of bad decisions in like 5v5 CS. And it's completely different than when we see a team like CLG, for instance. Whenever we cast CLG, right, which is obviously the game we just saw, they're playing very well in 5v5 CS, they're making good decisions, and then we see all these little minimal mistakes that they make that are just like, what's going on? Obviously, they won both their games today against Liquid and played fantastically, so it didn't really happen today, but in other days we see that. But with Complexity, we see 5v5 CS, they're just a mess. They just have no direction a lot of the time. Jason R is going to be playing for him. He's ringing for them. And the funny thing about Jason R playing for him, he's probably the most vocal one. He's probably the one who's probably most suited to even be a strat caller on these guys. I have no idea who even calls strats for Complexity. It's just not a good situation that they're in. Warden might be doing it from the coaching position because, I don't think they enforce that in ESL. Like, the coaches can't talk, I'm assuming, right?
There's not really a way to enforce that in online matches. So, but yeah, we are live. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for your patience while we fix those issues with the servers. But we are live now. And again, Complexity will be starting off on the T side and going pretty straightforward here into the back box halls. Only keeping, I believe that's Desi over there in the Ivy push, just watching out to make sure they don't get flanked out from there. Smokes are going to be spotted early on, but Skadoodle will have plenty of time to toss in his own response smoke. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit late regardless. Now, Stewie holding on, but there's no reaction from him at all. Def just immediately knocks him out of the play, and we're down to a 5v4 where the guys from Complexity are holding a lot of control. They do still have to worry about CDs in the backside, but they're handling them as well. Android finding Skadoodle here. He's going to push forward and even pick up a second frag, looking for a third now as they've got Shroud boxed out, and there you go. It's Complexity, a 5-man alive round as well, as they could take complete control of the pistol here.
Yeah, and Stewie was assuming that Skadoodle, who was his rotator, would shoot at them while they were crossing a bomb train, which would make it so that's like a bait setup, right? They're probably not going to check Stewie, but Skadoodle got blind, so he wasn't able to take that attention away from Stewie, and Depp just straight checks it because of that. Had Skadoodle been able to, get some shots off and just make him look at him, Stewie's probably able to get 1 or 2 kills in the side, but without that, it's very difficult to do. Complexity takes that kill, and they just push to the back over and over and over again, just push, 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 push. Now we see a 3-man Ivy setup.
The rest of C9 here trying to play the inside of Ivy, but it's not working out so well. Handled again by Android very well here. Gets 2 kills, finally dropped down to 9 HP, but he even gets the assist on the third player, Shroud. Desi moves in to kind of finish the job, and that's basically the round over here now as the remaining 2 are stuck over there in the B-bomb site, and they will not be able to impact at all with this kind of a buy.
I have no clue why Jordan was just in Ivy. He's just in the middle of Ivy there. That was a terrible position. They had automatic in a good setup where they could kind of bait for him as Stewie's going to meet Depp on the steps and get taken out. And now Skadoodle just going to try to look to see if he can get any type of an exit, maybe salvage an AK for the following round. But that was a huge misplay by nothing.
Skadoodle again just boosting himself up on top of this little wall here that he can try to utilize to sneak around. He may be able to catch Jason R, but unfortunately he was spotted first off, so he ends up getting the better of him. And again, no kills as of yet for Cloud9 against Complexity. 2 rounds deep on this one. And as we go into the third round, it's unlikely that we may even see any kills going into this round since there's not going to be any investment at all. A full save is about to be seen from C9 here, as they'll just work with their default pistols in the third round before they save up going into the fourth with a gun round.
Yeah, I mean, Automatic's inside Ivy, and he's behind that place, or, the whatever you want to call it, right?
Server or whatever in the middle.
Server, whatever you want to call it. And that's something you see. SK literally does that almost every single eco that they play. Cold Zero will be there almost every eco, and he'll just have someone kind of bait for him. And it's something that has a very high rate of success, but for whatever reason, they just had like a 3 Ivy type thing, and it just wasn't good.
Yeah, and again, it's actually rather spread out here from Complexity this time on the opener. Desi, the only one that goes into T-Con, and they spread 2 more out towards Ivy, which have now regrouped with the T-Con player, and 2 more into the box halls. Jason R, the first up here to peek from upper, but he is going to get spotted. Desi knows that nothing is pushing in here. He does get dinked, though, down to 3 HP, but he still recovers and gets the kill. And just going to hightail back out of there. The rest of his team is getting prepared to just rush their way in towards B here in a moment and see if they can just close out this round with getting control of the site against. There really isn't anything worth the hunting down on the Cloud9 side, them being on the full saves. They just want to look for the win condition here. Nate's going deep, but they are doing some decent damage, though, so finally they pick up a kill against Complexity. Skadoodle being the one to get it, but the bomb is going to go down, and Jason R tapping away at range, takes him a few bullets, putting down on the get Shroud. He follows it up with an instant tap there on the Stewie to take him out as well.
Yeah, nice 3K by Jason R, especially that CZ, man. Those are tough kills, getting them that far away. Surprised Shroud didn't take him out, being on top of that train. Now Cloud9 is going to get their bot round. They don't have any mollies or anything, so we'll see if Complexity wants to do anything quick. Anything quick out mid, there's not really anything to stop them, right? There's going to be no mollies. They're going to be able to get out and fight together. Looks like Desi's going to throw a quick sandwich smoke and an E-box smoke coming out from Surreal. So 2 team mid, and maybe he goes into a default or a down ladder pop flash.
The guys from Complexity here now going to try to get their way outside, and while they'll find an easy path to do it, is nothing again just swings himself into the opening there, where Desi's going to have no problem punishing him right at the start of the round. Skadoodle is looking for responses to this one as he holds the short lane there, but there's nothing to be seen, and now Complexity even pushing over towards inner, where they're going to get it cleaned out for free. Cloud9 have not figured out what's going on just yet, and even when they do, there's not even really going to be any room for a retake at all anymore. As we can see, Automatic walks into his own death up the ladder there, Android getting an easy headshot to take him out, and the last 2, they may even get eliminated as well if they don't account for Desi, who is flanked to the outside of Ivy, and is now going to be looking. Goodness, as I think Cloud9 are expecting this. And Shroud finally is able to take out Desi here, and it does give them a clean path at the very least to save these guns.
Yeah, that's just kind of like a rank S strat as they're, chasing Cloud9. They know exactly where they are. They might be able to get these kills.
Skadoodle is going to be waiting on the outside for this one. Oh, missing the first shot, and now he gets blinded as well, trying to respond to it. Shrouds are helping him out, but Jason R and Android work together and knock them both out. No saves at all, and this is looking really, really clean at the moment here for Complexity.
It is. So Complexity there, all they did was they threw a 5-6 smoke, they threw an E-box smoke. They had 1 player kind of go outside T-mid, and then 2 players just kind of walked out upper. Right, so almost certainly there's going to be 4 outside. That inner player can, it's pretty difficult when they're coming out upper, inner, just kind of walking out 2 guys and then, maybe throwing nades down lower. So it's a pretty scrimmy strat, but it worked very, very well. And those are the strats that actually work, not only work very well, but are something that is pretty optimal against people who just don't have a bunch of nades. I think we're going to see some type of a pause, maybe a match medic or something like that. Yeah. Should be canceled. Not sure what happened. Maybe somebody lagged out.
Yep, there you go. So that's Shroud that's lagging out there. So again, guys, we'll go into a pause here really quickly and get the round canceled, and our admins will get right on that to try and fix it as quickly as possible. Once again, no action occurred, so obviously no problem canceling that one and then just redoing it. But yeah, I mean, this is like an incredibly clean start for Complexity. I think overall, Cloud9 have only killed 2 members of Complexity in the first 4 rounds. They're not finding really any impact at all. And Complexity is walking out and winning all the opening duels as Cloud9 seem to play really hyper-aggressively and just giving away a lot of their opening chances here.
I mean, nothing was playing around E-box, and he was kind of just angled out on the side of the smoke, but I don't know if that's the best way to play it. I usually find more success playing on the edge of the smoke and waiting until they're out a little bit and then kind of peeking, and being the peeker in that situation, because usually they'll clear the smoke. Maybe they'll start working up towards, getting behind the smoke and sandwich or something like that, or maybe even on the ladder, trying to get up above the train and stuff, and then you could peek. Instead, Desi kind of sees his feet, and he gets the advantage because he's already passed the smoke. So nothing kind of getting aggressive, just on his own a little bit. Right there at outer gives them that early pick, and whenever that early pick happens, there's always going to be that rotator at outside. So that means inner is very vulnerable. So Stewie at inner just gets taken out by 2 players walking out upper, And that's a really tough position to be in when you're the inner player.
All right, guys. So it is looking like that we're working on getting things fixed here, but it is going to take a little bit of time in order to resolve that. So we unfortunately, once more, do have to go over towards a break here. We're working on getting things fixed as quickly as possible, and as soon as the match is restored and ready to go, we'll bring it back to you. Once again, Complexity currently lead 4-0 versus Cloud9 here on Train at the ESL Pro League. Stick with us to see the continuation of that.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Back again, ladies and gentlemen, here. Unfortunately, still working on getting the new server prepped here for the two teams. We once again really appreciate your patience in getting ready for waiting, I should say, for this match to get started. But while we were in between our last match there and this new one, the roster came out almost immediately after the last Liquid game finished that Pimp, he's off the roster. So, I mean, surprising at all days, or did we kind of see that coming?
I mean, it was a devastating loss to CLG. So, you know, we thought JDM was kind of the problem in the game, but no, definitely Pimp.
Pimp wasn't.
No, of course, I'm sure this was something that was probably planned for the past couple weeks now. I personally don't know who their replacement is going to be. That hasn't been announced yet, but it's we'll probably see Pimp on CLG. It seems like everybody just kind of goes to CLG.
Slowly shifts over.
Yeah, whenever they got removed, they just, hey, CLG, you're up. You're on their squad. So.
All right, guys. Well, to celebrate Pimp's time on Team Liquid, we do have a nice little tribute video of him. So let's go ahead and roll that and take a look at his time on this team.
That is dirty, and Nitro is taken out of the fight.
How could it be? It's just a UMP, but he's going to be walking up. Pico going down. Pimp gets one, and a follow. Nitro! He's out! Pimp with the triple kill! Ladies and gentlemen, it is match point here for Team Liquid as they fight their way through an unreal comeback.
And again, that was during ESL 1 Cologne during the summer of last year, where
how do we have that so quick?
What? The clip?
Yeah. Is this like...
That's where we're at, production value, man.
You know how like during elections, like they just have 2 news stories ready to go?
Yeah.
Do we just have that just all the time?
We just have a vault in the back room.
Yeah.
And just pull these clips from. It's just ready to go at any moment.
Probably. Well, not a vault. Probably just a hard drive, actually.
Yeah, probably. Well, guys, again, we are still working on the match, so we do appreciate your patience once more. Stick with us here, and as soon as the game's ready to go or we have more news, we'll be right back.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
listen to this. Bad
We're back again here, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the match is going to be jumping live here at any moment, as we did get the server issue resolved along with the match medic, so things should be going into it. In case you weren't with us a few moments ago, it was Complexity that led after the first gun round there. They currently have a 4-0 advantage against Cloud9 here on their first map, which is Train on the night.
Yeah, and not only is it a 4-0 advantage, but Cloud9's on an eco. So Complexity came out swinging. I mean, it should be 5-0 before Cloud9 can get another bye. But once Cloud9 does have another bye, it's gonna be a lot more difficult for Complexity to win rounds that I think they want to win rounds, right? When I watch Complexity play, I think they want to win rounds by, you know, being very scrimmy, just kind of taking initial aim duels and stuff like that, maybe going, you know, quickly into places. But whenever you have that utility as a CT, you really don't even have to, you know, play around with that, because you could just Molotov them early, smoke them off early, get in good positions, and then kind of play for that. And then all of a sudden it makes the rounds a lot easier. Yeah, and another thing, too, that, I mean, Cloud9 are going to have to work against getting back into this is just how much money was built up. I mentioned it before. Yeah, they have a lot of money. There was only in the first 4 rounds that have been played out, there was only 2 kills against Complexity among all 4 of those rounds. And so what's going to happen is, say Cloud9 loses this round, because they are saving, and then it's 5-0. And even at 5-0, if Cloud9 wins a round, Complexity should have such a bank built up. Like, they should all have like 10K. Yeah, right now, they're sitting, all 5 of them are sitting somewhere between like 7 and 12K, the last ones ahead of it. So they're going to have like 3-4 rounds that they could break Cloud9's money and really come out of the T side just like 1-7 or something like that, or 1-8 before Cloud9 even buys again. Yeah. So they're in a great situation. But you know, they gotta execute and they gotta capitalize off them. See, Cloud9 CT side is no joke on Train, and Train is a very CT sided map generally, especially with the way I think Complexity is probably going to be playing it, where it's going to be very, you know, rudimentary. It's probably going to be, you know, pretty basic. I mean, probably the team with the best T side is like SK. We routinely see SK have a great T side on Train, but this is Complexity is obviously a completely different team. They're playing with a stand-in. You know, it's not like Jason is even officially on the roster as far as I know. I mean, I know last night he was talking about just standing in for him. So it should just be, you know, E-box smoke, sandwich smoke, maybe 3 IV, 1 T mid, 1 enter. Very basic stuff. Yeah, just super basic stuff, kind of working off, you know, picks and things like that. And in theory, they should, you know, after a few rounds, you'll be able to get a read on that. Maybe they get crazy and do some of those bomb train smokes. Maybe they sit outside, actually go for a full wall to try and go for that quick play. But yeah, I mean, I think we've seen this. I specifically have seen this in quite a few matches before, even looking at like top tier EU teams where, you know, it's like a newer team or a newer roster and they go into it and, you know, it takes them like 5 or 6 rounds to kind of get used to the strats that are being thrown at them. But once they get used to that and they take a pause to figure things out, they come back into it and they just completely send the match in the other direction. And that is a real reality of what could be happening here with Cloud9 when we do go back into the match. Yeah, I mean, I think it hurts Complexity having this pause, actually, just, you know, letting Cloud9 just reset and get refocused. And, you know, because, I mean, at the end of the day, you're Cloud9, you know, you got to think about it realistically, right? Like, they know that. They lost the pistol. They lost the first gun round. Big deal. Yeah, they go down 5-0, but, you know, you could easily come back from that. Yeah. But, you know, Complexity is in a great position because even if they lose the round, they're going to have so many rounds built up economy-wise that they can reset them.
Yeah, the good news is that complexity, you know, they've started themselves off well. And if they can continue this trend, they can build up a good half. The problem, I think, for them, though, is that, you know, they kind of need to keep themselves going and get, like, as best of a half as possible. Even if they get up to what you were saying before, like 7-1, 8-1, they kind of can't be satisfied with that and let Cloud9 swing to a comeback and end up 8-7, 9-6. Because that still, in my opinion, very heavily favors Cloud9 when you switch halves there. They're going to need to push this to, like, a huge scoreline, like 11-4, 12-3, something like that, if they want to be able to actually carry that through and then win out in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could win with... I mean, I would be comfortable with like 9 or more, really.
Yeah.
And be like, okay, if I had to, you know, I think it's like 50-50 at 9. If they get to double digits, I think it probably becomes complexity favor. Just because I know when you are on that CT-sided train and you have a new, you know, just like a stand-in like that, a lot of times it's actually more difficult on the CT side when you have a stand-in because you don't have like the crossfire set up, the communication, you don't know what each other wants to do, where they want to be positioned, and someone like Stewie could really take advantage of that, you know? So, I mean, we'll see, man.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Jason R works out. He's been getting a lot of clips at the top of Reddit recently there. He's challenging Shroud for the new king of Reddit, I think. So, yeah, we'll have to see how he pans out there. At the very least, Complexity has the marketing ability going for them there off of that. So we'll have to see how it works out as the kings of Reddit will duel against each other.
True.
Who's the better player in Rank S right now? Who would you say?
Shroud's not very good in Rank S because he just kind of messes around. He doesn't like care that much, like, to be honest. I mean, when he tries and he cares, he's like ridiculous, right? He's Shroud. So he could do stuff that like almost nobody else in the world can do, but a lot of time he just doesn't really care, you know, so he just runs around doing whatever. Jason R's pretty good in Rank S though. Like, Jason R plays like more than anybody. You gotta, like, this guy literally plays like, he might play 80 hours plus a week.
He just no-lifes it.
I don't think he like does anything else but play Counter-Strike, to be honest. This guy plays so much CS, it's ridiculous. And obviously you get benefits from that. Like, your aim's just going to be super crisp all the time, you know, and things of that nature. Hopefully you're improving during these hours. You know?
Well, I mean, he's been showing himself up now for a couple months, but we never really saw him go onto a team or anything like that, at least at the pro level. So it's kind of a curiosity for some people.
What he said was he just wants to be on like a top team, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, why would he not stream and take away from that to be on a team that's like bottom of invite or something like that, which are like the only offers he's getting, right?
Yeah.
So that was kind of his reasoning.
So we're back into it, guys. Just as a note, the score is probably correct. Sometimes it just takes like a round to refresh itself, but it is currently 4-0 to Complexity. If not, we'll obviously just do math in our heads here and figure things out as it goes on. Yeah, sometimes simple math is a bit of a task for casters. But
Jason R will get the itch, though. Yeah. Shroud takes out Desi. Where was that? Team mid.
T-Con.
Picks up an AK. Jason R is going to get the itch, though, and he's going to join a team. Like, it's really tough not to play CS when you get offers to play at a high level, even if you're, you know, even if you're joining a team that's like bottom half of invite. You just get the itch, man. You just get the itch to like compete. Play CS.
Yeah, get to the big stage and everything like that. So Complexity taking this actually rather slow now after the loss of Desi, since they don't really have a way to negotiate themselves into the A site from that other half of the map anymore. All they really have is Ivy control, and they are sneaking into it here to try to push themselves forward. But close up to the left side, he is going to be Skadoodle. Shroud actually from long range picks up another kill. They haven't even seen Skadoodle yet here at the train stopper, so he's going to execute. Shroud picking up more kills, and Automatic chimes in there as well. So they upset on what was basically just a P250 investment, and now they're on the board.
Wow. That's pretty devastating for Complexity. I mean, they're going against basically a full eco, and the most devastating part of that is that Cloud9 picks up, I think it was 4 of their guns. They live with like 4 alive, and they just pick up all their guns. You know, they pick up their AWP, their 4 AKs or whatever, 3 AKs. I mean, they barely even have to spend any money this round.
Yeah, and so, yeah, with the investment being so low, they're immediately going to get themselves a kickstart right back into their own economy. Granted, again, we talked about this when we were you know, in the pause there before as well, is that Complexity still has a boatload of cash.
The coaches were spawned into the server.
Were they?
Well, look, that was Warden. He was on T, face planting, and it said it for Valens as well. So that's pretty interesting.
Did he drop anything?
Anyways, we are alive though. No, I'm sure they did.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's gonna get back into it. They probably only had like $800.
But all that good talk we were talking about the position and Complexity was in earlier, all of a sudden, you take all that away, because like the economy that they built up is not there anymore. Now all of a sudden, all their guns are on Cloud9, and Cloud9, you know, they got like 6,400 there at the end of that round, and they really only have to invest like 2,000 apiece.
Yeah, basically just armor and utility for everybody except for Shroud there. So taking a look at it now, and we'll see again what complexity you're going to try and do. And at the moment, again, it's just your basic execute into A more than likely here. As you can see, Android and the others setting up for smokes to try and toss swords outside. Automatic playing super close up here right now.
The fallen spot.
As he is going to try to just take a challenge over here in T-Con as they move in. But Complexity biding their time. We're not really seeing a whole lot of action beyond that. There's a bit of a face-off between Desi and Shroud over there towards Ivy, but nothing that's really led to much as of yet. Jason R actually took most of the early damage here as he got challenged back over in ladder room, and now Automatic throwing in the smoke. He has the right side open, but they've actually just decided to go through the smoke. Still impacts for the first kill, goes back into the sandwich for a second before being traded up by Def, and everyone else on the team just goes down to the ground. Def finds one kill. Desi's going to try to flank back in. He does take down Shroud, but now he's got a 1v3 set against him. The bomb's on the other side of the site. They know where he's playing from, and as he walks into the open, nothing's there with the AK, and he's going to close it out.
Yeah, great hold by Automatic. That's what Fallen does all the time. He opts around that sandwich area, gets aggressive, and it's a different look when you're a T. When you're a T, you expect the first person to fight to generally be a rifler. When you come out T mid, you don't expect somebody opping like sandwich, right? You expect that if you, for instance, throw inner smokes, that the rotator is not going to be there and he's going to be inner, and then when you go outside, you don't have to worry about that op. But when all of a sudden Automatic's opping sandwich, it's a very different look than you normally see, and it makes teams really uncomfortable.
And we can see Complexity again sending all their players over here to the back of the B-bomb site. It is going to be Stewie down below, in between the trains over there towards B. So hugging it to try and counter out as much of this push as he can as he plays around the bomb train. He will have additional support from Skadoodle inside of Z, but the rest of them really just waiting for their opportunity to go back in. They were hoping someone from Cloud9 would aggress over there towards the upper entry point, and they could at the very least get a 5v4 advantage off of that, but not going to be the case. Cloud9 actually playing pretty passive and pretty standard on the CT side this time, and all the smokes want to go in, but actually they're going to try to go for a 4-man play out over here from the ladder room. It works initially to try and bait out and trade these kills, but nothing really commits himself to that spray. Gets a double kill from it though, and now he's got the situation under his control. Cloud9 this is, as Shroud has picked up that frag on a Desi, and then Skadoodle finding Jason are out in the open. They get themselves a third, and they're one away from tying this up, and they're pretty much at the point where they've broken Complexity too. We may see one more force out of them, but after that, they'll be broken here.
Yeah, Complexity from such a good start. Looks like Cloud9's gonna, you know, now Cloud9 has like all the economic advantage, right? Complexity is gonna be saving. You expect Cloud9 to win this round pretty easily. Looks like it's 3 towards Box Hall with the bomb, 2 towards Ivy. Maybe just looking for some 1-dig, seeing if they can get anything off Jason R's 1-dig and then kind of do something off that.
Skadoodle just waiting for it here, trying not to get himself baited into the shot. As we see this plenty of times.
That was... What are you thinking, man?
Def just tries to go across. Desi's nowhere to be seen on the repeat there. So down goes Def, and nothing is able to push right up there, finish the job that he started a few seconds ago to Android. He even swings into a second against Surreal here. Shriel just clotheslines Desi out from the server. And yeah, there's not a whole lot that Jason R can do now.
Except get 5 1-digs.
I guess he could, man.
Could happen.
You never know.
He can hit some bang.
He wins these.
Yeah, he wins these.
So he goes up finding Skadoodle, and he'll get him past that choke point. First battle that he's really going to find himself in is Skadoodle and Shroud at the same time. And just trying to take the shot through. He actually did hit him through, but it's like for nothing. So yeah, there you go. He finds the frag on the Automatic at the very least, but nothing will take him down afterwards. And with the money that is now kind of just reversed itself from what we had at the pause there, now it's Cloud9 with a huge bank and Complexity broken here.
Yeah, Complexity... We'll see. No op for them, but they have fully bought out smokes, mollies. They know... I'm not sure if they know it's a double op setup or not, though. But it looks like it's just going to be a fast outside.
Yeah, and smokes and flashbangs have already started to roil back in over here, and Desi specifically even getting caught on one of them, it seems like, but they get themselves over here up to the Olaf spot, but not any further than that. Automatic sitting at the very edge of a smoke, just waiting for the T's to over-aggress past that to where he would hopefully be able to punish them. Stewie grabbing one from over there on the backside of Ivy, and now Surreal is also going to be able, along with Android, actually picking up 2 kills. Desi adding himself to the mix here to take down Nothing, who's been a huge part of Cloud9 fending off these outer hits, but Automatic still sits as a threat in sandwich and re-evens it back down to a 2. 2v2. Android, though, perfect lineup against Automatic, and they know they have Stewie sitting in the back, but it doesn't matter. He still gets the kill when Android does swing out a little bit too wide. Jason R gonna have to try and clutch against Stewie, but Stewie's positioned perfectly if he peeks, but no! He looked away at the wrong moment, and Jason R now, he is looking very aggressively to kind of go hunting. The thing is Stewie is still lined up for this one, but he just turned his back, so Jason R, as he moves in, the timing works out perfectly for him, and he's gonna finalize the 1v1, excuse me, and steal the op away to let Complexity retain their lead.
Wow, Stewie had the most unlucky timing there. Just as soon as he looked away, Jason R peeks and then pushes him, and then again as soon as he looks away, Jason R peeks once again to get that headshot. So now Cloud9 does have a chance to break the economy of Complexity. I think Cloud9 will probably buy even if they lose this round. Strat has about 3,700, I believe. And they have a better buy than Complexity right now. So this is going to be a very pivotal round, though, that will probably shape the rest of this half. And we'll see who's going to probably come out with, you know, with the round lead at the end of the day for this half.
Android again trying to challenge here towards Ivy early on, working with Surreal to do it as he has the op. But Smoke just rolls in for Cloud9 here. They're not worried about it too much just yet. Again, as we said before, they still have huge amounts of cash. We're probably going to be able to buy at least one more after this one too, after reinvesting here. But at the moment, Complexity slowed down their roll big time, and they're just right back into that default setup that we saw previously, and was actually working out pretty well for them. So we'll have to see if they can find the success they had a few rounds back here. They're trying to push back in with it.
Yeah, and that op, you know, it brings out a couple smokes, it takes away that vision, and now Android could be set up. And they don't know what's behind that smoke. They don't know if there's 3 guys there. They don't know if it's 4 or 1 or 2. They don't know if there's going to be a lurker or anything. So Complexity sets up Android there. Although Shroud does throw a nice molly to back him off, I guess. Now we have 2 team mid, 1 player towards inner and 1 player down ladder. I think that player towards inner is going to go down ladder as well.
Shroud swings out just a little bit too far there, and Android is able to take advantage upon that, taking out Shroud himself, and now opening up Pandora's box here to allow for them to move in. And Surreal, what a shot. Just decks nothing. Jason R follows it up with one of his own here, and Stewie trying to challenge, but he ends up walking into a cross spray scenario. So Skadoodle, not really much that he can do, especially now that he's been spotted. Looks for a pickup. Somehow he's isn't dead yet, despite being in the open for that long. Gets challenged by Android, and he succeeds in picking up the kill. We're right back to where we started here now with Complexity winning out the round. Cloud9 not even being able to respond to it at all. All 5 stay alive.
Yeah, now I don't know if they should buy, because I was assuming, you know, if Complexity wins that round, they'd probably get 3 or more kills, right? Or at least 2 kills, and then they could buy. But now with 5 alive on Complexity, I don't know if you want to. So yeah, they don't buy. They just get a Zeus on nothing and a smoke, a few pistols, and a scout. But they did win a round similar to this before, where they just had Shroud push team mid and killed Desi, and they 4-1 out Ivy, and they just got slaughtered.
Shroud just sitting back, waiting. He almost had the headshot line up there. Problem is that now it's a bit of a risk to re-peek into it, as the op is there on Surreal. Def has himself a possible battle versus nothing if he wants to try and dip down there through the ladder room, but I think he's happy to just sit back and wait it out a little bit here. Again, there's not really any reason for Complexity to over-aggress currently, since Cloud9, all they have are these pistols and nothing specifically has the Zeus. He's hoping he can maybe find someone with it, but we'll have to wait and see, because more than likely this is still going to lead itself into just a default play into A, and those 2 guys at box halls right now will either try to commit to a fake on B, or just end up, you know, throwing in a few nades and then falling back. Jason R, though, down a little bit as he gets tapped with the USP. 42 HP is what he'll be at after that. And Shroud actually does take down Android. We thought for sure that that was going to be a battle that Complexity would be able to win after he missed the initial shot, but no, they respond to it. Nothing, though, misses the mark with the Zeus, and Surreal is going to be able to drop down and take him out. Now the floodgates are open, and Complexity's going to start to swing in. Automatic close up, though, picks up one with the P250. Skadoodle finding another one at a bit long range. Def able to trade on the Shroud, but now Automatic's hiding out here and waiting for this push to come back in. Def not ready to push for it. He just lost the bomb, but it's also down to a 1v1. However, Surreal was not ready for Automatic to peek back towards T-Con. So Cloud9 win it out, and Automatic on a 3K keeps them close in the scoreline as we go 5-6.
Wow. So just back and forth. I mean, these eco rounds. That's twice now that Desi is just kind of just ran to his death and gave up his AK and lost these anti-ecos. I mean, that's twice in a row. You know, like, you just got to be more careful, man. I don't know. You got to... Can't be taking those risks. I mean, against pistols.
So with him giving that away, that leads for Cloud9 to try and re-break Complexity again here. You can already see it too. Utility's going to be relatively low here now. They still have the basics though to allow them to go for really, you know, these default takes that they've been big fans of, and it's again that same type of lineup. I think they have one extra player instead of T-Con this time, and it's just going to be Jason R lurking his way over there towards the back B area. Besides that, again, it's business as usual. Nothing complex going on, no pun intended, with Complexity here on their T round.
Yeah, again, they put Ivy pressure. Now they can fall back. They can kind of have that. This is the thing. Shroud died last time challenging, so you know he's probably not going to challenge again after that happened, and that's going to give them a lot of room to work up towards Ivy. You see he's just playing back post. He has support from Hell with automatic and nothing, just kind of playing bomb train, spotting sandwich, spotting 5-lane run up, spotting anything out ladder. Now Complexity is just going to go outside. They're going to do, what type of smokes are these? Let's see.
Across towards E-Box there to give him a little bit of room to move in, but nothing on Sandwich here. So Automatic's allowed to just push right back up, and he immediately takes down Surreal, goes to the top jump, hopefully won't be expected. Desi was just stuck in a corner there, so Shroud has no problem taking him back out, and Automatic going off. He picks up 3, I think, before he finally goes down, and Android's not going to get anything else done after he takes down nothing. So Shroud finishes it off, and it's Cloud9 to tie it, and I believe this will break Complexity as well.
Wow. Automatic is just... How did this guy get so good so quick?
I don't know. It was immediately after he came on Cloud9.
I know.
You didn't really even hear much about him before that. And all of a sudden, he's just this crazy player working with Stewie all the time.
I mean, his CT sides are like insane. I think him and Rush are the 2 most impressive CT side players right now for me in North America.
I guess I careful with the overstatement there. But
well, yeah, of course.
But the rest of Complexity here now onto the Eco, as we said before, just a couple upgraded pistols here. And they're going to try to just train together here down into B, hopefully getting a plant at the very least. They didn't bring any utility or anything, though, so it actually could just be pretty rough if they all try to go together down that ramp. You've got Stewie waiting for it with a Molotov to deploy outside. He's seen it. And now the Molly's going to cover for the cross. The HE grenade going in 2. Let's see. Actually, not as much damage as I was expecting, and he only gets 1 kill. Traded out afterwards, but still under control for Cloud9. Complexity did escape with the plant, which is probably all they really wanted out of this round. And now down to Android. We'll see if he can find anybody else. He does have nothing pretty low here, and he's really hunting for that kill. He gets it, but then Shroud will trade it out, and we'll indeed see Cloud9 taking the lead here.
Poor Stewie, man. He can't catch a break. Every time they come inner, look what happens. That's like the one time they've come inner, right? I don't think they've come inner before that, so I'm not really hitting the sight. The one time they do, he just gets some guy running on a train pistoling him after he gets 1 kill.
Yeah, and that was a team ace as well across the board for Cloud9, so everybody getting a piece of the action. But double op setup now reignited for the Cloud9 roster here. Stewie and Skadudo working with it, whereas we have the full buy back in check for Complexity. And again, pretty much the same style of split we've been seeing. At the moment, no pressure towards Ivy, but one of these T-Con guys may split off from the main group and go to check that out. Or they may just avoid it entirely, considering the last 3 to 4 gun rounds they've been countered out over there, so Ivy hasn't really been a good area for them to push towards here.
Stewie a deep spot at inner, so they opt for this double op setup. Misses Android off that jiggle peek, and now they know there's an op inner, so they have 2 towards T mid, maybe throwing some sort of a fake. We'll see. They threw outside smokes from that, and now I think they're just going to go towards inner while Jason fakes outside.
The rest of Complexity now going to be sneaking in here now over there towards that inner hit. Bomb slowly walking over. Surreal's just out in the open, though, not paying attention down below. So Stewie walks in for free, shuts down Surreal. Jason R may have a big flank against these guys outside, though. Moves in, takes out 1 for free. They'll be able to pretty quickly reposition, though, as you can see the immediate trade from nothing. They do try to go downstairs, though, and change up their hit. But this is going to be actually end up being pretty bad, as they have no utility to get outside.
What a shot, though.
Yeah, nice shot to find it, but unfortunately it's not going to lead to a whole lot, as now the rest are kind of going out 1 by 1. And for Def, he's got 30 seconds to play with here. Oh, the rest have backed up, but he just destroys nothing from the backside, and he's even still got a Molotov to try and restrict these guys. The op shot that's hit against him is a leg, so it doesn't fully kill him. It only brings him down to 16 HP, and now he's going to be able to get this plant, and he also forces a complete reroute on the 2 remaining C9 players. We'll see if he can hold this off. He's even expecting them to come back out of the Ivy tunnel there as he tries to line back up another headshot, but he's looked away. The timing on this is not going to work out for him, and Skadudo will close out before this goes any further.
Yeah, some nice shots coming from Complexity, but I mean, at the end of the day, the entry didn't happen and the rotates are too much for C9. I mean, there's no smokes blocking out Z or anything like that. So when they run out ladder, pretty easy kills for, you know, someone like Skadoodle.
And the game remains close as we get into the last round here, but it has gone back into the favor of Cloud9 after Complexity got themselves out to a 4-0 start. Immediately we saw that kind of spinning in the other direction as we got back from the match medic issue that we had there, but now it still remains somewhat close. The problem for Complexity is if they're going to be able to keep it close going over to their CT side, or if Cloud9 was really just going to take over and completely control the action on that second half, especially if they control the pistol there. So Stewie waits, and again, it's a slow peek from Jason R, so easy shot for Stewie, as he doesn't have flashbang support or anything of that nature. He's even going to get his own flash out to try and re-peek this one, but no one on Complexity dares challenge him after that first frag. And they're just waiting down the timer a little bit back in their default setup that they were so fond of in the early portions of this half.
Yeah, it's a different look, and Complexity doesn't really seem to know how to deal with like any type of an Ivy Opper, right? Every time there's been an Ivy Opper on Cloud9, they've just really struggled. I mean, now they just have no nades and they're going up against 2 ops. So now, this is, I don't know how you win this round.
Yeah, Def is sneaking up. It's actually getting pretty close to Stewie. Oh, Stewie just destroys Def, though, with a quick scope. And now we're seeing a lot of trades from Complexity. So Stewie does his best, and Skadoodle just jumps into the open here, trying to hold a little bit of a better position. But the problem is now he's left himself out, but nobody's paying attention close to the train. He gets one. Oh, my God! The flick onto the second. And as well, Shrouded come in from the ladder room to assist. So there you have it. Skadoodle just goes out and dominates on the bomb train. And Cloud9 do indeed bring it back from a 4-0 deficit up to a 9-6 advantage to close out the half. Ladies and gentlemen, the second half should be coming up momentarily, so stick with us right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And back again here, ladies and gentlemen. It's Complexity who got a great start here on Train, but unfortunately weren't able to carry that forward, and Cloud9 bounced back over there on their CT side to be able to control things. 9-6 is the advantage they hold now going into the second half. And we'll have to see if, if there's any renewed hope for Complexity to start off in the second half, or if it's going to kind of go as planned from this point forward and just allow Cloud9 to dominate the rest of the match.
Yeah, I think they really need the pistol. If Cloud9 gets the pistol, I think they could, really easily take this game. Complexity, their CT side, like I said, playing with the stand-in is going to take away a lot of, any continuity that they had. So it's going to be a lot more difficult, to play against this Cloud9 T side, which has a lot of bursty strats and things like that when they want to. And to stop those, you really need teamwork. If they're gonna, send 3 ladder, or throw 5-6 E-box smoke or something like that and flash over, you need teamwork to stop that. You need like good crossfires and things to stop any type of bursty plays like that, which Cloud9 likes to do a lot of the time. And it all starts with this pistol. If they get this pistol, they could be in a good spot. But having said that, Cloud9 obviously very favored.
Yeah, and over here now, we're going to see them pushing forward pretty quickly over here to the back B halls, not wasting any time on it all. And Desi just immediately one-tap Stewie. Granted, barely makes it out alive on the cross, but he does get out of there. Automatic tries to line up a good shot, but unfortunately goes down. Thankfully, Shroud's having a bit of better luck to finish off the job on a Desi, and nothing following through, but Android beautifully shot as well. Takes down Skidoo from up on top. It's a bit of a shooting gallery here between both teams. They just try to knock each other out one by one. There's Jason Ard with another one tap there against Shroud. Nothing though. Finds 2 quick kills, and he's been bringing this down to a one versus one as Def tries to sneak up close. Nothing's ready for it though, and he finishes off the job with a massive 4K to keep Cloud9 in the lead.
I mean, he didn't even have armor there. That was armorless, and he still ends up getting the 4K with just really nice headshots. And what you want to do if you're Complexity there is you never want to get caught in a spot like that, where you're fighting them like this, right? If one player from Complexity goes upper on Cloud, that changes everything. If he goes upper and he starts pushing up on that guy in sight, while everyone else is kind of holding and just jiggle peeking and making sure they don't die, there's like no way they lose that round, because all of a sudden that guy can't do any jiggle peeks. That guy upper's fighting him. He has a Glock. It's a really tough kill. He can keep playing around with him because he could like crouch up, and it's a really difficult shot. Instead, they just go with that like straight line approach, and it allows nothing the opportunity to win that round.
The rest of Cloud9 here again getting ready to try and make some noise over towards the inner bomb site. More than likely will still execute in towards A, but as we can see, already just trying to push Desi back. Get him to try and bait the rotate from Surreal over, which has worked out. He has the extra assistance coming into the site now, and we won't see a big follow-up from that. In fact, these guys is kind of per the plan here, just going to start to fall back. Stu, I think, is going to regroup with the main pushing force outside of T-Con, and then in a moment, while Shroud will fend off extra aggression, he'll probably hop down the ladder room and go back outside once they're ready to actually go in and execute here. But oh no, he's actually taken down by Desi, which gives them the ability to kind of rotate back inside now and try to prepare to counter this back out. A lot of them working with Deagle, so they do have the possibility to try and one-tap some of these guys from range here. Android waits in the ladder room. He does end up getting smoked back off, but now they know it's coming back onto the site. And the CTs have a lot of presence here that is not necessarily going to be easy to deal with. Automatic, though, swinging back in, gets a big lineup. He takes out 2 before being traded out by Jason R. Android, unfortunately, in the ladder room here has been the biggest disappointment so far with him being smoked off. He has not been able to contribute at all. And now Cloud9 have the bomb on the ground and are waiting for the retake to start to roll in from Complexity. As they go hunting, Android finally has his chance to impact, but with the loss of Desi, Android's also going to be found out by nothing there inside of T-Con, and they already know where Jason R is, so it's going to be Cloud9 following through and picking up an 11th here.
Yeah, and that smoke really hurt Complexity. Android couldn't walk through it, and rightfully so. I mean, nothing was just posted on it the whole round. That was his job to watch. And the 1Ds don't rein in from Complexity. They even had a really early spot that they were coming outer, because Depp was scouting towards team mid. So he saw them come towards outside. They just didn't really hit the shots that they needed.
And after that, again, it's Cloud9 really getting themselves into full control as Complexity do have to go for the full save here. We aren't really going to see a whole lot of investment coming in this time as they're working on looking towards the gun round here. Cloud9 not necessarily getting out of it scot-free, though, as you can see. So they're going to have to try and build up the money a little bit more here as Complexity may have their chance to get back into it. One of their last chances coming up on the next gun round here is they are losing control of this scoreboard very, very quickly, allowing Cloud9 to pick up that pistol.
And did you see the difference between how like Complexity played that when they were up 4v5 to how Cloud9 played it when Shroud got that AK? So when Cloud9 went up 4v5, I was like, they're just playing against an anti-eco right now, just Jason R with the gun. They played a lot of like spots where somebody just kind of baits for him, and then they just get some kill in the back with the P250, right? And like they're almost, it's not guaranteed to get that kill, but like it's a very high chance that they're going to get that kill. And they're going to get traded on if anybody's around them. But if you have 2 players kind of playing that same type of mindset, where somebody's going to bait for you, you're going to get that kill, you're probably going to die afterwards. But you know what? Most likely that player that's peeking might be able to trade off you dying, or they simply don't have somebody in position to trade, and then all of a sudden you win the round based off that. Complexity just kind of played like default spots, and then they all went back old bomb. You know, it just wasn't very well thought out.
Well, we do have Cloud9 going for the execution here now, right around the 40-second mark. But Def lines it up, and I think he even sprayed beforehand there too. Surreal dies there. I don't know how. I think he jumped from too high or something like that. But yeah, leaves us into a 3v3 after everything is said and done. And now Jason R being pretty low. It's still probably a safe bet here that Cloud9 is going to win the round. And certainly the case now. Jason R, nice tap though, finding Stewie there as he picks up the Deagle headshot. But it's getting anything beyond this that's probably going to be the big issue. Because now they know where he's playing from, and there's only one of two routes he can take given the limited amount of time he has. And he chooses the Ivy path here. So first battle, unless he goes far right, is going to be automatic. I'm not sure if Skadoodle just saw him there on that peak. Oh, they're looking towards him, and now only one more to go, and he gets it! Jason R, what was that? Just destroys him in the 1v3 with 3 HP, and he's even got the 10 seconds for this defuse. Complexity back in it on the third round, 7-11.
Wow, those were really nice shots. I told you, man, Jason can hit some bangers.
Just destroys them. I thought there was no way they even know where he is after he gets the first kill. And then even, he catches Skadoodle in such a bad spot too, so very well played from him. And just like that, the entire half has been destabilized. This Complexity get a big buy off of this one. They're even going to have the op, which they probably wouldn't have had previously, but they would have had in a pretty bad situation, whereas Cloud9, look, they have to stretch the buy now, down to a Galil and shot on a Tech 9 for Skadoodle.
Yeah, we've seen, I think that's 3 ecos so far. 1 for Complexity. And I mean, that was just like a USP eco. Jason saved that from the round before. And then 2 by Cloud9. I think Cloud9 won 2 of them, so.
So it's a bit of a crazy game we have here again. With nobody really showing consistent control. Cloud9 still very much in the lead here right now. But Complexity does have the chance to turn it around after that upset there. And nothing, just goes swinging out towards E-Box. Automatic actually is going to pick up the first kill here. Android able to trade though. Gets hungry, looking for more by the E-Box, and unfortunately he's going to get too hungry. Nothing takes him down. Cyril takes a shot to the face to bring him down to 6 HP. And now stuck behind the bomb train itself. Skadoodle finishes off the job with a long-range nade. Nothing knocking out Jason R. Desi behind a smoke here in Z. There's not really much he can contribute to. So it might not be completely out of the question from the fallback and save currently. But no, he's going to stay here. Picks up 1 against nothing. And I think, again, this is where the situation falls away from him. And he will have to fall away and save. Just happy with the extra kill.
Yeah, as the inner player, seems like you're you're always in this situation.
Yeah.
Just always having to try to clutch and outside. Gets that 1 kill around Z, but yeah, it's definitely going to be a save. So Cloud9 winning a round where they were definitely outgunned there. They just kind of, I'm not sure exactly what led up to it because we were watching Stewie. I don't know if they threw like 5-6 smoke or what. It kind of just seemed like they just went out team mid and took battles, and nothing got that immediate headshot when he was around E-Box at the bomb train. It just kind of opened everything up.
Yeah, and that is going to put the money for Complexity into a pretty bad spot here. Jason R still at about 7K, so you can probably just donate Tech 9s and whatnot over. Or excuse me, not Tech 9s, 5.7s for them to try and use here. But actually, no, they're gonna go for it here, and there's gonna be no donations at all. Jason R just gets himself an M4 to work with here, and everybody else is just gonna buy as much as they can, which for most of them is just Deagle or CZ armors.
It's interesting that they're gonna buy here. I mean, they have a very low buy right now, and they're just playing really standard, you know? I mean, they have depth kind of trying to get a 1D around inner, but besides that, it's a pretty standard setup. They're not really taking any risks, right? So usually you want to take a risk in rounds like these where you're completely outgunned and whatnot. They do have Android in the ladder area with a Deagle, and now they're kind of moving more towards outside, kind of playing more aggressive. Maybe a pop flash team mid looks like they're setting up for. Yeah, there it goes.
Still no contact being taken here as the flash rolls out. Everybody else on Cloud9 keeping it really quiet currently. It's Stewie hopping around up on top of the ladder, and they're trying to check for something, but not anything to be picked up. Complexity playing very close contact here around the sandwich area and just the initial trains out from T-Con. So we have to see now as Shroud is getting ready to deploy the smoke outside. I imagine some of his teammates do the same here. Android waits close up. We'll see if he can pick anything up. Flashed out though, so he just gets decked by Stewie. He even gets a second one. Surreal and Jason R able to trade out those 2 kills, and Jason R now finding a third. Skadoodle missing a very important shot. Shroud did pick one up and a second, and now it's all on Surreal here as he goes out. Shroud again with the 3K. Picks it up for Cloud9 as they're going to push 13 rounds.
Yeah, but that was good by Complexity. I was a little worried for him because they just started out like pretty default, but then when they moved into that setup, like they definitely had a chance to win that round. If Android and Desi don't get full blind right there, I actually do think they probably do win that round because they're not going to expect another player sandwich and then another player, maybe back red. If those players can just go like 1 for 1 each. So I did like that. What Complexity kind of moved into there.
Yeah, and Cloud9 pretty much is going all the way back here, right from the start of things. Desi, I don't think they saw him to the right there a little bit. There may have been something peeking out, but they weren't able to detect it if it was. Shroud, though, peeking into it. Desi, is going to miss the opportunity to try and swing out there and find him. He hasn't actually been able to successfully spot any of these players yet, so he doesn't know that already 2 have gone across towards upper. Thankfully, he does have support in the site, but again, you have to think of this as the overall scope of the situation here. Complexity really don't have much bargaining power in this round. Jason R's got another Deagle armor buy. Desi has just a Deagle. But beyond that, they all are working with default pistols once more here. Automatic moving out. He's styling on some players here as he's already found Android. He'll have a few more in the open in a moment here. As Automatic, nicely done as well. The fadeaway shot onto Jason R. And then Surreal, well, he found one, but that's probably going to be one of the only ones that they'll be able to get as he finds himself in an open battle with nothing. Unless he lines some beautiful headshots there, which he won't. Nothing will just take him out, and Cloud9 will be 2 away from the win now.
And I mean, Complexity started out this game great. It was 4-1. They had a ton of money. We thought they were going to have a really good T side, and then they ended up losing a couple ecos. Cloud9 ends up winning the pack despite being down so far. It was actually 4-0, sorry, when they got ecoed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were looking great, man, and then from there it just kind of fell apart. Fell apart quick.
Yeah, it went back and forth for a little bit here. I mean, even at the start of this half, they tried to bring it back after Jason R's clutch, but it seems like
Cloud9 won a very critical round when they just had all AKs, when nothing kind of just went outside and got that entry. That was a very key round in this half.
And they're trying to boost up Skadoodle here early on as the smoke fades so they can spot anyone that's on top. Nothing to be seen here. But Cloud9 pretty much just going for your standard eco now, or excuse me, not standard eco, standard default, to try and work their way out onto the A-bomb site. More than likely, the bomb just being kept outside of the tunnels. There is also the secondary option, because you can see Shroud's also up top there to try and funnel this into the B site, with everybody kind of going over there to regroup towards T-Con. I don't think that is what they are going to go towards. Still even going out for the initial peek. I think he makes contact, but doesn't actually find anyone.
Yes, they're setting up for outside smokes. And I think it's just going to be a direct hit.
You have the aggression coming out from Def and Android, but there's not really anything to try and stop T-Con pressure right now, so they're just going to funnel out there and get into the sandwich for free. Android knows they have the pressure, and yeah, unfortunately the positioning just does not pan out at all, as there is nowhere near the amount of pressure right from Ladder that they thought was going to be there. Jason R unfortunately flubs his attempt to pick up a few kills himself, although Desi and Surreal chiming back into it in here now. If they can get this kill without losing one of their own, then okay, they might be in good shape here, as now they push them all back. The problem, though, is that these guys are already in really good post-plant positions, and yeah, as they do move out to look for those last 2 kills, it's an easy shot for Skadoodle to hit, and the second one as well. They take them both down, and Cloud9 do get up to the map point.
Yeah, and they also didn't have a kit, so, you know, game point, and it looks like it's just Cloud9 in complete control. So they just kind of show a little bit of inner presence. I think Sui just threw like a flash there, gets down ladder, clears that. I think he went up the ladder to throw a smoke and also check the inner push, and then they just do bomb train smokes and kind of brute force outside, force the plant.
And it looks like they're going to speed it up big time on this round here as Complexity forcing into it with just SMGs. There's already one. They actually get traded out here by Android. Problem is he's stuck at E-Box. There's no retreating from this position, but he gets assisted by Jason R. Shroud coming out, though. Beautiful double kill from him. Knocks out Android and then swings it onto the bomb train. And I think he even knows that Desi's coming in on the flank here right now as he just waits for someone to push out from that smoke. Probably going to be a bit of a delay, but with the smoke fading now, let's see if Desi tests his luck. Def, in the meantime, just got wrecked, and it's going to be the same fate for Desi. So Cloud9 do win it out in the end of the day here. They bring it back after a bit of a deficit to start things off. They end up in complete control of the matchup there, and they will take over for this first map, going 1-0 for the night. Still one more to go, though, of course, which we'll have coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Complexity, they, like I said, man, they had themselves in a good position on T side, but losing those 2 anti-ecos, losing that very, very important round. It seemed like every critical round they lost, and also those anti-ecos just really hurt them.
All right, so with that said, we are going to bring the analysts into the conversation. Now, guys, was there ever really a chance for Complexity with them getting that 4-0 start, or was it always destined to be a Cloud9 match?
You know, honestly, when you got players like Jason R running around making those insane frags, I'm not going to dismiss online Counter-Strike for being online Counter-Strike.
That might be a bit harsh, but I can see where you're coming from, for sure. You know, things can happen in online games.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm not detracting from him at all. Don't take it that way.
It's just that online CS tends to give us more random results than offline CS.
It does.
That's just how it is. But no, it was looking good for Complexity up until 4-0, and I think what Days talked about really, the fact that they managed to mess up that round, initially at 4-0, when they could have more or less solidified the lead, got up to 5-0, had the economy of Cloud9 pretty much in their hands the entire time. They managed to stumble. It all kind of falls apart from there, and then you kind of see why there's a bit of a caliber difference between these two teams. I think especially Automatic on that CT side, just doing an excellent job being, up close and personal by Sandwich, or even further close into T-Main, just a constant nuisance for Complexity to deal with.
No, definitely we saw him all over the place. And, in all reality, these wins right here, and we keep hitting this point, we keep trying to drive it home, these wins right here are ones that will hurt or make teams later in the season. Do you see it being any different now? I mean, obviously, Cloud9 coming in here, the favorite to win, but are these, is this a chance for Complexity to come out and grab any of these matches right here?
I think it's going to be really tough, but of course, there's a chance to do it, right? There's definitely hope in there, but I don't think tonight's going to be the night. I think Train, if anything, were their better chance of doing it. The next map is obviously going to be Nuke, and I mean, the last outing we saw from Cloud9 on Nuke, that was beating SK, and I think we can both agree that there's a bit of a difference between the two teams in question, when you compare Complexity to SK.
Yeah, I mean,
Slight.
if you compare Complexity to SK or even Cloud9, because that is actually who they're playing. But I think the real thing here is we're going to go into Nuke next.
Yeah,
and we have not seen a lot of Nuke. So in your mind, is this one of those that could be a random result that we're going to see Automatic come out and call, and they're going to have the same effect again?
It's definitely one of the maps that could lend themselves to weird results, right? Where you end up in a situation where Cloud9, if they get off to a similar bad start as what they did on Train, that could definitely spiral out of control to the point where they can actually get back into it. And I definitely think it's tougher to do on a map like Nuke, even though it's more T-favored this time around with the new iteration than the past ones. But, in all seriousness, I still think Cloud9 should be able to take it.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have Cloud9, we're going to have Complexity on D-Train.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, and we're back here. It's almost time for a little nuke action. We've got Cloud9. We've got Complexity. Sure to be a clash of the Titans here on nuke. We haven't seen a lot of nuke this season, so it's a little exciting. I'm sure our observers love it more so than we do.
I think like DJ's probably having like a mini panic attack at this point. That map is just pure hell.
Well, he usually does have a considerable amount of breakdowns before each session because, you know, the thing is he really wants to get every play for you guys at home. Like, he wants to capture every single one of them, and rightfully so. You know, good on him for trying to do a good job. But seriously, you got to chill out back there. It's getting a little weird. But we're looking at Cloud9 Complexity on nuke.
Yeah,
we've got. Do we have an interesting matchup other than the fact that it's nuke?
Well, I think it's interesting simply because, well, for a couple of reasons. First off, Complexity is a fairly new leaf in that sense on nuke, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can actually come up with if they've actually put some time in it with Jason, which I have my doubts about. Obviously, they wouldn't know that they're playing these two maps coming into the week, so hopefully they've had at least a couple of games to run through stuff. But for me, it's going to be seeing Cloud9, what kind of, you know, necessarily progress they've had. If it's still Tim who's going to be leading the reigns, if they change anything up from how they played it in Katowice, which was successful for them, that kind of stuff. Like basically see the progress of Cloud9 and how they go about things. Because I do think like even though it's a map that can allow for a bit of random results every now and again, I still think Cloud9 should be good enough to take it away from Complexity regardless, especially given the situation that Complexity find themselves in.
Well, we did know that Tim Taw was calling against SK on nuke. And honestly, an interesting pick altogether. I don't think we anticipated that. But we have Eric DeBear Stromberg, who's going to run us through a little bit of Cloud9's nuke and kind of give us some analysis on that. Take it away, Eric.
Hello and thank you. Stunna and Vendetta, you guys are great. We're going to take a look at Cloud9, specifically Automatic on nuke. They picked it. Automatic, who apparently is the strat caller, as he's playing mini. He Molotovs for the rush. He loves playing this area. He sometimes makes it up by dropping Rafter. But as you can see, the rush, he'll Molotov, put you to the smoke to help his teammates. He gets kills. He gets assists. He does a lot of damage. Good job by Automatic. One of the other spots he plays, he likes to play fast lower in case if they do smoke outside. Now, I don't like this play in particular because Automatic, he puts himself in a really bad spot. He can't fall back. He has 0 teammates helping him, and they know that there's a person area. There's a smoke this deep lower. He's flashing. They know that at least one person's here. So Automatic, he did get 1 kill, but it does not help his team at all because now his teammates have to rotate. They have to leave their spots. Not a great play. This play I like a lot better because, one, he puts a smoke over here. Now the T's have to, if they want to cross the smoke, they have to check 2 common choke points that is very hard to do. So they have to wait behind the smoke. As you see, it's almost like a one-way. So if they do cross, Automatic will see it. He Molotovs. As the angle that he tossed, they know that there's probably a guy by the stairs. So he repositions himself towards the toxic area. He's delaying, he's stalling. While he's doing this, it allows Stewie to rotate to lower to kind of play more of a bomb site. Automatic does a pretty good job at the start. He gets 1 kill right here. And I think at this point, you could fall back, you know. After 1 kill, it's fine. Fall back, make them come to you, make them run in your teammates' crosshair. There's no reason to keep over-peeking like that. As you see Tui's down here, he eventually gets the kill, and they win the round. So Automatic, great player. Just tone it down a little bit on, you know, after a couple kills, you know, 5-on-5 situation, 1 or 2 kills is all you need. Fall back, wait, play as a team. Back to you, Stunna.
Hey, thank you, Eric. You know, seeing this Nuke matchup is just a little exciting. We haven't seen a lot of them. And being that we're going to see one of the best North American teams do that in Cloud9, play it here today against Complexity, put up a little bit more fight than I think we anticipated in that last map. So Vendetta, let me get a quick prediction from you before we go live into this thing.
I'm going to have to go with the boring choice and kind of stick with the favorites. Cloud9, I think they're going to be too strong for Complexity to take this, considering the situation Complexity find themselves in and with how good Cloud9 have looked on the map in the past.
Well, in the past, we've had the best commentators standing by, and guess what? They're standing by still, Blue and Dazed. You guys ready for this?
Yeah, I think we are ready for this one. As again, it's going to be jumping over here to Nuke as DJ probably having a little bit of a, as the analysts are saying, a little bit of a mini panic attack. 10 feet in that direction. So
yeah, I can hear him like wheezing.
This is, he was
the paper bag like going
crimpling in the back.
Yeah, it's kind of distracting.
He was standing, 5 feet in that direction when he figured out that the map was Nuke, and he was like, "Oh no!" And he just freaked out on us. We had to go over there, calm him down.
There's a handful of that.
It was a rough 5 minutes for him, but yeah. I think he's okay now. So yeah, it's gonna be on Nuke, ladies and gentlemen, and I think that the problems only escalate here for Complexity now going to a map like Nuke, as unfortunately, as unstructured this team tends to be.
Complexity's got this, man.
Jason R hitting them.
No, I didn't catch the match versus SK and Cloud9, so this is actually going to be my first time seeing Cloud9 on Nuke. Hoping to learn a thing or two, as I haven't played this map too much. But yeah, it's Nuke. I mean, even this iteration, it's a map that takes like an immense amount of teamwork. It takes really crisp rotations, really good communication. It's one of those maps that you just, it's not as individually skilled, in my opinion, to perform well out. I think it's more of like a team aspect. Like, you got to be good as a team on this map. You got to have your rotates on point. You got to know who's responsible for what. And the communication aspect is very essential as well.
All right, guys. Well, again, we did have a little bit of an issue with Skadoodle disconnecting from the match, so while we're waiting for him to get reconnected, again, big apologies with that. As we do have a slight delay, we're going to be throwing it to your break. Should be back pretty quickly, though, so stick with us here, and the second map between Complexity and Cloud9 is coming up in just a moment.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, and we're back again here. Once again, guys, we do apologize. Still working on getting the players into the server here right now. So we thank you once again for sticking with us here into the night as the ESL Pro League continues. But again, let's talk a little bit more about Nuke. I mean, I can offer some insight on when we saw them play SK, as that was me like casting that match like 2 in the morning, I think is when that one happened. So, but I mean, like Cloud9 overall actually did a really good job of weighing out the aggression and specifically as we talk about T-side, controlling the hot spots on the map. Because as you look at it, even at high level play, it always comes down to who gets better control of like the ramp room and outside. Because that seems to be in a lot of cases like a good 50 to 70% of the round. Is if you can get either one of those cleanly, then the follow through and the closeout on the round is actually pretty easy from that point forward.
Yeah, I mean, definitely outside. Well, because the key is you need to get the defense moving.
Yeah.
ST. And once you get the defense moving, then all of a sudden there's going to be openings. If you don't make movement happen, it's really difficult to brute force into ramp, to brute force into inner, and things like that. So once you go outside, you make somebody have to account for secret. You make somebody have to account for vents. You make somebody account for all these spots. All of a sudden, it thins out the defense, and there's openings. So that's usually the story of how Nuke is played, right? It all starts with outside.
Yeah, and of course, again, Cloud9, like I said before, against SK specifically, they're doing a really fantastic job of that. For whatever reason, though, SK, in a lot of teams too, there's the usual thing we start to see now where they just line up the smokes across the path. They go past the red box and over to secret. Nobody ever really seems to have like a good counter to that to just stop them from getting it. It almost seems like every single team is like, okay, they're smoking it. We're not really going to challenge it too much. We might just like spray through the smoke and hope we can get a couple there. But then they just follow through and just look to counter them out when they actually go downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, for good reason. It's one of those things where if you try to fight them through the smoke, a lot of the time you're forcing it, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you might try to get a kill off catwalk and things like that, but whenever you're forcing something in Counter-Strike, it's usually not a good idea, especially on a inherently CT-sided map. So you're okay with them getting secret, and then you have somebody they're spotting, and then that's a big tell in what their strat's going to be, right? All of a sudden you know, okay, they're secret. We probably don't have to worry about upper too much right now. You know, most likely it's going to be some type of a ramp play if they're committing to secret because this guy's spotting. And if he doesn't see them, then all of a sudden, you know, maybe you have to worry about them coming back towards mini and things of that nature.
Yeah, so again, guys, we do have the players finally getting into the server here, which means we should be live momentarily. But, I mean, overall predictions here, right? Still probably looking to Cloud9 to close this out after what we saw there on the last map.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cloud9 is just a way better team.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. Like, Complexity is up against a giant. It's like David versus Goliath right now, kind of.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately for the lesser team here, it's going to be a pretty rough ride for them, as you can see there. Now, we should be jumping into the map.
But anything can happen in
momentarily.
CSGO. Anything.
Especially online and in North America.
And on Nuke could be an upset map, man. Like, Nuke's an upset-heavy map.
Yeah. It's really weird the way that, like, the
like, unless you have, like, the best team playing on it.
Yeah.
When you have super top team, but, like, I'm telling you right now, Cloud9's not the best team on Nuke. I almost guarantee it. And obviously, Complexity isn't. So, like, you know, it could happen because it is so CT-sided. You can win ecos on it with, like, Mag 7s and things like that. So it can be, like, an upset map.
Yeah. All right, well, it looks like, guys, as you can see on the screen there now, the match is finally live, so let's get into it here. Complexity taking on Cloud9, with Complexity getting the start on the CT side and Cloud9 jumping over to the T side. Let's take a look now as the pistol gets started. Nothing too crazy in terms of buys, no monster or no raid boss pickups here or anything of that nature. It is just going to be fairly straightforward here from the get-go of things. And even, again, on the opener with positioning and whatnot here, they're just going to filter inside of the lobby way. And have a few players on roof, I imagine, to toss out maybe a nade or two from there. They're breaking the windows right now. We'll have to see where they follow up upon this. This is still a pretty normal thing to do, just break out those windows. We have to see if they actually are going to follow through with trying to, you know, smoke that out to the certain degree that they can. Skidoo's the only one that has it currently, but...
Yeah, so slowing it down, just kind of seeing if anybody's going to push. Now we're going to see the outside big garage smoke come out from Skadoodle.
Which means Surreal is still going to be able to spot over here into the opening if he wants to. And he goes hunting for that now in that little box alleyway.
Moving way too much, though.
Yeah. He keeps changing up his position. This is going to let Cloud9 just filter directly in. They've got control of the garage, and they're going to move their way forward. Android pick up the first one, and oh my god, they just completely destroy Cloud9. They don't get anything done here. Falls to Skadoodle, but he's fragging out too. Unfortunately, he falls into the trap, and Def is going to knock him out after he picks up those 2 frags.
Yeah, one of the things about Complexity is, I mean, they have 4 players, in my opinion, who really can hit some nice shots in Android, Desi, Def, and Jason R, and Surreal to probably a lesser extent. But pistols especially, Desi's pistol has always been like a force, and you know, it's something that we just saw right there. That was a pretty cool shot by Cloud9. If you saw, they smoked a big garage, automatic gun on the thing, and then Scooter throws a popper over, and he drops into mini. That was pretty cool. The timing didn't work out though, and you know, obviously losing the round, forcing them to just have a deagle and pistols, and now Ska, of course, having the nades as well.
Yeah, and the rest of them, after the smoke fades away, probably are going to go for pretty quick control over there towards the ramp. Jason R, that nade, oh, it works out perfectly, too. He gets some pretty massive damage onto this player. He's not going to stick around to challenge it, but he's actually left with no choice, as he's a little bit too slow on that fallback there. Stewie takes him out, and again, doesn't trade out any kills in the process either here. So it's a free loss, and beautiful shot from nothing. Just barely has the angle there, but it's enough to be able to headshot against Def and take him down. Surreal is even going to check this right side. No, he doesn't. So Stewie not only takes out Surreal, but saves 2 of his teammates, and all that's left alive here is Desi. Who's going to get running knife killed from Scooter. They knew he was low, and he just walks up against the casual left click there for the extra $1,500.
Wow. Well, that sucks. Not only did Jason R die at ramp, but he gave Stewie a Molotov, which cut off any type of vents, peak, or rotation, and was able to get in window room in a spot where he's almost always going to get a kill.
So just a series of unfortunate events for Complexity, and that is going...
That's the 3rd eco they've lost, or is it the 4th?
That would be the 3rd. The 4th one was the Complexity one.
The one
the Jason
yeah.
one.
Yeah, so 3rd eco they've lost so far in the season. Or series.
Yeah.
Season's probably way more. That could be in the hundreds by now.
So... at the moment, it's going to be Complexity again. Already just rotating players downstairs as Garage gets smoked off. And they just really don't, besides Def, as you can see here outside of Heaven, they're really not putting any presence on outside at all. They just let Cloud9 walk in and take it here. Def, as you can see, even tagged down a bit too, so there's not really a hole that he can contest to. He's just going to have to fall back and see where Cloud9 go with this, as they pretty much, you know, have like a good 75% of the map under their control already. But Android, at the very least, got a bit aggressive in moving out there and was able to battle back for some of it, taking down Stewie inside of the garage there to take him down. But Android, well, he picks up another kill. Automatic is able to knock out Def, and it's going to be a bit of a scrappy battle here for control of the A-bomb set. At the moment, though, leaving some room for Complexity to win this as they continue to trade it out. Desi being the big fragger here inside, who picks up 2 kills now and leaves Shroud alive to clutch 1v2. And he's not going to find any contact here on the actual site before he gets to the plant. Complexity are going to be keen enough to just let him go and put the bomb onto the ground, and they'll just try to retake here from the shed. But Shroud, I think, is aware of this. He's still checking towards Heaven there to see if there's going to be any pressure in that direction. In the meantime, one trying to flank outside, but in him trying to shift walk up into Jason R's face, he's just sitting there waiting for it. And he's going to be able to execute and battle back the control again, now into Complexity's hands.
Just trading rounds right now. Now it's a Cloud9 turn to try to get that back. So that's 2 anti-ecos that Cloud9 has lost. 3 that Complexity has lost this season, this series. Excuse me. So out of like the last 30 rounds or so, we've seen, you know, what, 5 anti-ecos.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a crazy battle here with no team just being able to follow through on their winouts here. At the moment, it's making the beginning of this map here on Nuke incredibly unstable here. Stewie, as you can see, is trying to wean back and forth there into the shed window position to take down Desi or anybody that might be out there, but Desi will give it up after a few moments of delay here. And now Cloud9, I mean, they force into this one, and they've actually got decent utility and whatnot too, so they can make some sort of an execute if they want to try to funnel in here towards the A set again, just breaking the windows and whatnot, but still fairly common to see. And whoops, I don't think he meant for that to go that far back. As that's going to be wasted essentially, so that's actually a pretty big waste.
He's like, wait, which one is it? That's not a good sign for how this strat might play out.
As now, well, he makes up for it there by hitting a nice 1D against Jason R and taking him back down. Problem is the guys from Complexity continue to get aggressive. Oh, Android runs out of ammo a little bit there, but trades are still consistent enough for Complexity to bring this back down to a 3v3. The bomb is still down in the lobby too, so without Cloud9 having control there, regardless of a site they'll be able to get control of, they won't actually be able to take it anywhere. Def still sitting up in Heaven at the moment. He's going to get the spot, but Shroud actually again battling back. Stewie tried to go from hell up to heaven, but he was spotted just before he got to the top of the ladder. And now Desi re-aggresses in through the shed, takes out Shroud. Automatic follows suit. The bomb is dropped for a second time, and they should already know Stewie somewhere between hell and working his way back over towards the T lobby way here. He is going to attempt to just sneak his way in and through the door, but Desi's ready for that one, and he hears him coming. So it's actually a pretty easy close out there on the 2v1. Complexity up to 3, and this should force the save now, or at least just the half buy from Cloud9 as they look to get towards their first gun round.
Yeah, so Complexity gets out of that danger zone with the force buys. So now Complexity, or Cloud9, excuse me, almost on a complete save, just 3 deagles. Still dangerous though. But yeah, Complexity again taking pretty early control and is going to be in a good spot as long as they can win this round in a very good spot. You know, to have a really good half. But this is the same situation we saw on Train, and you know, one round after another just, you know, went for the Cloud9 way, or went Cloud9's way.
Yeah, and Cloud9 themselves being very aggressive this time to take that outside control.
Desi just keeps putting every anti-eco. He just puts himself in these dangerous positions. I don't understand it.
Trying to impact.
You're playing a headshot angle against Eagles.
Trying to impact to the best of his ability here, but again, not actually coming out with any kills. I think he dinked one player into about 20-30 damage. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates are just cleaning up his handiwork there. Skadoodle finally picking up a secondary kill here for Cloud9, but now that he's alone, and Desi finally has the safety to try and push out and finish the round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he's putting himself consistently in those situations. You know, on Train, he was the first one to die, like pretty much on both those anti-ecos, right? At T-mid, he just didn't check the corner and Shroud killed him. Then when he was running around Sandwich, Automatic killed him in the side. And it's like, just stop being like so aggressive on him and chill out, man. I don't know.
Now we get past that eco round, and for Cloud9 here, Complexity can chill out a little bit into the gun rounds, of course. Desi once again playing it close to the wire here after that door. And almost finds himself in an open duel with one of the members of C9, but does not come to pass, as they are going to be looking to fall away from that position and go for probably just full-on outside control here, keeping Stewie inside of the lobby to watch out. But Surreal, well, he's going to have a lot to watch out for here in a second. This is looking like it's going to be a 4-man push here, and Surreal's just out of position to actually spot. I think it's Automatic sitting up on top of the Twinkie there. Excuse me, Skadoodle. He's going to be one of the ones that starts to wrap back around first. But Surreal, he does hit the shot on Shroud, and now he's on the run. Trying to get back to his safer position here in the amount of time. Gets himself behind the AC. Looks down below, but didn't realize that Automatic had pushed his way in. That's a bit irrelevant, though, as it's nothing from down below that gets the kill. And now there is going to be that outside control. Desi moving back downstairs here really quickly, as he knows that they can easily route through Secret. Is going to be watching out for pressure down there. Android mainly paying attention to Heaven here currently, as he waits to see if Automatic or anybody else is going to try to swing back in. But with all that control for Cloud9, there's so many questions for Complexity to try and figure out here. And unfortunately, for Android at least, he's going to ask the wrong one, as he ends up just getting knocked out with bullets to the back. Def, at the very least, again, trading, so still leaving this into a 3v3. But now the real question is, again, 30 seconds remaining. Where exactly are Cloud9 going to try to take the bomb towards here? They got Heaven control, Automatic going to leap back out. He does find Def, and that should allow for quite a big opening there to be on really either bomb site. Jason R is working on a flank. Skadoodle finally gets the bomb onto the ground here, and Desi finds himself in an open battle against Automatic, who now had control of Heaven. And while Jason R is going to lurk his way in, he's only started this retake. Now they know where he is. He sees Skadoodle going to the back corner, but again, at range, Skadoodle is going to win that out with the AK.
Yeah, and coL's money is not looking that great. They should buy here, but you know, Jason R is probably going to drop a gun. But even then, if I was Def, I'd probably get just get an op. Yeah, he does. So, op, no armor. And it's not the worst buy. I mean, FAMAS, op, 2M4 is a CZ. But, you know, they do have that op, so Def might be able to make it 4v5 here.
Yeah, we are going to
This round's really important, though, bro.
Yeah, we are going to see Cloud9 again just spreading out into pretty much a default opener here, not trying to look for anything too aggressive at the beginning like they did in the last round with that outside control, although they are still going to look for it. Just probably on a much more delayed timer here, as we can see Automatic and some of the others getting ready to probably deploy a bit of utility. And again, it's fairly passive on the actual defense of it. Def is in the area, ready to watch out for it, but he's got a glass cannon op buy, so there's not a whole lot that he can kind of just go out and take duels for, as, again, if he leaves himself in the open, it's very, very easy to dispatch of him. So holding himself in the alleyway, looking for that Twinkie boost player, but won't be seeing him. He ends up just resolving to fall back behind that and watching for catwalk pushes over Twinkie. But everyone else, again, here's that smoke wall on it that we talked about there, where Cloud9 are just going to waltz right through this. Desi, again, getting aggressive, but not having an impact. They don't have anybody watching their flank, though, so Desi can actually walk behind them and have some good impact, but he goes for the player at the headshot angle instead of the one out in the open, and that allows time for Cloud9 to spin around and take him out before he actually makes impact. Can see Jason R over there in decon, spotting the play down to this bomb site, but that's pretty straightforward. Now, they know it's coming in here. Jason R, unfortunately, has to deal with some pretty rough angles, but he makes the best of it, actually, picking up not 1, but 2 kills here. And now Android and Surreal are able to move back in, and they actually end up recovering this very well for Complexity. It's a 4v1, with Automatic only having 20 seconds left. There's not really anything he can do, so more than likely, he may just try to sneak out of here in a moment. But actually going back down towards decon. As he moves in, it looks like Jason R is just going to be watching out for that. So he does finish off the round with a nice 3K, and Complexity pick it up.
Yeah, just a full over rotation by Complexity. They beat them to lower with multiple players there. Allows them to win that round. You're right. Terrible positioning by Jason R, but just owns them.
So it makes it work. One of the timing from Cloud9 was off, or they just didn't communicate it properly, but it ends up working out for them, and again, brings Cloud9 back down onto a scrap together pistol half armor round for, or pistol full armor round for both of these guys here, with utility though, so they can still try and smoke something off here and make an attempt at a site taken. Well, pull that off as well.
Why? Every time. Every anti-eco. This guy just wants to get kills.
Every round, it's not even anti-ecos, he gets super aggressive. So that's going to put it back 5v4 again here. As Cloud9 will have the advantage. Didn't even bring Shroud completely out of the round either here. He still has plenty of utility to play with. And, well, 15 HP, he's obviously going to be probably positioned a little bit further back in the take. But he can definitely contribute, and at the very least act as a sort of semi-support role here to toss in smokes and whatnot for his team when needed. In the meantime, too, you could see there that Nothing had full control on outside. But he's probably not going to be using that for right now. Probably a bit of a delay here as the rest of the team is working their way over towards ramp. And the CT player here, Jason R, does realize it, so he just backs up, gets himself down to the site. That kind of play, though, it actually really just scares him outside. Is keep in mind, again, Nothing still has this position, so there is reason for them to actually just go directly in to the A-bomb site as well. If Nothing can successfully flank all the way around towards Heaven, that's a monstrous flank that they'll have to work with here. And with the addition of the kill onto Android, now it's really going to be easy for them to just try and crunch onto this. As you can see, Nothing's just going to walk right up. Easy frags against Surreal. There's the site. The last 2 were down on B, and the round is, unless Def can pull off a miracle here, working with his teammate, the round is essentially over. And yeah, Defka will get that one, but then he's traded back out. Jason R really nowhere near the action. He would have needed another like 15 to 20 seconds to get into a position to retake, so Def kind of overshooting it there.
Yeah, another eco round win, man. I mean, well, not really eco. I mean,
pretty
I know
heavy
they bought,
round, yeah.
But still, they just have like pistols. It's just, I don't know, man. Why are they so aggressive? Why is Desi in particular just so aggressive on these rounds?
Well, Jason R not even going to be able to get the 1 kill on Shroud to survive there, as he immediately headshots him on the peak. And no saves at all going into this next one.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is wanting to just like boost your stats. Because obviously they are not like good fights to take that lead to winning rounds cleanly, or you know what I mean? And it's not how he's playing on normal rounds generally. I know there was that one round outside, but every other round on train wasn't like that. So I just don't get it.
Things are looking rough. He needs to pad things up for if things go south and he ends up off the team.
Yeah, but there's a different, like, if you're Cloud9 and you want to stat pad a bit, go for it.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're in a match that you're probably going to win. But when you're at Complexity and you're literally battling to not be in regulation, it's like just ridiculous.
Regulation?
Relegation.
There you go. Excuse me. Got it. It's all good. But yeah, Android will find his mark this time, training at Eve openly, but with this aggressive control being taken from Complexity into the T lobby, they're able to move forward, knocking out an additional player, and now having decent control. Problem is, though, again, outside control is still very much a thing for C9 here right now. And Desi trying to swing back out here against Skadoodle, gets the frag, though, and he's just going to dip back inside. And what's even better is Jason R also picked up a kill elsewhere. Now it's all on Nothing 1v4, and he has basically no intel about what's in this site. Pretty sure Desi heard him, so yeah, he's just going to swing back out and finish the job off. And Complexity, well, they get their own taste of the eco there as they bring it right back in. And in addition to that, they get 4 free guns out of that round.
It's like you'd rather have pistols this game. Indeed.
It's seeming to be the case here.
What's going on, man?
How many ecos are we? Is that 6
I lost count.
now, I think?
I lost count.
I think it's 6.
There was...
That was 7, I think.
How many were there on train?
There's 3 overall on train. 2 in the favor of Cloud9, 1 in the favor of Complexity when Jason are the 1v3.
Okay. And now we've had, what, 3 or 4
We've had like 3 or 4 in this map, too.
Unbelievable.
So we're like at 6 or 7 ecos so far in 2 maps played.
Yeah, I mean, most of them aren't full ecos. There's been 1 or 2 full ecos that Cloud9 won. I think there was 2 full ecos that Cloud9. I think both full ecos were on train that they won. So 2 full ecos, and I mean, they're pistol armors generally, but still, I mean, it's just...
Still a situation where you may be able to get a couple kills and whatnot, maybe get the bomb down, but...
I mean, you just don't expect that high of a success rate on like a pistol armor and full ecos. It's kind of ridiculous at this point.
All right, well, Cloud9 have themselves a forced investment here with 3 Tech 9s and 2 AKs. Jason are getting ready for it, though, and oh, he'll find one, with Shroud immediately decking him afterwards. Allows for them to be able to get ramp control here and swing their way down onto the B-bomb site. Rotations are moving back downstairs, but actually they're having to funnel quite a few players into the A-bomb site over there on the C side. It's really only Desi that's sitting down here able to help out with it right now. They need to give themselves a little bit more time. Desi holds off for a first kill, though, but stays out in that hallway where nothing is going to be able to trade him. And Skadoodle picking up an additional kill into Android as they try to rotate back in. Puts this into a 2v3. Surreal, though, if he stays looking at that right doorway, he may be able to find Skadoodle, but he goes away from it here. Nothing. Great position behind the doorway on the steps there. Just peeks right up there. Surprises Def to take him out. Now there's not really a whole lot of room for Surreal. Missing that shot basically spells his own doom. Nothing ends up with a nice 3K from the hallway there. Cloud9 right back on the train, 4-6.
Yeah, 3 pistols that round. So of course they're gonna win it. Of course they're gonna win it.
A team with more pistols just ends up better off.
Yep.
Uh-oh. All right, so that means by that logic, Complexity should win this round. Or does having 3 rifles jinx it?
I mean, that's a lot of rifles. But
just
Cloud9 has more, so easy.
Well, that's the question. Is it whoever has more rifles overall, or is it just if you have majority rifles, does it rule out the effect of having the pistols?
That's a good point, Boo.
This is the real the jinx question, though. Well, we'll find out. As Def is actually going to get rather aggressive himself with the op here, moving through outside. And just staying in the open, too. Someone peeks him from down below. That's rough, but he gives up on it pretty quickly after not seeing any early aggression from C9, and he's wrapping back into the big warehouse here. Smoked out on top of that, so he won't be able to see the push from Automatic or anybody else. He just got completely smoked out, too. So unless he wanted to go back into that super aggressive position, there's not much that he can spot, and that's free outside control for Cloud9 without even having to kill anyone. Def basically just waiting for them to push through their own smoke there on lower. Desi also in the garage too. Lined up for 2 players, it works out great. And not only that, but Def found Automatic as the smoke on top of the box started to fade away here. Moving in, they find another kill, and it's a full 5-man alive round. So that answers our question there. It's just whoever has more pistols overall.
Yep.
That's the way the logic's working at this point.
I mean, yeah, this is something else.
But yeah, great lineup there, and I mean, really good patience from Def and the rest of those guys too, and they got completely smoked out. Be able to just wait for that to fade away, and Cloud9 didn't make the movement towards Secret as fast that time, so they were left kind of in the open. They pretty much got shut down. Cloud9 really got nothing done besides taking that outside control with the smoke. This time, though, well, look who has pistols again. It's Cloud9, and Stewie immediately walks right up to Surreal there and Juan Deeks him.
I don't think they know he's Secret as well.
And Skadoodle catches another one elsewhere on the elsewhere on the map.
Where was that door, maybe? I mean, he's in the back of lobby. So.
Yeah, they may have pushed in through like shed or something like that.
Yep.
And Automatic, I think he might catch. I don't know if he's going to hear him.
He's going to kill him. He's going to kill him.
But the trade is going to come back in, which means still 4v2 advantage. And nothing. Had himself the line. He's just going in through the paneling right there. Not able to get it. Android finding Automatic, and this is looking like we may finally have a round where guns win over pistols here. But let's wait and see. Jason R's got a pistol in hand now, and Android going off. Nicely done. He controls it, but let's see. Nothing with the 1v2, and he does it again. Oh my god. He somehow pulls it off with a deagle, and pistols still proves to be better than rifles in this map.
Wow. I'm like, I don't know, I'm kind of just shocked here at what is happening.
Oh my goodness. And it's just going back and forth too. Like nobody has a clear leader. Obviously, like Complexity has the lead, but nobody really has a clear advantage in this match right now, as it's just going all over the place. It's complete chaos here. Now look at Complexity. They're going to get super aggressive. They move right up. Oh my god, no, not like, what is this? Def gets 2 kills and a third as nothing just goes over the box. He may have a chance at a 4-2 or someone else can come in and help him with it. I correct myself. It was actually Surreal that got the 3rd kill there, but still, it's down to Skadoodle and Automatic here now to try and make something work in a 2v4. It looks like Automatic did get down underneath there towards the B bomb site, but the problem is that Skadoodle is up here still with the bomb. So Automatic is hoping to go for a secret flank, but I think someone from Complexity did turn around to watch for this, yeah. I think it's Def right now, paying attention to it. Oh, but he missed it, though. It was a little bit too far to the left, so he didn't catch the head when it peeked out. Automatic finds his mark there. That should open up a bit more of room here for Skadoodle to actually push back out. And these guys to push into secret there and eventually get down onto the B-bomb site. So, not settling this just yet.
I just can't wait till the analyst portion.
And chasing our Skadoodle. So now it's 1v3. And it looks like Pistols are going to win again here.
That's just CZ, you know?
Yeah, just walking right up. Automatic trying to clutch it, but can't do it. Just the pistol jinx is like it's in full effect here now. But by that logic, Cloud9 should win this round more than likely. So
I mean, Cloud9's doing great. They just you get every other round on T-side. I think you end up with 7 rounds or whatever. Like, it's great.
So how many rounds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 9 rounds straight without someone winning more than 1 in a row. That's crazy that it's bounced back.
No, this
that
has
much.
been crazy. I don't think I've ever seen this before. It looks like I'm watching The Road to Global, which I'm also doing on my YouTube.
Oh, nice, nice.
Anybody wants to check it out.
All right, well, Cloud9 again, not necessarily, full, it's full pistol armor now, but they've also got full utility and everything like that too. So they do still have a pretty decent arsenal based on the way things have been rolling so far to try and win out this one, and also based on the logic we've been employing here. They're going to be looking pretty good to try and win the 14th round here and end up with at least 6 on the half for T-side, which is not bad at all.
What is this smoke, man? He's in like T-spawn. We're all just waiting patiently.
Well.
We're all just sitting here waiting for this smoke.
I think it's just the early...
The greatest smoke of all time?
EU smokes. But it is just the usual initial smoke past the red box there. Just a bit of a long-range one. He's got a good arm back there, so I have him tossing that one out. But no follow-up on it at all, however. Everybody is going to go into the T lobby and try to execute here. Or also possibly shifting out towards the ramp as well. Again, running the timer down pretty low on this one, considering the type of take they're going to go for. But they still left a lot of utility in check after they tossed out those smokes. And oh,
beautiful maul.
Wait, what did that even hit on? It just exploded mid-air. But coL is shutting this one down pretty quickly. Automatic found one for himself. It's down to Skadoodle. I think the pistol logic is finally going to be broken here.
Nothing was the one that was looking up at like the sky and was like, just give me a minute. I'm going to figure this out. Just like, now we see why that happened with the Molotov as well. What a game we got.
This game is...
What a game.
Yeah, so Complexity looking good to control the lead here. Cloud9 just go for pretty much an identical force that we had in the last round here. They do add an extra AK to it. A little bit less utility this time. Still enough, though, to work the round. And we'll see if they can at least get the 6th up on the board before. But yeah, the 9-round streak of one team continuing, or not one team being able to win more than 1 round here finally ends, and it's Complexity that take the edge off of it. So a minor victory there, but still, letting Cloud9 get 5 rounds on T-side is certainly going to be a bit dangerous, especially with the pretty simplistic amount of tactics that Complexity bring to the table. Well, that's going to be a bit of a worry for them going on to the second half here in a few minutes.
I think Jordan just ballparks all his mates. It's just like...
this one looks good.
It's around here. I mean, I understand the physics, so...
Well, out go the smokes. This one should bounce his way over here to try and actually gives them a nice little U-shape here to give them really great control over here of the outside area. So this is actually Pretty nice to allow them to move in and get secret control. And I don't think they have anyone on Complexity side peeking up from heaven or anything, so they're also not really going to be able to scout from back there either. So that could throw a big fake downstairs here, but the problem is it's also drawn so much attention towards ramp or Complexity. Just shut it down. Automatic is left wondering what the heck just happened as he's shuffling through the warehouse here with only 30 seconds to go and him just having a Tech 9 armor purchase. There's not a lot of hope for him to be able to clutch out this round. We'll wait and see. As he's waltzing right up now, trying to line up. He's got Def, but I think Def just saw him there, so loses that opportunity. It's the last round anyway, so it's not a big deal that he misses that kill. But yeah, it's going to be 10-5 at the end of the day in the favor of Complexity, guys. Stick around here. This is a bit of a crazy map. We'll see how things go in the second half right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And again, for the last time this evening, guys, welcome back to Cloud9 versus Complexity here at the ESL Pro League. Live on Nuke at halftime with Complexity controlling the situation at 10-5. It's been like complete chaos, though, so I don't know if there's a whole lot to analyze here based on what we saw in the first half.
I mean, do you remember before this started? And I was like, man, I'm excited to watch this game, learn a couple things. I haven't played Nuke like that much.
We're gonna find out how they beat SK on this map.
Yeah, it wasn't. And then we just saw...
We saw that. Just there's no way to describe it. Again, if you weren't with us, it was 9 rounds straight where not a single team won more than 2 rounds, and the team that always won the round was the team with more pistols, like as their main weapon there. So literally nothing made sense for a good portion of that half. But we are going into it now, and both teams will have an equal amount of pistols going into the first round. So hopefully even odds, and we'll get to see if Cloud9 will have a chance to bounce back, or if Complexity can keep this going and actually, find a really good upset chance here to try and take a map off of Cloud9.
Yeah, and I think this pistol is pretty critical. I don't know if Cloud9 is going to lose as many of those ecos. So they're going to go towards ramp. Stewie's going to be holding it. Drops right away.
He's still Skadoodle helping out from the Hell Hall, though, so he's just going to end up pulling away as well, though, since he is scared for Def or someone else to push it, and he's right about that one. Nothing hanging out on the outside in case they did want to aggro back over there inside of Hell, but not going to happen. Stewie's already long gone here. And again, coL got control of ramp, but they don't seem to be... They kind of got boxed in here is the problem, is now there's defenses set up down on B. They can still fall back to lobby, but going over there towards...
They can even go outside to lower if they want.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like they are going to fall back with a couple of these players. Still keeping the ramp control, of course, but Desi and one more grouping up with him go into the lobby again to see if they can find anything out there. And they are still expecting it to come really towards either site here. Only Stewie went downstairs. Skadoodle got tagged for a little bit of damage in the volley back over there in Hell. But Stewie's just out in the open. He wants to be able to relay the intel if it does end up coming back downstairs. When they do try to pressure outside, though, it's really back and forth with very much C9 favor. Skadoodle's going to move in, helps out, and bails out Shroud, too, as he was in a bit of a rough patch there. But the bomb going down, it's down to Surreal and Android to bring this back. Stewie with a great lineup, though, as he comes back up from the vents, finishes off with the last 2 kills, and it's Cloud9 that went out the pistol here.
Yeah, and they're just hitting upper with 3 players while Surreal and Android are like, 10 seconds away. So, the attack was disjointed, but it wasn't even disjointed because of Cloud9. They just didn't group up before they hit it. And because of that, it was pretty easy for Cloud9 to win. I mean, They have time to like reload. They have time for the rotates to come. By the time the other 2 guys there, you're literally just hoping that those 3 guys that hit upper right away win the round.
Android gonna go hunting here to see if he can find nothing early on, and he does.
Please don't start this.
There's no way that this is gonna happen again. Started off, okay, it's just 1. We can still control it from here. But that is going to open up outside completely for Complexity here if they want to take control of it. As they do move in, Jason R didn't even take a whole lot of damage in the battle that he found himself into. Only brought down to 68 HP. They're still going to end up funneling through, it looks like, over here towards ramp, where Stewie is waiting, but just not able to catch any of them because of the smoke in his way right now. The minute and 10, though, all of the options are still open for Complexity here to try and utilize. And they're playing extremely passively here with this time remaining. Not making any moves after we saw Android getting out there and finding that first kill. We are going to see that they shuffle back in. The Molotov goes down, but I think it's a little bit too late here. Everybody already got past it, so it basically has 0 effect.
Do you see how when Stewie goes down ramp, he goes on the right side? Do you remember Jason went on the left side, and that's why he got caught? So whenever you guys drop ramp, drop close to the right side and go off on the right side.
Skadoodle's able to hold on there against Def to be able to take him out at the very least. So defending that portion of the map evens us back out into a 4v4. And it looks like Desi's going to just go back up the ladder and challenge him here. Skadoodle's ready for it, though. He's got his pistol, just hangs his body out to dry there and sends it back downstairs. And they just did the same thing over on the other side. Shroud and Surreal trading out a couple blows. It's left into a 2v3 after everything is done. Again, it's a bit more chaotic across the map here, but they are going to resolve to just head downstairs and try for a B play. Cloud9 know this is happening, though. They've already got Stewie holding onto the left side here. Andrews doesn't care, though. He just walks right past. Thankfully, Stewie is repositioning. There's Jason R with the Deagle, finding one. Trying to get one as he drops back down, but Shroud holds it now. Android has the Deagle, and we've seen him do work with this in the past, but no! Fails to realize that Skadoodle had pushed out from the vents, and he'll be able to keep it in the control of Cloud9 here at the start of the half. Phew. Yeah, we almost went right back into that cycle.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if Complexity buys again. It's very, very possible. So we'll see. I mean, they could drop AKs if they want. They can get 3 Galils with 2 pistols.
I'm thinking
they have a lot of options.
Looks like right now, though, they're just going to end up going for Deagles and seeing if they can.
Good option too.
Yeah, based on the first half. But yeah, just 3 Deagle investments and then Surreal and Jason R. Jason R buys a smoke, but after that, really nothing else being picked up here. It's fast outside, though, so they have a pretty good chance to try and overwhelm nothing if they catch him in the open here. And he is falling back, swings out there, and there you go. Def finds nothing right out in the open.
He's
and
already down lower.
How did he get past them in the A site? He had to have gone for a vent drop somehow. They take him out pretty quickly, though. So now the problem is they're already defusing the bomb in the site here, and they're trying to wrap back in, but I don't even think they can stop it. Stewie just picking up massive amounts of kills right now as he did jump off the bar. They did jump off the bomb for a second, but yeah, they take out pretty much everyone on the T side before they even get back into the site, so that one was a little weird.
2 1Ds in a row, 2 1D entries in a row, though, on nothing. So he's gotta just spot and play a little bit more passive. It's really easy to kill those guys 1Ding if you get like a flash from CT Heaven and then you peek, you know, at the right time or something like that. Have a guy spot from CT Heaven, then maybe peek Big Garage. If you really want to challenge, but just challenging like right away isn't good. So because what generally happens is those deglers, they clear a spot, then they just wait, they hold it for a little bit, then they go clear another spot, right? So they'll clear Big Garage, right? They'll do that, and then if you just like wait till the CT Heaven guy sees them, and then you peek Big Garage, a lot of the time, you know, you can get like easy kills instead of just challenging them directly.
Well, now Complexity. Again, after after that, just a little investment there, and how far they actually got into that round. Of course, we're still going to see them with the plant being able to full buy into the 4th round here with utility and AKs. Unfortunately, no op is going to be present. Not too big of a deal, though, based on the way that things have been playing out so far. Cloud9 pretty much on full rifle, as you can see, the exception being Skadoodle there with the scout, but they're already upgrades. They're not going to be having to deal with that problem of still being on like SMGs and whatnot here. And Complexity even slowed down their push into Secret a little bit here, so to avoid getting dated back out, but nothing. Waits there and he gets the spot, so he takes down one, and promptly, with that kill being found, Automatic tosses in the smoke. He's going to be here to challenge Def or anyone else from the Complexity side that will attempt to push forward against him here. Molly, it went down, so it is burning next to him, but Automatic's in the smoke, so he's not going to be affected by it. Skadoodle and Stewie, meanwhile, back over there towards the ramp room, pick up 2 for themselves. Automatic will get 1 to get traded out, but at the end of the day, it's all left to Android here to clutch 1v4, and it's just not looking logical. So as he basically waits for his impending doom to come towards him here. Cloud9 have really no reason to over-aggress towards him, considering that they're still just working on building their own economy here. And the Molly does force nothing kind of out and around the corner where Android can finally finish him off. He was working on getting that kill for a good 20 seconds there. So it's good that he, at the very least, finally picks that one up. But now the remaining 3, with only 15 seconds remaining, it's basically going to be impossible to pull that off. And I don't think that Shroud is sitting directly behind him, so he is going to be able to escape into hell here, or Stewie, excuse me, directly behind him, and save the weapon as nobody else proceeded outside to chase him down. But that's pretty much the only thing he'll get away with here.
Yeah, so Cloud9 almost has it tied up. I believe that was 3 outside, 2 towards ramp, just going to try to split towards inner. Cloud9 reads it though, automatic rotates. The cross smokes aren't connected, so nothing gets a kill on Surreal while he's trying to cross. I mean, but now they have their full buy because they have 2 Tech 9s.
Yeah, we'll see. As they're going to funnel pretty quickly over here towards the doorways. Molotov comes in at perfect timing, though, to try and counter them back out over here in this direction, and that sends them reeling back in towards the lobby here, where they're probably going to have to form a plan B as this initial attempt to push back out and get fast A control, or just do some sort of event dive, has pretty much failed. There's already good presence waiting for them on the ramp and across the rest of the map here too, so having used some of their utility already to try to get into that, all they really have left are their smokes. Use other Molotovs and whatnot here. Jason R just goes raw directly over there towards the ramp room though, and he finds the entry he needs on his Stewie. No one's going to contest from hell in time. Nothing really, just hugging the wall and making sure they don't go over there towards heaven to try and get that control so they can go back into A, as that was their initial plan. So with that control, they're going to swing back in. Surreal's hanging out over here outside right now to punish any early rotations through Secret. But beyond that, Complexity is looking to go and get control as per usual. And the only one challenging it down here is going to be Automatic, as he sits just outside of the new Toxic room. And he weans himself around the corner here. Android, pick on the ball though, does find that pickup. And again, allows for Complexity to get back inside and get the plant here, where it's now going to be a 3v5 on the retake for Cloud9.
Yeah, this retake is almost impossible, especially when Scudo dies to Shuro right there, so they'll save right away. Complexity winning that round with the 2 Tech 9s.
Right back to it.
Yep, and, you know, but that's not too bad of a buy. I mean, they just kind of go ramp, take it, go towards the lower. Automatic gets a little bit out of position. And yeah, the lower site, once you have it planted like that and the rotation is not even like in lower or anything, it's almost an impossible retake.
Yeah, so Complexity just barely keeping their lead together here now, as they will push up to 11. Cloud9, however, I still think are going to be in good shape to be able to buy into this next round. They still have plenty of cash, and Shroud is in excess of 6,300 after saving, so he should be able to donate. And he is pretty much full utility too, so I'm pretty sure he can donate both the rifles.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they'll end up getting tossed back over. Loading it up, actually. He just throws that right over to Stewie, so.
I think that's smarter. I'd rather have an ump and an op than 2 and 4s myself.
So they will have that presence. Interesting note, again, not going into the hands of Skadoodle right now. It is going to go over here towards Stewie, as he does try to push himself very quickly over towards the ramp room to defend that. That's been a hot spot for Complexity players to push towards. They themselves, again, are trying to look out towards the door, but Cloud9 are not really going to give them much to play with here. They just hold back into these standard default held back positions, and big smoke going over the top here, which is going to cut things off on the crossover here from the red box behind outside. But now beyond this, where is the game plan actually going to go for Complexity? We've seen this plenty of times where they throw a smoke in one direction and go for the other one here, but Stewie, well, he just gets an easy shot onto Surreal as they blind peek him with no flashbang support or any sort of utility here. They end up smoking off this avenue now. All the CTs will just toss a Molotov in their own smoke right back in there. As again, Complexity really being limited here and not being given a whole lot of options to actually get out onto a site or really any significant map control. It looks like, again, that Complexity are going to try to go for some sort of the vent dive here, just try to get past this smoke. Automatic knows it, though, and actually the smoke isn't even perfect to the point where... Oh, but he misses, like, all 3 of them, actually, just lets them walk right by him as he got pushed back into the corner. He even misses the vent when he tries to follow them. Thankfully, nothing's downstairs. He'll pick up 1 against Def, and now, very quickly, they don't even see Automatic goes up that close, so he walks in and just completely dominates the play, or the attempt at a play to get over there and get downstairs for control. Now with only 20 seconds left, Jason R. Good spin around catch, but he walks right into to 2 more players. Wait, yeah,
kill?
how did he even get the second one? I didn't even see that one. Somehow edges off the headshot, you know, in the millisecond before he was taken down by the firing squad in the event hall.
Yeah. Started some nice shots, man.
But unfortunately, Automatic still comes in and pretty much kills the hit due to them not accounting for him playing in that corner position. It's a good thing that he remained quiet and didn't actually go for the kills when they initially went for that vent drop either, as that keeps him a bit of a mystery and doesn't allow for Complexity to really watch out for that quick of a hit from behind them. Now again, though, going into it, Complexity still having enough cash flow to be able to buy into this round with full AKs and utility. The op still sitting in the hands of Stewie over there on the Cloud9 side, as they are trying to still close this gap. There's one round away from doing it, however, as this game has remained very, very close, and even into the second half has continued to do so, as Complexity certainly not showing up, but just striking out immediately here on the T side, like some may have thought.
Yeah, slowing it down, probably going to do outside nades. I believe that's just one lurker in lobby. 3 towards outside, throwing all their nades. Counter volley comes out from nothing.
They're going to
kind of delay them.
Pass up though, so it's not too big of a deal. I think getting some good damage.
Well, there's a gap in the smoke, and he sees when they're crossing, so he knows.
Well, unfortunately, the smokes from Complexity are not going to be perfect here, and now that allows them to get downstairs, but with the loss of about half the HP off of 2 of their own players here. Desi knocking out Shroud here now as they start to move back down. And again, there's no follow-up into the site just yet. They'd have to deal with Stewie back over here on the steps themselves. So they do go actually back up. I think with that additional kill, they are going to try to play over here for Inner instead. Automatic finding one, but Surreal and Def traded right back due to Def having Heaven control. And now it's up to Stewie, who was going to be the one defending against the B-play, but now look at him sneaking back in here. Nobody has any clue that he has control over here. Vents, I think they're going to check for it. Beautiful quick scope and right back down into the vents here as he now retreats into the hallway. 15 seconds left. They will still be able to get the plan, obviously, as it's on the site here. They're a little bit on edge as he just retreats out through Heaven. I think he's going to re-enter through Garage. Maybe Heaven actually might go for the jump up there if he can find the positioning to do it. Right now, nobody has decided to scout out in that direction, and I am curious if either Def or Surreal are currently watching for that at the moment. Both are paying attention to other routes. As he does sneak back up, though, here's going to be his first real test if he can peek out cleanly without being seen, and neither of them are paying attention to it. Oh! And just at the last moment, actually, Surreal does turn in the other direction, sees him, takes him down, and allows for Complexity to close out on it. Retaining their lead again here, and also re-breaking Cloud9.
Yeah, they did re-break them, or reset their economy, and Cloud9, they could buy if they want to. We'll see, it's kind of a judgment call here. They decide to save. They feel like they could buy next round, put Complexity on 13, but then have a much better buy and kind of win out from there.
Well, Cloud9 is working with Deagles here. We'll see if they can continue the pistol upset thing that's been going on here. Although it seems to have jinxed itself in the second half, and we haven't seen it come into effect nearly as much. Just maybe 1 or 2 rounds here. But Desi, nice lineup here, gets one. Looking for the second. Skadoodle backing up, though. I don't think he's going to directly challenge it. And Desi kind of missed the window on it. Skadoodle wanted to go back in, though, but yeah, no one really trying to go for it. There's nothing, though, on the outside. Getting his revenge for some action earlier in the half. That's all he is able to get, though, is just that one. And Automatic also goes hunting. No dice. He's forced back inside of Garage and in towards A. We're at long range. They're up in Heaven. Shroud tries to battle it out, but he's taken down by Jason R here. And now Skadoodle, unlucky with the USP. Just not hitting any shots outside that range, so Android's going to take him down. And now Automatic. We'll see what he can do, but against 3 players, not much. Pretty clean round there for Complexity overall as they push it up to 13.
Yeah, so this is a round Cloud9 save for, but this is kind of a make-or-break round right here. They need to convert off this. If they don't, they're going to be down to, I believe, 2,400. Complexity will be up 14-10. And they actually, okay, so again, I talk about this all the time. Why not invest that much in the round before and then have that full save this round if you lose that round?
Well, they have made that decision here for Cloud9 not to buy up this time, and they're going to wait till they have the full firepower with the op and everything else included. Probably full utility on that too. But this time, again, just working with pistols didn't really work out too well for them in the last round. You have to hope that Complexity does play into it a little bit more, suspecting that it's going to be slower played from the CTs with full gun power being the case. And that is not going to be the way that things play out here, as Shroud goes hunting with a Deagle. That does reveal that a full buy is not yet in check here for Cloud9. But for Complexity, again, splitting up their players 3-2. Last time they tried this, they actually got the players over there at ramp got pretty much destroyed right from the beginning of their push. And the guys in Secret weren't able to get anything done. Look at Nothing going for a quick chase onto them. Stewie up close in the smoke, and he does destroy that entire ramp push. And even if he failed, there was a flank coming in from lobby just 2 seconds later. So they get themselves in. The problem is now, though, is that they don't have anybody really positioned to immediately counter out the B play like they had in the previous round. But look at Nothing walking up to the backside. Andrew's not looking out for this right now. He's currently paying attention to the ladder. So waltzes right up, gets the instant headshot, and he prevents the plant from going down onto the ground. So beautifully done by C9. And now Def will have to hold on 1v4 with only 30 seconds remaining, and it's not going to look good. He may be able to surprise against Stewie or one of these other players, but oh, the molly even goes into the vents to deny him. Saving maybe his only option now as he does head back upstairs, and he's just going to retreat towards T-spawn.
Yeah, so Cloud9 winning that round. The pistols are back in action.
Yeah.
We see it happen again. How many is that, though?
Well, I mean, so we had the 9 straight, right?
Yeah.
Plus the, I would say, 5-ish before that. So in these 2 maps, we're looking at anywhere between like 10 and 15 rounds that have been won off of just pistols. With, granted, obviously, some leeway here and there that would have invested into at least some rifles.
This is crazy, though.
And a pause will come in, assumably for Complexity.
Yeah, they're going to be able to full buy.
But the real question is here now, what's the winning strat for them? As, again, Cloud9, even though Complexity has been, holding on to things on this T side here, they've been able to keep their lead going. It's just a little bit that they've been able to hold on to in terms of the scoreline here. It's nothing like they the lead is slowly kind of crumbled as if I remember correctly, they started off like 10-5 here at the half, and they've slowly lost control of it.
I heavily favor Cloud9 right now. I think this is like, I put Cloud9 as like 80% favorites right now, like 80-20. At 11-13 with a fully bought CT side economy right now, picking up those 4 AKs. Just knowing how to close out games a lot better than Complexity, having a little bit of leeway with the rounds. I think Cloud9's in a pretty decent spot.
And that is probably the discussion here for Complexity is, okay, guys, how do we actually close out on this one? How do we win out with things here and prevent Cloud9 from upsetting us? But it's certainly not going to be easy, as it's been really, even into the second half, as you can see, no one's really had a consistent streak of rounds, and even when we have seen them, it was at the beginning with Cloud9 winning out the first 4 there. It wasn't until after that Complexity finally got themselves into the action. So it should be unpausing in a moment here, as Complexity are going to be running out of time any second, and they will have to go back into this next round.
It's a long pause, man. Normally,
I don't think
it's 30 seconds usually, right? But you could use multiple. 3?
I don't really know how that works in online games. I don't know if it's longer in online games or not, or if people are just stacking them together. I actually should probably check on that, because it always seems like it's
probably our job to know,
every few games, yeah.
But
Well, the problem is like if you're gonna do the 30-second pause thing, you're technically supposed to enforce the coach talking thing too, but you can't really enforce that in online games. So do you even enforce the pausing thing, which is still pretty contested? It's a hot issue. But at the beginning of this round, Automatic's already been able to find Jason R. So Cloud9 starting themselves off and getting a bit of an advantage to work for on them. Complexity do get themselves the smoke train going on here to allow themselves to push back up. Nothing somehow didn't see Surreal sitting up on top of the smoke. Like he was just right on the open, but he didn't actually catch it. He was staying completely still. And while there was a gap in the smoke there for the cross, nobody was there to punish it. So Complexity do get quite a few of their players down into Secret here, prep for some type of a B execute. And Def has gone exploring towards Heaven as well to see if he can impact on a couple of the A players. They haven't spotted into Nothing or anyone else that's really positioned in the back of outside, however, trying to remain sneaky, and it's for good reason too, as now they can impact on Complexity, sort of second-guess themselves on the B hit. Def coming in from Heaven, though, does get the trade on the Shroud, and now they are trying to knock Nothing out. They could just try and smoke him back out or something like that, but the problem is all this attention being drawn to it. Now it's a line for players that are still in the A site to impact, and what's even worse is now some of the B guys are looking back up here too. In comes Stewie from Secret, he drops the bomb, and it's all on to Def in a 1v4, and he has no advanced positioning on anybody from Cloud9 anymore. He's going to try to roll back down, but Skadoodle just wrecks him.
Yeah, and Cloud9 wasn't even watching Heaven, so Depp got up there, got a free kill. But, I mean, it's 4v5 at the very start of the round because of Automatic. I think he probably killed him while Jason R was looking hut window, if I had to guess, since Automatic is playing Squeaky. And they can't capitalize off of any of that, right? Like, Depp gets up in Heaven unnoticed. They try to come towards Mini, but nothing's just in a really good position in Big Garage, kind of watching for it and just stops anything they want to do.
Yeah, so Complexity now, again, without really any real gunpowder here, we're going to have to hope that they can eco upset again. And this time, again, it's not one of those half-bought rounds where we have armor sitting behind the pistols and decent utility. This is a full-on eco with just the pistols now. Def goes hunting early on there on top of the catwalk, but won't be able to grab anything. Desi's going to be grouping up with him in a second, though, as he pushes very directly forward, but just ends up going right into his own death at the hands of Nothing. Nothing even prepped for a secondary push to come back in his direction here as he hides out in the locker rooms by Hell. I think he saw the hand of the pistol from Def, I think, but then got distracted as Surreal was able to swing back out from the corner on catwalk and take him down. So evenly traded, back down into a 4-on-4. Def's attempt to boost himself into heaven, though, doesn't really go that right as Automatic takes him down. It looks like Cloud9 back in real great control of things. It's all that's really left is 2 Glock players, and Jason R with the deagle at 7 HP. Surreal being sneaky, though, and I'm not Automatic out in the open just yet, but even when he does, Automatic still has much, much better gun power, taking him down. And now the last 2, I imagine, will make some last attempt at try and push either over there towards ramp or out of the shed. But as they work in towards shed, Skadoodle is going to be waiting downstairs on the site, so there's really not a whole lot of hope here. More than likely, we are just looking at 13-13. Cloud9 finally tying up the score.
Yeah, they're going to tie up the score, and if we could check out their money for a second, it's pretty solid. I mean, so they're probably going to be able to buy out for the rest of the game, or around there at least.
Stewie taking on Android allows for Cloud9 to carry on there, finishing off the engagement. But Complexity back on the buy this time, and we will see as they'll get one of their last buys, as they're still working to build up a losing bonus due to how inconsistent the traded rounds have been between the two teams. It hasn't been very streaky at all, like we kind of were back on the first map there. This time it's been much more back and forth, and this hasn't really allowed for the T's to be able to build up a big losing bonus to try and win off these rounds off of. They drop this one, they're going right back onto an eco more than likely, and all they would have left, assuming they don't upset that eco round, is going to be the 15th round for Cloud9.
So 5 AKs for Complexity. This is like their default. They just put 2 lobby, 3 outside, they try to do secret control, and then it looks like they want to go towards ramp usually. I mean, I'm sure they have the options off of it, right, where they throw the smokes, go back towards inner, throw the smokes, maybe split mini, throw the smokes, get down, and then come back up and go inner and things like that. So I think they threw the smokes outside, and now we're going to go inner.
They're going to try to shuffle 3 in through the shed, though, which could prove dangerous, but Tron's not even paying attention to it, so they waltz right in, and there was nobody to support him there either.
A retake.
So now this is going to put 2 in heaven for C9, but look at Def, he's ready for this one. The Molotov comes out far too late, and he even gets a dink, I think, on the Skadoodle through the paneling there, which leaves him at 9 HP, so he's going to be incredibly low and has to back out, and I think that's a save call, as everybody else is just running away.
It should be a save call, yeah. I'm not sure what Cloud9 setup is. It looked like Shroud was outside or inner by himself, but it looked like he was watching Mini, right?
Mm-hmm.
So did they not have outside presence while he's watching Mini? It just, not sure. Because, usually if you just have one person upper, it means you have like 2 people outside. Maybe you have 2 people outside and 1 secret or something like that. And you're really trying to kill them when they come outside first. And then you don't have to worry about it. But it looked like he was worrying about Mini.
Stewie at the very least holds on and even gets super aggressive there and leaps down to find a 3rd kill. So pulls that off and at least causes some decent damage and a lot of rebuys onto the T side here. I think Cloud9's money was in a good enough spot to where they should be able to reinvest this round, and that's why Complexity went hunting. They wanted to make it as expensive as possible, but it kind of fired back.
Yeah, definitely fired back, because coL now, if they win this round, this game's probably over. Complexity's going to have terrible money. I say that, but the way this game's going, it'd probably be a blessing for Complexity if they lose this round, because then they just get the pistol.
But right now, Complexity, again, is going back into what we usually see from them. Pretty passive opener, not really taking any risks here to try and get map control. Probably going to see some outside swing from them, but beyond that, nothing being utilized here within the first few seconds.
Yeah, just kind of trying to wait out their pre-smokes or maybe pre-mollies and things like that. But Cloud9's doing a good job of just saving their utility. Here comes the wall smokes on outer. Nothing throws his Molotov afterwards. That hasn't done one thing yet. And this time I think it went to the smokes, because it just always goes past the gate. So maybe you got to stop throwing that drone. It's literally just doing nothing. It's just a waste of $800 or $600.
Well, Complexity got themselves up to secret again due to pretty passive outside presence from C9 here. Nothing tried to re-aggress into the warehouse, but he got taken down by Def, so looking good for coL again to kind of pull ahead here. They just need to follow through and make sure they don't slip up and over-rotating or trying to do something too tactical here. A little bit of back and forth, but it does leave it even now in a 3v3. As Stewie, Skadoodle picking up kills at the same time, but Android also traded onto one of them there to take out Stewie. Now Def working his way around through Hell there is going to work on kind of an early flank, I would imagine, to try and see if he can catch anyone going back over here towards the ramp route. But there's no one there, which actually could prove to be a pretty bad thing if Cloud9's re-entries end up going well from the start of it here. And yeah, it does. So he needs to race back down to ramp quickly, as it's only Jason R on the site currently. Cloud9 taking a slow follow-up after they do pick up that kill. And oh, Def arriving just in time to find Shroud peeking out from the vents over there. Jason R almost had himself the double lineup back-to-back. In fact, now Skadoodle's just going to jump right onto the bomb. And Def, are you going to peek it? We're going to see you go out there. He's moving for it now. And Skadoodle, he jumps off of the bomb and allows for Def to close out on him. So Complexity will pick it back up. And now they go up to map point.
What did I tell you, man? Nuke has upset potential.
It has, you know, chaos theory more alive.
This game has been one of the most chaotic games I've ever. It's settled down in the past, like
this half's been a little more normal.
Yeah, like 7-8 rounds or so. It's really settled down a lot. But my goodness, this has been so back and forth, so chaotic.
And immediately Desi, oh, look at this from Stewie. He's still going to go past the Molotov directly over the top of it and hops his way through into the first kill here to take down Desi. They needed some heroics here to bring them back into the game, and they found it. And now, well, without that ramp control, which has been a huge piece of Complexity's T-side overall, what exactly are they going to try and do? More than likely, we can see it now. They are going to try to move back in and hope that they didn't have as much pressure on outside because they made such a big swing there from the ramp room. Jason obviously waiting to see if Stewie's going to go through, but I think now that he's gotten control of the trophy room, I doubt, at least not until we see a hit from Complexity.
You have the funniest callouts, because like to me that's always going to be radio.
Yeah, it's always. It doesn't look like a radio room at all anymore though, so you can call it like old radio, is what I would sometimes say, but it's a trophy room now because it's right there. See?
But let's be honest, that's probably what it says when you hit the radio commands. It's like, you know, it says where your model is.
Well, somehow this is Silo where Stewie is right now. Actually, I think everything's Silo. I think it might be glitched. But anyway, more action going back on here as Complexity are being eliminated, but Surreal battling it back a bit, bring it to a 2v2 with nothing knocking it out. It's Surreal that has to try and close it out here. Keep in mind, Complexity's money not in a great place right now. Their force is not going to be a full one if they try to go into the next round without Surreal at the very least saving here now. We're trying to win out the round outright. He gets himself inside, made a lot of noise in the process though, and nothing does close out upon it, taking us to round number 30 to decide if it's OT or 16-14 for coL.
So back to pistols.
Looking good for Complexity then.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but Cloud9, I mean, they have everything they need to force it into overtime. Stewie just opened up that round in just really cool fashion, man. Just bunny hops through the Molotov. He's in a really dangerous spot, though. If he misses, if Desi jiggle peeks a little bit more and Stewie shoots and then misses, like, he has no fallback, right? What is he going to run through a Molotov to run away? He's probably just going to have to fight. And then, obviously, close range like that after you miss an op, Desi should be able to capitalize.
Yeah, but, I mean, he gets that kill, and nobody from Complexity even tries to challenge him. They just let him hold control of that for the entire round. And it, unfortunately, seems to trip up Complexity pretty badly as they get themselves into a battle in Lobbyway, but he's able to contribute even more there. And now, well, the smoke obviously holding things off for a little bit on Complexity, but I think they're still going to end up going back to the ramp play here. They've got everybody lined up in radio, trying to push their way out, and now again the Molotov just rolls right in. Skadoodle even finding Def right at the opener here, and they're still just stuck again. There's no backup plan or anything like that, even though they've been delayed. A lot of this is going to fall. Now the Molotov is faded. They actually, again, cancel the plans to go towards ramp and are now going to try to push out over here into the inner bomb site and see if they, or the upper bomb site, and see if they can get some control here. Jason R first up to bat, but just swings right into Automatic here. Take him down. Automatic may have a chance for some more kills. Android found one, but went down directly after that. Desi swinging back in, but he was the last one standing, so Cloud9 tied up. And we do indeed end up in overtime to decide this second map.
No better fitting way. Just the most back and forth.
The good news is you probably won't see too many pistols anymore.
That's true.
So we don't.
That is true.
It should be pretty normal. Well, I say normal. It should be normal gun rounds.
Pretty surprised that Complexity is tying Cloud9 on this right now, and I think there's Cloud9. I don't know, man. I'm not sure what their issue is on this map. I'd have to watch more, definitely. But I mean, you know, caliber of team-wise, right? Of course, Cloud9 should be able to beat Complexity nearly every time.
Yeah, but not the case. Complexity was able to carry it forward. And now...
Yeah, Complexity basically set up the same way every single round. Just 2 lobby, wait out their smokes. Once they use their smokes, throw 3 smokes outside, and then you just play off of that. Every single round, pretty much the same thing. But Cloud9 playing like a very static sort of CT side too. I don't see that much like adaptation coming out of them. Maybe, you know, I think if you get aggressive outside, you could probably win a round. When they're throwing those 3 smokes, you know, once they throw those 3 smokes, maybe you get an aggro lobby. You could do that. I think there's a couple of adaptations that you could probably do to take advantage of that, because it's just, I mean, they're doing it every round pretty much.
Well, we are into it now, and in case, again, anyone is curious about the format for OT here, it's fairly normal. MR3, a sequence of 6 rounds. You need to win 4 out of 6 of those to be able to win the match, and it is going to be 10K start money on each sequence of 3 out of 6 of those rounds. So, switching sides, of course, at the half. But getting into it here now, and again, no pistols, thankfully. But Complexity, just look at Tef just walking right up, no smokes or anything. It's not just him either. He's got Jason R with him. He's another teammate. I think it's Desi sitting directly behind him as well. So, yeah, not wasting any time here right at the start of this round here. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out too great for them, as Android and Jason R are taking some massive damage in addition to the loss of Def here. They finally took down nothing, but it was after he was able to go in there and pick up 2 kills for himself from outside. So his job's certainly done. They gave up outside control, but now they've got a 4v3 advantage here, and they should know at least where, 2 out of 3 of these guys are positioned. As Complexity, they got outside, but they don't really have anything else to work with. Stewie's even going to move back up and aggress, but Surreal is waiting for him, so just like that, we're back down even again to a 3v3.
Surreal making a big impact. I think that's one of the things that Complexity misses a lot, is just Surreal. A lot of the time, it just seems like he kind of disappears with that op, but Jason can get just a free kill onto Skadoodle if he peeks right now.
He's waiting for it, but Skadoodle has now gone back and is paying attention to a peek in his direction here, so won't be as free anymore. Really just swinging back and forth. It'll come down to timing on the peek from Jason R, if he even wants to go for it. The guys from Complexity playing very static right now, but Skadoodle, it does end up working out for him as he peeks directly into it as Jason R is swung out into the open, taking him down. Now Complexity are up 2 and 1. It's all on Surreal to ace clutch this as well. He won't have to pull off the ace, and now a 1v3 sitting in front of him, as he just decides to sneak in towards the upper site and see if he can knock it off. Shroud, we'll have to deal with him in a moment, but it's actually automatic. That peaks at just the right time and finds him. And allows for Cloud9 to get the first round in OT.
Yeah, I don't know. That should be such an easy kill on Skadoodle. Not necessarily by peeking him like that or trying to even go off timing, but if his teammates do anything anywhere else on the map and he reacts off them, Skadoodle's going to be rotating. And then he just gets a free kill. So if he had his teammates around Mini, which obviously they could get to, right? And maybe like just taking a pop shots or jiggle peeking and throwing their nades, then Skadoodle is going to go towards heaven, towards the ladder. And then he's just going to shoot him in the back, and he's going to be able to go up heaven, and they could play it off that. I don't know why the first move that they make in order to win that 3v3 is that. That's not what it should be. It should be his teammates opening it up for him.
Stewie's going to see the fast ramp play working in his direction here, so he dips out of there. Doesn't really get a whole lot done, as you can see. He tried to take the battle, but now the guys from Complexity know that, hey, you've been spotted. Unfortunately, missed nade there, but hopefully doesn't end up impacting them too negatively. Skadoodle, though, catches the first frag of the round here against Def. I think that's a little bit detached from the main push, but Stewie very well contained inside of Toxic here. Gets himself into a battle versus Jason R, and then just swings the door shut. They're going to try to challenge him, but he doesn't want to challenge it. Lets the door open again, gets himself another kill, and look, he got the bomb as well. So he's got control of that. Now he's going to make it even more chaotic by smoking it out. And, well, what do you know? The cavalry's arrived. Cloud9 rotate back downstairs, and Desi probably doesn't have a hope in the world of winning this one.
Yeah, 1 versus 4, bomb in a smoke with Stewie.
His natural environment.
Yep.
But yeah, Cloud9 again onto a good streak, and it seems like they finally kind of have gotten good control of the CT side here now. And for Complexity, well, hold on. We said there wouldn't be pistols, but that may not hold true. We're going to see a few here since Complexity just outright lost the first 2 rounds here. It does mean they have to force into the last one. Only 1 AK onto Desi. Jason R a bit late to the party, but he buys into a Tech 9 as well. So it's going to be 3 pistols. Let's see if this changes up the dynamic at all.
So Depp gonna, let's see, where does he want to go with that scout? I think he's just going, yep, so top Twinkie. So he just wants to kind of challenge this Opper. Maybe get a nice headshot angle on him.
Well, it's going to be Def again, as we said before, kind of hunting early on here. But no one from Cloud9 peeking out into the open to challenge it here. Stewie actually is looking toward his teammate when he just gets knocked out by Desi. Thankfully, nothing's here as well, supporting from Hell, and now he can try to molly it back off. And that's going to come in just in time, but he wide peeks it. The molly ends up working out, though. Android just waltzes through it, so burns himself down. And off of that, that leaves it into a 3v3 here now, with Complexity having control of ramp room. They probably are going to follow through with it here, too. I think just waiting a few moments to see if anyone else tries to aggress out from Hell. Even downstairs, you still have automatic waiting. Not inside of the Toxic Room, though, but on that left little alcove next to the ramp there, where he can try to hide behind the box and then play out against that.
Yeah, we usually call that dark spot. And they made it even better now that there's that box there.
Yeah, because you can actually hide in the corner.
Yep.
Unless they peek from the top. It's not easy to get you out. But he moves from that position now since Complexity, again, really are fans of, like, you know, taking this early aggression and then keeping them quiet until the very last second where they try to go all in on one of the two sites. And they'll try to do it again, but for the most part, it does end up still working out for Cloud9 here. Surreal, he's got 10 seconds and he's going to prioritize the bomb plant. They can hear that, though, and Skidoo's just going to chase him down. Won't even get the plant. And Cloud9 win it out and go 3 straight on OT, meaning they only need to win 1 of these remaining 3 to close out.
Yeah, nice half by Cloud9 there. Just kind of, I don't know, Complexity, they really went away from their default, though. First gun round, they just kind of rushed outside as fast as they could, instead of, like, you know, trying to take it slow and methodically.
Yeah, it still feels like the play style overall on T-side from Complexity was generally the same, and that they were never really, like, assertive enough with their pushes. They would always just haphazardly take part of the map and then never follow through with it and going straight forward.
Well, the problem with them is, like, they actually were set up pretty well in that 5v5 CS aspect, like at the start of rounds and stuff like that, but any type of mid-round was just no real good communication, people not in the right spots at the right time. You know, remember on, like, their pistol round, for instance, the 3 guys just kind of ran out upper, and then they died, and then, like, 10 seconds later, 2 more guys come out the hut. It just didn't, you know, it didn't make much sense like that. And then really when you're playing Nuke, a lot of it comes off, like, you need to let your teammates alleviate pressure from you. So whenever you're lurking, like we saw Depp in a couple positions that he was, or Jason R was, you usually don't tell your team to just wait for me. It's a lot better to tell your team on Nuke in general to be like, okay, make presence somewhere, and then I'm going to flank. Because then you get the defense moving, and they're not worrying about their back as much, right? Instead of you making, like, the first move. You can capitalize off your teammates kind of just making noise somewhere and showing presence, you know, elsewhere on the map.
Well, we are back into it here now, and again, money has been reset, so both teams up to full buys here. Complexity, though, they got to take this double OT, otherwise, if they win even one of these rounds, they're out of the running, and they are going to end up losing this map and go 0-2 on the evening. Stewie just waltzing in past the Molotov here. The CTs haven't even tried to re-aggress through the smoke, though, to make up for it here, as they're trying to get some damage out, but just pot shots through the smoke. They're not finding anything at all. Cloud9 have gotten themselves with full control of the upper bomb site here, without even really having to lift a finger. Stewie goes in, gets 1 kill, and that's it. Desi tries to wrap back in, gets himself a frag, but it's just 1 trade. Jason R just falls after taking massive damage from somewhere, probably. Ends up dying to the fall damage. And for now on Def and Surreal, Surreal's burning somewhere there over in heaven, it looks like, yeah. And they end up taking down Def. Surreal, they didn't know he was up here a moment ago, but they do now. And it's actually a really clean round to close it out. So there you have it, Cloud9 finally putting an end to this map here. They take it into OT, but they do end up winning it out in a straight 4-round streak. And they will end up 2-0 for the evening.
That was a pretty crazy game, man. That last round, just that upper rush, just Stewie goes in. I don't know, they got, you know, caught behind the smoking mini. Just, you're never going to retake upper in that situation because they just have every smoking Molotov and flashbang to hold you off for, like, even if the bomb was a minute long, you know, it would be pretty tough time to retake.
All right, well, to close out the evening, of course, we're going to bring the analysts back into the discussion. Let's see if they can break down, specifically in that first half there, what was going on, and if any of it made sense. Guys, let's get your thoughts on the final map tonight here.
So let me get this straight. Complexity, 10-5 at half. Didn't close it out.
Didn't close it out. Has to be said, obviously, Cloud9 managed to win that second half pistol. Obviously, a big part of why they managed to get it back, but like that first half was just something out of Narnia or something. I don't even know.
Narnia. Nuke is kind of like Narnia, so I mean, I guess you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you had 9 rounds in a row where neither team could actually take benefit of having the better weaponry, better utility, anything at all, right? It's just completely silly. And obviously, like it's off of the back of small mistakes, but a lot of the times as well, the first frag that goes in your opponent's favor is one dig or something that you can't necessarily count for, depending on you might have positioned yourself passively, and that's all you can do really in certain situations. But that was just kooky, and obviously that sets Complexity up to have a pretty decent CT half, and it was actually pretty impressive that they managed to keep up with it, because normally when you trade rounds back and forth like that, it's always going to favor the T side because it's cheaper to re-equip yourself. But Complexity, they just fought at it, man.
Well, they definitely brought the ruckus. They definitely brought the fight. But we most certainly can say that it was a little chaotic of a game. In case you just tuned in, you just tuned in a little too late, you can make sure you get this VOD over at youtube.com/ESLCS, where it is actually located amongst the other VODs of tonight. But a very chaotic side there from both Complexity and Cloud9 across the entire map. We saw the Pistols being instrumental in this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good thing they're not overpowered or anything. Completely balanced.
I don't get it. What are you getting at?
It's working, it's working as intended. No, definitely back and forth. But, you got to give credit to Complexity. We expected them to basically be a bit of a crash test dummy for Cloud9, back with their full lineup and all of that. And, they refused to give up in that sense. And for, a long part, actually, they were up 13-10, Cloud9 on the eco, and then, Stewie threw a smoke happens, which, not the first time, but still, they definitely could have gotten away with nuke.
Definitely could have. It was right there in their grasp, and just a little bit of a heartbreaker there as they couldn't close it out. Let's take a look at today's matchups, what has transpired through the night. We did see Liquid and Counter Logic Gaming earlier. Liquid not able to pull together and muster a W tonight, as well as Complexity in the same regard. Now, the Complexity matchup being a little bit closer there at the end, it was a grind all the way. We even saw overtime. But as far as, Liquid and CLG, I mean, really, it kind of forecasted the way it went, huh?
Yeah, no, but I mean, I'm just super positively surprised by how CLG played that today. Really, that was just solid showing. And Team Liquid, obviously, releasing Pimp pretty much right after the game, they have to restart everything.
Well, now that we've got tonight's matchups all said and done with, let's take a look at the NA standings as they are currently. SK Gaming still sitting on top, 10-0. Cloud9 with these 2 Ws tonight, now moving up to 9-3, just ahead of Liquid, who are now at 9-4. Right as this is unraveling, we're getting closer and closer to that middle of the season sort of vibe with these teams.
Yeah.
That pack distancing itself from 6 downward. I mean, are these the teams we are going to see go to LAN?
I think we're going to see a couple of changes. Immortals sneaking around there on the 9th spot. I think we're definitely going to see them in Dallas eventually. And CLG, with the way they're playing right now, who's to say they can't knock out, a team like Misfits or Optic if they can't, necessarily get things going or keep things going. Obviously, we'll see if they, continue to play with Rikisar going forward. But as is right now, still a lot of things that can happen.
Absolutely, it's anybody's ball games at the top of that crop.
Yeah.
So let's switch it over now to the European side of things. I know this is more your style of doing things. So if you want to take it from here, go right for it.
I mean, even if it's home turf, I'm still surprised by seeing Mouse Sports topping the leaderboards. I think anyone would be really at this point. North following right behind at 8-4, same score as Na'Vi. So both of the, expected favorites there in that sense, at a good position to do well. Hellraisers, another team, though, that's coming out a bit out of nowhere. They've been in Pro League forever, pretty much, but they've always been towards the bottom end of it. Well, yesterday, or earlier today, depending on what time zone you're in, beat a VP 2-0. So, they're definitely feeling the groove right now. And elsewhere, fairly normal. One of the big things, though, as of late, is that NIP has gone from an 0-6 record to a 6-6 record.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a good sign if you're a NIP fan.
Much better than the beginning of the season was looking. Now, in case you're joining us a little late still and you don't really know what the hell's going on around here, we've got 28 teams battling it out across the globe for their place at LAN Finals in Dallas, Texas in May, I believe it is. June, close, May, June, same thing, doesn't matter. Anyway, get your tickets right now, proleague.com/Dallas. They're running a little low. I'm just going to warn you guys at home, if you don't get them now, you might not get them ever, and that's just the way it goes. So, obviously, Dallas, the place these teams are all vying for. We have one more night of matches here in this week, and that'll be tomorrow night. We've got Complexity, Luminosity. We're going to see Cloud9 again. We're going to see them take on Misfits. Let's pull that up here in front of you guys.
Yeah, so, another bit of a, who knows, actually. So Misfits versus SK, apparently. That's what we're going to see tomorrow on Renegades and Selfless. So I guess second match of the night with Renegades Selfless, that's going to be, a bit of a matchup to kind of get out of the bottom struggle, right? To separate yourself from the relegation teams. And for Misfits SK, big task for Misfits here, seeing if they can actually manage to solidify that top 6 spot. SK obviously want to stay undefeated. So, a lot on the line there as well.
A lot on the line there for sure. I mean, SK, they need to come in right at this point in time. They're capable of coming in and kind of showing up that championship record of Cloud9 last season.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I believe that just about does it for us here at ESL Pro League tonight. Match night number 13 coming to an end. We'll be back tomorrow at the same great time and the same great place. So be sure to join us then. We'll see you then.